076. Timeline 16356. Flowing time point 2014.09.28. Earth. Kamar-Taj. Secret place. This is a pocket space hidden under the real dimension. The ground is very flat and looks like it is made of blue stone, with circles of complex combination arrays superimposed on each other engraved on it. The surrounding ancient rock walls are engraved with a large number of magic symbols and runes, as well as some wonderful lines. There is no dome above, nor is it the sky. Instead, there is a projected scene of stars. At this time, an orange space-time gate suddenly appeared. The moment Russell stepped out, the entire space-time trembled slightly. The next second, the suppressed timeline began to flow slightly. And when Russell stepped on the ground, a change occurred. In an instant, magic arrays were activated and began to emit golden light. The magic symbols and runes on the surrounding rock walls turned into magic energy forms and began to automatically combine and change. An extremely complex large-scale compound magic array began to operate at this moment. And he was the key. Russell watched this scene quietly, and could clearly perceive that space and time were being pried at this moment. And in the real world, an old bald man with a dense white beard suddenly sensed something, and with just one step, he disappeared from the holy place in New York and came to the connection point of the three holy places of Kamar-Taj. He looked at the Earth model simulated by the magic array. On it, all the magic nodes of the entire Earth were lit up, and a large amount of energy was extracted and gathered towards Kamar-Taj. Is it here? Ancient One sighed, and a golden magic array suddenly formed under his feet. Damn, why did you choose to be under your feet? This must be targeting, he cursed and fell into it before he finished speaking. In the pocket dimension, Russell watched the giant magic circle running continuously. When the energy peak reached the limit, the stars above his head lit up one by one. 5 of them were the brightest. After flashing for a while, they turned into meteors and fell. Then, when they were about to hit the ground, they expanded instantly and turned into 5 portals. 4 of them were golden and 1 was blue. Russell looked at the portal on the far left, which was the fastest to form. Then he heard a sound of awe from inside, and a shiny-headed old man in his 70s or 80s rushed out horizontally from inside. He paddled forward directly on the ground and stopped the machine brake. Russell blinked, and then he found that the other party was standing on the ground as if a frame was lost. One hand behind his back, the sheep on his abdomen. He wore an apricot yellow robe with red decorative belts on both sides and a wide golden belt around his waist. He had a calm face, a wise and calm look that had been precipitated over the years. At first glance, he was definitely a great magician. There was no sign of his embarrassing appearance before. This is how thick the old magician's skin is. Pfft, is it speed? At this moment, Russell was shocked. At this time, a calm voice came, "Young man, you should be the Russell mentioned by Ancient One, right?" Russell nodded and said strangely, "VR. The other party looks like an Asian, could it be Emer magician?" At this time, the old magician raised his chin slightly, showing a magical gesture of pride and humility on his face, and said slowly in a steady voice, "I am Ancient One, and also the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar-Taj, the most powerful secret magician in the world." "Excuse me, I didn't see it," Russell nodded and replied very seriously, "I have heard of you for a long time. It turns out to be Ancient One magician." Ancient One rolled his eyes, his expression was broken. "Young man, you are not honest at all, your eyes have betrayed you." "Hiss. It hurts, people are not resistant to falls when they are old." As he spoke, he rubbed his lumbar disc with a grin, which looked a little protruding. Russell was a little stunned. Why does this Ancient One look so frivolous? He suddenly missed the female Ancient One from before. And at this moment, he suddenly saw the other party straighten up and make the same wise look as before. Russell understood something instantly and turned to look at other portals. The next second, a woman walked out. He knew this bald female Ancient One, who looked exactly the same as the one on the sacred timeline, except that the apricot yellow robe on her body turned grey. The eyes did not look gentle, but full of the majesty of a high-ranking person. After she came out, she nodded to Russell, made a very serious magician courtesy gesture, and then said, "I am the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One from the 1247 timeline. Hello, Mr. Russell." Russell thought that this Ancient One was difficult to get along with, but he didn't expect that the other party was quite polite, so he quickly returned the greeting. After greeting, he saw the female Ancient One turn around and look at the male Ancient One. After looking him up and down for a few times, he showed a look of disdain and said, "You are still dressed like a show-off as always." The male Ancient One stroked his carefully groomed beard on his chin, showed a look of contempt, and sneered, "What do you know, old woman? Have you ever been in love?" At this moment, Russell clearly saw the female Ancient One clench her fists tightly, and magic symbols appeared around her. This atmosphere is not right no matter how you look at it. Just when he thought that the two were going to fight, the female Ancient One suddenly said coldly, "You stupid old stubborn, are you still thinking about Strange? Humph, that guy will only cause more trouble to the world, and there is no other use. If you really take him in, you won't even be able to retire by then." The male Ancient One snorted, but did not refute. Russell raised his eyebrows slightly, and it sounded that the Supreme Alliance didn't like Doctor Strange very much. At this time, 2 more people walked out of the 3rd and 4th golden portals. Russell showed a surprised look. The person who walked out of the 3rd door was a normal female Ancient One, and her expression and eyes were no different from those on the sacred timeline. There was no problem with this. But the 4th one is completely different. It wasn't Ancient One who came out. The other party's very coquettish mustache and coquettish expression are too conspicuous. This Sorcerer Supreme is actually Tony Stark. "Hey, don't show that expression." Supreme Tony spread his hands and said helplessly, "I know that in other timelines, I am Iron Man, but who told that old guy Ancient One to hate Strange?" he said with a proud expression. "Besides, my ability is much stronger than Strange, but I am the most powerful Sorcerer Supreme in history. Punch Dormammu, step on Mephisto, and cut Thanos when it rains. Why does this Sorcerer Supreme speak like an Iron Man?" Russell showed a polite smile, "It sounds really powerful." "Hello, I'm Russell." Supreme Tony smiled and was about to say that he had a good eye. At this time, the number 2 woman Ancient One sneered and said, "You go to nightclubs the most frequently, right?" Supreme Tony smiled without feeling mocked, and said to Russell and he, "Brother, come to my 7689 timeline later, I will show you what a nightclub prince is, you will have fun then." Russell silently wrote down the timeline number, and then said with a smile, "You're welcome, I will definitely do it next time." He looked at the 4th female Ancient One, nodded and smiled, "Hello, Guyi Magician." The female Ancient One smiled and responded, "Gilur Gilur." Russell was stunned once. What kind of alien language is this? Has he not left the collar domain yet? No, he can speak the words of the subdomain himself. 157. Could it be that he has absorbed too much dark energy and his brain is going crazy? At this time, Supreme Tony laughed, "Stall, why do you keep changing into a bald Ancient One? And remember to speak English." Gurgle gurgle. The Ancient One nodded, and then the clothes and colors on her body quickly faded, shape-shifting into an alien creature that looked like a cosmic worm, with 2 eyes like snail tentacles. The next second, the other party's jelly-like pink skin cracked, and a neutral voice came from inside, "Hello, Mr. Russell. I am the Numera race, and I am the Sorcerer Supreme of our world." At this time, Supreme Tony explained, "This race can shapeshift, but because of this, it was hunted by a space empire. Its spaceship happened to fall near Mount Everest. After being picked up and brought back to Kamartaj, it unexpectedly had a very good magic ability." As he said this, he ran to Russell's ear and whispered, "It has no gender, but it can turn into a super hip blonde girl, a white stocking JK with an ordinary chest, a gentle big sister next door, and a Fornanny alien. It can change its tricks every day after it is caught." Russell was a little speechless. "Did you accidentally reveal your XP? I still like sweet and soft human girls." He pretended not to hear it, which made Supreme Tony a little disappointed. But he was more impressed by the diversity of the Supreme Alliance at the moment. Before that, he always thought they were all Ancient One. Jelly Supreme wanted to say something at this time, but suddenly stopped. Russell saw that Supreme Tony's expression was no longer frivolous, but became serious. He felt something and turned his head to look. At this time, footsteps came from the blue portal. The next second, an Ancient One with a faint blue halo all over his body walked out of it. 077. It was her. Russell showed a look of as expected. The Sorcerer Supreme who came out of the last portal was none other than the one he had met twice before on the sacred timeline. But after confirming this, he felt it was a bit outrageous. He could only travel through timelines by relying on the time tablet. It was even just the sacred timeline. And if he wanted to go to the suppressed world, he had to enter the quantum realm first. But this person could ignore it. If I guessed correctly, this Ancient One might be the most powerful existence in the Supreme Alliance. Your Excellency. The four of them bowed their heads in greeting. The Ancient One raised his finger slightly, and the magic circle stopped running, and all 5 portals were closed. She looked at Russell and nodded, then sighed and said, "You can only feel time when the timeline vibrates, which is quite frustrating." She turned around and looked around, and said with some disappointment, "Are you the only ones?" Supreme Tony shrugged and pouted, "They are all a bunch of noobs. Russell has jumped into the suppressed timeline. The vibration this time is even greater, but they still can't sense time. If you ask me, we should reduce some members. More is useless." As he said, he looked at Russell, pointed to the stars in the sky and explained, "These are the marks of the members of the Supreme Alliance, but obviously they can't feel the flow of time and then be summoned. The Ancient One on the sacred timeline can do this, but she can't leave." Russell showed a look of understanding. He was just wondering why there were so few people in the Supreme Alliance. It turned out that these people were still frozen in the timeline and could not leave. But it didn't matter. Russell looked at Blue Light Ancient One and asked, "So what should I do? By the way, we have to sign the contract. After all, it's better to be rigorous." Hearing this, the old man Ancient One shook his head and sighed, as if he was very sad about not being trusted. Supreme Tony looked indifferent. The serious-looking Ancient One remained silent. Blue Light Ancient One smiled and said, "Definitely. Even if you don't say it, I will remind you." Hearing this, Dong's Hizun reached out to his belly. After touching it for a while, he took out a yellowed parchment from it and handed it over. Russell took it in his hand and carefully observed whether there were any decorative patterns or lines on the parchment. This contract was obtained from Mephisto, who knows if there are any hidden traps. And even the Ancient One cannot be 100% trusted. After taking a look, his eyes suddenly lit up white. The power of light can see through illusions and disguises. After a few seconds, the light in Russell's eyes disappeared, and he returned the parchment. "No problem, we can sign the contract. As for the content, let's do as we discussed before." Blue Light Ancient One didn't waste any words, and directly took out a hand pole from the void. After releasing it, the pen began to write by itself. The general meaning of the whole contract is that Russell will anchor 5 timelines for the Supreme Alliance. And after completing 2 of them, you can advance the reward for the promotion to the single universe realm. However, the contract also states that the promotion is not 100% successful, but it will definitely be a high probability. Russell did not refute this. Because whether it is the promotion to a single or multiple universe, it is indeed the case. Nothing has a 100% success rate. The next step is to sign. In the mysterious world, the real name written by hand has the power of rule. Russell signed it by hand, and it was in Chinese. After taking a look, the old man Ancient One clapped his hands immediately. "Oh, you and I are from the same country. We are fellow villagers." Supreme Tony ruthlessly exposed, "It's been so many timelines, don't play this trick on Jinping." The old man Ancient One snorted and said nothing more. At this time, Blue Light Ancient One also signed his name on the parchment. The next second, the parchment spontaneously ignited and burned clean in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace of black ash. Russell's spirituality was triggered in the dark. He immediately understood that the contract was established. Seeing that there were no accidents, Russell became a little excited and said, "Come on, which timeline is the first, and what do you need me to do?" After completing the ritual awakening the 4 divine powers, not only did his divine power increase greatly, but his power had also reached the peak of level Godfather. He clearly felt the barrier. Inside is a cage, it is ordinary. Only after crossing it can you see the real world and get freedom. If it is through self-cultivation, Russell feels that he has no hope for at least 300 years. He needs an opportunity. And the Supreme Alliance is that opportunity. However, just after Russell asked, he saw the 4 Sorcerer Supremes in front of him looking down at the ants. Well, if there are ants, Russell suddenly felt something was wrong and looked at the blue ancient road. "You don't know how to anchor, do you?" "That's not the case. We have a way to anchor one." The blue ancient one spread his hands and said very simply, "I just don't know where the anchor point is." That's called Ji-Mao to help himself. Russell felt that he was fooled. If he searches for the anchor point on the entire timeline, it may take more than 10,000 years. It's better to practice by himself. At least within 1,000 years, he is confident that he can find an opportunity to advance. Goodbye. Goodbye. Russell waved his hand and was about to return to the quantum realm. Anyway, there was no penalty in the contract, so whoever wanted to do this job could do it. Supreme Tony hurriedly stopped him, saying that if it didn't work, they would go to the nightclub later and order any girl. Russell felt a little better. Blue Light Ancient One smiled helplessly at this time. Don't worry, Mr. Russell, I didn't deliberately deceive you. Every timeline has a time node that is moving forward, you just need to return to reality and follow time normally. When you reach a certain point in time, you will feel the guidance from the spirit and naturally know which event to anchor to. Russell still disagreed. If I don't meet it in 10,000 years, I will have to wait for 10,000 years. Time is still the key. Besides, he still has 2 wives in the void. The Blue Ancient One replied faintly, no, people outside of destiny will inevitably encounter new destiny. You will be the key. Russell didn't buy it at all. Don't be like a charlatan. Don't be so ambiguous, I want more specific. Supreme Tony secretly gave a thumbs up, and the Blue Ancient One glared at him and closed his eyes for a while. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and said, each timeline is no more than 10 years. If it exceeds, we will also give you a reward for promotion to a single unit. Russell was a little surprised this time. If it is such a condition, he can agree to it. In fact, he can agree even if it is 100 years. So which timeline should I go to first? He asked again. The Blue Ancient One first glanced at Tony Stark, thought about it, and then turned to look at the old Ancient One. She felt that if Russell went to the former timeline first, the 2 of them might trigger the anchor point in the nightclub. You still have to be steady first. You can go to his first. She pointed at the old Ancient One and said. Tony the Supreme's eyes suddenly lost their spirit, and the little prince of the nightclub lost his soul. The serious face of the Ancient One said, then we will go back first, after all, we can't leave for too long. The Blue Ancient One nodded, and controlled the magic circle to work again, and the previously closed portal was reopened. Then she raised her hand and waved, and Tony Stark flew in without control. Then Jelly Supreme and the serious Ancient One also said goodbye and left. There were only 3 people left in the entire pocket space. The Blue Ancient One finally instructed, the method of anchoring the time point is to use Time Gem and Reality Gem to create it. You will learn more specific spell operations in the library. In addition, don't give birth to a child on this timeline, there will be accidents. As for other things, don't be timid, I will help you hide this timeline, and TVA will not find this place. Russell was a little embarrassed. What is this old woman talking about? She has a wife in the void, how can she have a child in this timeline? The second point is good, he finally doesn't have to leave immediately after finishing one thing. The Blue Ancient One looked at him with a smile, turned around and entered his own portal. After seeing the other party leave, Russell felt relieved. Looking at the old man who was also Chinese, Ancient One asked curiously, why is this old? Ancient One Blue. He quickly changed the language. You want to call her an old woman, right? It's not like I don't understand. Ancient One smiled and replied, that's because she died a long time ago and is now in a soul state. For most magicians, it's not the end. When Russell heard this, he suddenly thought of the Ancient One on the sacred timeline. It's outrageous that this guy could be attacked by Caecilius, hit in the vitals with a knife, and finally fall to death. Now it seems that he is basically retired. The naive Strange really believed it, but I don't know how long he can believe it. Let's go too. Ancient One made an invitation gesture, and then the 2 of them sank into the portal together. Camartage. The 2 of them rose from the portal on the ground like ghosts, and Russell finally knew why the old man came in with ease. At this time, a voice sounded behind him, Your Excellency, can't you open the door from the side next time you teleport? I don't think it's haunted. Russell looked back and saw an ugly and stupid face. Magician. King. Who is this? The king asked curiously. Ancient One stroked his beard, looked like a magician, and said solemnly, okay, this is the next Sorcerer Supreme, you should get familiar with him in advance. In addition, add a few more dishes in the evening, this person likes to eat Chinese food. Well, the serious kind. The Magician King was in awe and nodded, yes. I'll go buy vegetables now. Russell looked at this scene and felt familiar. After the king left, he glanced at Shi-san. The world is as dark as the ancients. The poor king was deceived no matter which world he was in. It seems that he should be careful of this guy Ancient One in the future. Ancient One had no idea that Russell was criticizing him. He opened the portal of the connection point and invited him to sit down in New York to holy place. Familiar location, familiar tea. After taking a sip, Russell asked, "Tell me about this world. It must be different from the sacred timeline." Ancient One raised his eyebrows and said, "It is definitely different. We have mutant here. If you want to find a wife, I recommend Mystique. Not only is she not in love, but she will become less jelly than Stall. Definitely, the most important thing is that her genes are the most special and it is not easy to have a child." Poof! Russell spurted a mouthful of hot tea on the face of the old Ancient One. The latter's cheek twitched, and he silently wiped the tea off his head, saying unhappily, "If you don't like it, I can recommend someone else. The tea is so expensive. Wang will have to work illegally for 2 more days." 078. Russell thought that the Blue Ancient One had made a mistake. This old bald guy was not necessarily more serious than Supreme Tony. He quickly changed the subject and said, "Ahem, let's not talk about this. I mean, is there anything worth noting in this world? For example, are there any super beings in mutant?" Ancient One showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. "Oh, you are talking about this. I thought young people like you care most about beautiful women. In fact, the female Spider-Man is also very good. Our Peter Parker died early, and they have never dated." "You?" Russell quickly stopped. He suspected that the other party's profession was not Sorcerer Supreme, but Yu Lao. He was thinking about how to trigger the time anchor point, but this guy was not in a hurry no matter how he clicked. "And why are you showing that disappointed look?" Ancient One was definitely a little disappointed. He wanted this powerful and special young man to find a wife in this timeline, which would be equivalent to having an Asgardian in his world. If he could not have children for the time being, he would have planned to drug her. Okay, let's take care of this later." Seeing that the retention plan failed temporarily, Ancient One thought for a while and said, "Let me think about the strong ones among the mutants. Professor X and Magneto definitely count as 2, and the Phoenix fragment in Jean's body also counts as 1. There is also a dry mummy under the Egyptian pyramids. That thing is not dead yet, so it counts as 1. There is a little girl, I won't talk about this, she is more sensitive. There is a mutant in the border of hell. When our timeline starts to flow, she may come back. Otherwise, there is no mechanical overlord Nimrod in my timeline, so you don't have to worry about it." Russell silently wrote down this information, and then asked, "What's the situation with the female Spider-Man? Is there venom?" "This is very critical. Venom means that there is the god of symbiotes. Although that thing is much weaker than the celestial group at its peak, he thinks it is at least an upgrade. If there is any accident, single units are not a problem." Ancient One said very straightforwardly, "No, that thing is in the timeline of Supreme Tony. So why don't you contact Gwen first? She is in college. I can forge a fake ID for you. Don't worry, I have someone in S.H.I.E.L.D. You can also go back on this." Russell said speechlessly, "Since there is S.H.I.E.L.D, have the Avengers changed?" Ancient One scratched his bald head, "How should I put it? They are all the same people, but there must be differences in personality and other things. And the origin may also have changed." As he said this, his expression became serious for the first time. "In fact, these are not important. The trouble is that our timeline has been infiltrated by Mephisto, and I don't know what he has done in this world. Although the dimensional barrier can prevent him from invading, this great devil is cunning and vicious, and he doesn't need to come in person when doing bad things. You must be careful." Russell blinked and asked, "Why should I be careful? Isn't that your job?" Ancient One's face suddenly turned pale, his waist became hunched, and he said weakly, "To be honest, I don't have much time left and I'm about to die. Otherwise I wouldn't wait for Strange, because he is the only candidate I have." Russell showed a look of shock, and then suddenly sneered, "I'm an idiot for believing you. Let's go." He looked at the old bald man with contempt, and directly opened a portal back to the library outside Camartage. Strange is stupid, but he is not stupid. Instead of arguing with this old man, he might as well read a magic book. In the holy place in New York, The Ancient One scratched his bald head again. This kid is too disrespectful to the elderly and the young, and he thinks he is pretending to be very good. After eating a very rich hometown meal at noon, Russell went to s.h.i.e.l.d to take a look at the information of this world. Unlike the sacred timeline, Nick Fury here is connected with Kamar-Taj. But there is only him, and he is the bridge between the magic world and the real world. If s.h.i.e.l.d encounters a magic-related incident, Nick Fury will find the old bald man, and then Kamar-Taj will handle it. Afternoon. Trident Building. In the training room, Black Widow and Captain America are training. Hawkeye, Phil Coulson, Bionic Bird and others were not here, they were out on a mission. At this time, Natasha Romanoff's watch vibrated. She stopped training, looked down, and showed a strange expression after a few seconds. Steve stopped hammering the sandbag, turned his head and looked at it, and asked, "What's wrong, why do you look like this?" Natasha Romanoff looked up and said in surprise, "Nick Fury asked me to dress up and then go to receive a VIP." Steve was surprised, this idiot asked a level 10 agent to be the receptionist, and he also asked you to put on makeup. Even if the president came, it wouldn't be like this. Did he eat too many watermelon seeds and fried chicken today? In his memory, this black chief always had a cold face. Especially the one eye was very oppressive, as if he was supervising in a cotton field. He really couldn't think of anyone who could make this guy take the initiative to make a flattering move. Steve was really curious, and thought about it and said, "I'll go with you too. After all, I am a national idol, and I have a good reputation. I want to see which farmer is here, Nick Fury is so flattering." He stretched his muscles while saying this. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes. This Captain America is good in every way, he is powerful, never abandons his teammates, and is also a good commander in battle. It is just this personality that is really speechless, his little mouth is always like honey. She still remembers that when this guy was rescued from the Arctic, he woke up and understood what happened, and the first sentence he said was, "I didn't expect that my boss would be a black man 70 years later." Nick Fury was almost mad at that time. Natasha Romanoff shrugged and said, "Okay, as long as you are not afraid that the boss will send you to Africa again, it's fine." She went back to the female dressing room to shower and put on makeup, and this time she was more sophisticated. Half an hour later, Natasha Romanoff and Steve came to the lobby on the first floor. The staff and agents passing by all showed surprised expressions. It was the first time they saw the famous Black Widow wearing a blue dress and red high heels. As for Captain America, this guy is usually very showy, and at the moment he is just a little more showy. But who are these two level 10 agents waiting for here? Many people showed curiosity. At this time, the elevator door in the hall opened. Everyone was surprised when they saw the person coming out. Nick Fury. This S.H.I.E.L.D. director who never goes through the front door and has a private elevator actually came downstairs. "Sir." "Hello, sir." Nodding all the way, Nick Fury strode to Black Widow. He first looked at the makeup, then nodded, "Not bad, although you don't need to perform those seduction tasks, but you still have the skill of makeup." After saying that, he glanced at Captain America, then frowned and said, "Why did you come down with me? You are not needed for the reception." Dressed in a very handsome but very impractical agent outfit, Steve raised his chin slightly and said, "Since it is a aged reception, I think a bodyguard is still needed." "And Black, sir, don't you think it's very respectable for me to be a bodyguard?" When Nick Fury heard this, he sneered as if he heard a good joke, "You protect him." He looked Captain America up and down, then shook his head and said, "You'd better pray that such a scene will not happen, otherwise you, an old popsicle, will definitely not have the opportunity to continue to pick up girls at that time." Natasha Romanoff was a little surprised. She could hear the implication of Nick Fury's words. However, if Captain America is equipped with a full set of equipment, he will have a very high chance of winning even against most mutants, and he is still very strong. And there is also a strange buff of 50 to 50. She thought that her superior might have said this because he disliked the captain. It is impossible that the person coming here is stronger than Magneto and Professor X, right? Steve did not believe it either. Anyway, this black guy usually has nothing good to say, so he just treated it as another fart. Nick Fury smiled and said nothing more, and walked towards the door first. Natasha Romanoff looked at Captain America helplessly, when will this guy stop discriminating against superiors? Then the two followed. In front of the Trident building, the three stood under the Shield Joe statue and waited. Time passed by, and many staff passing by could not help showing shocked expressions, wondering who these three superiors were waiting for. In the blink of an eye, another hour passed. Steve suddenly regretted coming here with him. This time was enough for him to talk to 10 fans about his glorious life experiences in the past. Natasha Romanoff was getting more and more frightened. What kind of big shot could make Nick Fury wait for an hour in the sun without even showing any impatience? She was originally in a relaxed mood, but at the moment she became a little nervous. 10 minutes later, a yellow New York taxi squeaked to a stop in the square. The next second, a man wearing a Hawaiian straw hat, pink-rimmed sunglasses, holding an iced Coke, and wearing SpongeBob yellow shorts and sandals got off the car. Seeing this, Steve couldn't help but say, "Is this a tourist going to Hawaii? Did he go to the wrong place?" Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, he saw a smile that he had never seen before on Nick Fury's black face, slightly bent over, and walked over quickly. Natasha Romanoff opened her mouth and said silently to Captain America, "The one we are waiting for is here." After that, she hurried to follow. Steve was a little confused, but he followed anyway. At this time, the taxi had already started and left in a hurry. Nick Fury had already walked in front of him, stretched out his hands, and said with a smile, "Mr. Russell, I am Nick Fury, the current director of SHIELD. Nice to meet you." Russell nodded, and stretched out his right hand to shake hands. Nick Fury smiled even more and said very kindly, "I heard from Mr. Ancient One that your attainments are higher than his. I didn't expect you to be so young." He definitely has been notified by the Ancient One and has seen the other party's image. But this does not affect his flattery. He has always wanted to build a good relationship with Kamar-Taj, and this is the opportunity. And this is the future Sorcerer Supreme. He knows what this title represents. Speaking of this, Nick Fury loosened his hands very colorfully, and then raised his hand to introduce the black woman. "This is rs.h.i.e.l.d. agent Natasha Romanoff, and she will accompany you to check the information. The authority has been opened. Except for the internal affairs of s.h.i.e.l.d, you can check it at will." Natasha Romanoff also cooperated with a bright smile, and then generously stretched out her hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Russell." She did not look down on him because of his clothes. Instead, she was more shocked after seeing Nick Fury's attitude. This is definitely a big shot. Russell also shook his hand. It was the first time he saw Black Widow dressed like this. She was elegant and beautiful, and her temperament was not like a decisive agent at all. But when he thought of what the Ancient One said before, these Avengers had different origins and personalities, he was not too surprised. Russell let go of his hand and looked at a world. This guy was shiny all over, and he was wearing an obsidian dagger. Wouldn't that thing break if you touched it? Nick Fury continued with a smile, "This is Agent Steve Rogers. He is your accompanying bodyguard this time. He can do whatever you need or run errands. You're welcome. He can go a whole day without food or water." Steve was so angry that he was not a human being. Even the black slaves in the past had to eat and drink water. But after all, he was receiving a distinguished guest, and it was the superior who gave the order, so he had to force a smile and said, "Hello, Mr. Russell. I am the 10th level agent Captain America. If there is any danger, I will stand in front." Russell smiled and said, "Believe me, you should pray that such a thing will not happen." He patted Captain America's shoulder and walked towards the Trident building casually. Some curious s.h.i.e.l.d. staff looked from a distance and found that their head and 24 agents seemed to be rising all the time. 079. Under the shocked eyes of many s.h.i.e.l.d. staff, the four entered the elevator. But not up, but down. Under the Trident building, at least hundreds of meters deep were dug to store various confidential documents, special items, and some people and secrets that are not allowed to see the light. 99th floor. Natasha Romanoff really led Russell with a smile like a receptionist in an ordinary company, and Nick Fury and Captain America followed behind. When they arrived at a computer room of 1,000 square meters, Nick Fury used iris, fingerprint, password, and Joe to open an intelligent program. Then he said very politely, "Mr. Russell, you can get what you want to know by voice command. Natasha Romanoff and Steve will wait for you outside the door. I will go back upstairs to handle official business first." Russell waved his hand casually, and the three of them all withdrew. Then he began to search for mutant information, secret and special events, religion, devil records, etc. This ancient one is too unreliable, and he has to do these things himself. Outside the room, Nick Fury has left. Steve whispered secretly, "It's too embarrassing for the Black Chief, we are SHIELD, even Xavier's school and Brotherhood are under our supervision. Only in name," Natasha Romanoff said lightly. Steve snorted, "No matter how in name it is still supervision. And if you let outsiders check it, aren't you afraid that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s shitty things will be discovered? Sometimes in response to a crisis, S.H.I.E.L.D. will choose the most reasonable and least costly way to sacrifice some people." Natasha Romanoff sighed, and finally couldn't help but said unhappily, "Don't you understand yet, Rogers? This is a big shot that even the director or S.H.I.E.L.D. can't afford to offend, not a puppet like the President of the United States. She is the best at observing words and expressions." Just now in the computer room, she saw the casualness in the other party's eyes after taking off his sunglasses, and also saw a subtle uneasiness in Chi K Fury's eyes. This is 230 meters underground of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. There are various disaster response programs hidden, and strange weapons obtained with countless wealth and manpower. Even Magneto and Professor X have to be skinned before leaving here. But this person is too calm. This is either a fool, or an unimaginable big shot. She thinks Nick Fury can't be so polite to a fool. Steve curled his lips and said, "Really? I don't believe it." "Believe it or not." Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes unhappily. A few hours later, just when Captain America was drowsy, the alloy door of the computer room opened. Natasha Romanoff's eyes showed no signs of fatigue, and she kept a bright smile on her face. "Mr. Russell, the director said you can continue browsing at any time. If you are hungry, you can also order food here or in the restaurant upstairs. Definitely, if there are other requirements, S.H.I.E.L.D. can also meet them all." Russell tilted his head and suddenly smiled, "Is it really possible to do anything?" Looking at the other party's eyes that seemed to be able to see through her, Natasha Romanoff's breathing stagnated. Steve on the side frowned, and was about to put honey on his mouth and play a little operation. But before he opened his mouth, he saw the other party's eyes fall on him, and his face turned pale, and he instinctively covered his buttocks. "It's bad. That black guy will definitely agree. Bad luck, what a virtue you are." Russell was speechless when he thought of the same thing happening to the Human Torch. He had originally wanted to have this guy perform an Avengers Assemble live to see if he would be so embarrassed that his toes would curl. Russell shook his head and looked at Natasha Romanoff and said, "No more jokes. If S.H.I.E.L.D. has any mutant operations recently, remember to take me with you. As for the meal, I won't eat here." Natasha Romanoff glared at Captain America, then smiled and responded, "That's totally fine, but how can I notify you?" Russell said casually, "Just call my name when the time comes. I can hear it." Natasha Romanoff looked puzzled. She thought the other party was taking this opportunity to ask for her number, or to ask her to always be by his side to keep in touch. But she never expected that he would call the other party by name. How could this sound like a fairy tale? More importantly, she suddenly doubted her charm. Steve, who was standing by, saw the surprise and confusion in his teammates' eyes, and immediately sneered in his heart. He had had more than 100 girlfriends since he was thawed, and he could see what his teammate was thinking at a glance. Ha woman! After despising her in his heart, he lowered his head silently, fearing that the person would notice him. As for calling a name, he didn't believe it at all. At this time, Natasha Romanoff's watch suddenly vibrated. She first apologized to Russell, then took off the black earring on her left ear, put it in her ear and said, "Director, do you have anything to do with Mr. Russell? The earring is a communicator." 10 seconds later, Natasha Romanoff looked at Russell with surprise and said, "Sir, the director told me that he has something to tell you, and it's about mutant." Not only was she surprised, but Russell was also a little surprised. He just wanted to participate in the mutant operation, and he appeared? Is it a coincidence? Or has he started to trigger something? Russell thought about it and motioned Black Widow to lead the way. "Take the elevator to the top floor. This timeline does not have a World Security Council." Nick Fury's office is at the top of the main Trident building. After entering the door, there is a simple outer hall. Black Widow naturally stayed here. Even if Captain America did not like the Black Chief, he did not cross the line. Russell entered the inner meeting room alone. Nick Fury had prepared the information long ago, and without any hesitation, he turned on the projection directly. Russell looked up. It was a place that looked like a relic, with a large number of corpses divided and piled in the middle. The blood flowing on the ground strangely formed a circular hexagram magic circle, and there were also a large number of symbols. After playing, Nick Fury took the initiative to say, "This is an underground cemetery in a small town in Texas. The people who died here are all mutants. I don't know what you think about this." If it was just mutant, he definitely wouldn't look for Russell. But this looks like a magic circle and strange symbols drawn by a blood sacrifice, and it looks like a mysterious incident. And the Ancient One magician told him that if there is such a thing in the future, he should look for Russell, and the other party will not refuse. Russell definitely won't refuse. He didn't come to this timeline to eat, drink and have fun, and said simply, "Let's go now." Nick Fury said cautiously, "This incident is related to mutant, SHIELD has to record the communication with Charles. So can you send someone to follow?" Russell didn't care about this, and nodded in agreement. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door and called Black Widow and Captain America, asking the two to follow together. It's a pity that Phil Coulson is not here, otherwise for this kind of investigation, the honest man is the first choice. At this time, Natasha Romanoff took the initiative to say, "I will fly the plane. The Quinjet can reach the destination in 1 hour." Steve's face turned pale immediately. He had a psychological shadow on flying, especially this kind of fast flying. Russell wanted to open a portal to go there, and the picture would make it easy to locate. But looking at Captain America's expression, he suddenly felt that it would be nice to fly occasionally. An hour later, the Quinjet landed in the town of Grovely. When the hatch opened, Steve was the first to rush out, and then this super soldier who had been injected with serum vomited. Russell looked at Black Widow puzzledly. If he is airsick, how does he usually perform his mission? Natasha Romanoff covered her mouth and laughed, and said, "A cruel reality, he vomits every time." Russell had no sympathy at all, and was in a better mood. The location of the tomb is under the church on the edge of the town, and it was hidden before today. When the three arrived at the location, it was already controlled by the local police. However, they had received orders not to enter. After Natasha Romanoff showed her ID, the three entered the catacombs through the broken statue base. This place looks like it was built in the 18th century, and there are skulls on both sides of the passage. After walking 20 or 30 meters deeper, it suddenly became clear and came to a huge cave with a total area of more than 1,000 square meters. There were spotlights left by the police inside, and it was bright. As soon as he entered, Black Widow frowned, and Captain America, who had just vomited, almost vomited again. He had experienced World War II, and the battles with Hydra were not without bloody and tragic battles, so the bloody remains would not have any impact on him. But it was completely different now. The intestines of these people had been taken out of their bodies and hung on the top of the cave like sausages. The heads were cut off separately and piled together. The eyes on them were nowhere to be found, revealing creepy holes. As for the torso, it had also been divided, and all the arms were connected together to form a circle, with layers of meat placed inside the circle until the center was the head. Add to that the weird blood hexagram array around. It was like these people were carefully cut up, plated, and then sacrificed to some existence as food. Russell had no strange expression on his face at the moment. His mind was strong, and the horrific scene in front of him was nothing but meaningless flesh and blood in his eyes, and there was not even a remaining soul. Ugh, shouldn't Phil Coulson be responsible for this? Steve couldn't help it after all, and said with a dry hexagram. Natasha Romanoff was not feeling very comfortable either. It was not just the bloody horror here. She could feel an inexplicable chill. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at the big shot, but was shocked to find that his face was normal, looking at the intestines hanging like noodles. Slightly suppressing the nausea, Natasha Romanoff took out the equipment and began to record and analyze, while saying to Captain America, "Don't you see that there are mutants here? Their information is recorded in SHIELD." She pointed to a man with a scar on his head and said his name and ability. Then, as the data was entered, the cloud had found out the specific origins of all these people. All of them were wild mutants, that is, those who had not joined any organization. Steve covered his nose and said, "Let's hand it over to the X-Men as soon as possible." S.H.I.E.L.D doesn't have the time to take care of them. 0. Natasha Romanoff shook her head, not necessarily. The director has always been in contact with a mysterious organization. This kind of sacrifice incident may also be handed over to those who recognize it. After saying this, she was stunned, and then she couldn't help but look at Russell. She seemed to realize something, and after thinking about it, she asked carefully, Mr. Russell, what do you think of this matter? Is there really someone sacrificing, or is it deliberately disguised after the massacre? Russell glanced at the symbol on the ground and said, it is indeed something from hell, but I didn't smell the stench, so I can't say for sure. Natasha Romanoff's pupils shrank immediately. She was very tolerant of this world, but the word hell suddenly came out of a big shot's mouth, and she was still shocked. Is there really a hell in this world? Just when she was a little distracted, she suddenly heard the other party say, but it doesn't matter, someone will tell us. Captain America's weakness was swept away, and a fierce smell appeared on his body, looking around with great vigilance. Black Widow had already drawn his gun, ready to shoot at any time. However, the two looked around all corners and saw nothing except corpses. A few seconds later, Steve's face turned pale and his momentum weakened again. He complained, where are the enemies? I told you not to pretend to be profound. Natasha Romanoff was relieved. However, the next second, the two saw Russell pointing at the intestines hanging in front of them and said, isn't the person here? What kind of ability is growing intestines? Are you cosplaying as a butcher? As he finished speaking, the intestines hanging on the top of the cave suddenly began to wriggle. FK, the large intestine is alive. Steve shouted while retreating, and at the same time shouted to Black Widow, don't shoot, be careful of shit. What a unique perspective, why didn't I think of it? Luo Yuan agreed and retreated several steps. Black Widow, who wanted to shoot, also changed his face and retreated without hesitation. At the same time, he took out an electromagnetic grenade from his waist and threw it in. There was no explosion. The grenade burst into an arc, and the nearby intestines were sucked over, and then it suddenly exploded into a ball of blue energy. However, when the energy dissipated, no damage was caused. The intestines were intact. Black Widow and Captain America's faces changed. The human intestines should not be so tough. At this time, a loud laugh came from the top of the cave, and all the intestines retracted instantly. A man covered with black symbols fell on the pile of blood and flesh. A hideous cross-shaped cut appeared in his abdomen, revealing the intestines that were densely packed with tiny tentacles that shrank like small tentacles, which looked very disgusting. The man looked at the three people with a regretful expression, what a disappointment, I didn't expect that the X-Men didn't come, but you, a bunch of useless S.H.I.E.L.D agents. Steve had already taken out the shield, and at the moment he retorted, idiot, I'm still an Avenger. The man sneered and said disdainfully, humph, you're still useless, and the name is really ridiculous. Steve's face turned cold, you are a member of Brotherhood, right? How dare you do such a thing? Does Magneto know? The man's face showed even more disdain, Brotherhood? What is that thing that controls me? I am for a greater existence. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot rang out, and the man staggered. But he did not fall down, instead he looked up at the Black Widow who suddenly opened fire and grinned, pistol. Times have changed, you still use such backward weapons. As he said this, a tentacle on his abdomen suddenly enlarged a piece of intestine and pierced through. Natasha Romanoff stood in front of Russell with a frown on her face. Steve reacted faster and rushed forward with the shield raised. Bang! It was not a sound of flesh and blood hitting each other at all, Captain America holding the vibranium shield flew back. Russell evaded nimbly by holding Natasha Romanoff's collar, and the former hit the stone wall at the corner, grimacing in pain. You're welcome. Russell put down the shocked Black Widow and said. At this time, Captain America stood up again, holding a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other. You two go first, I'll stop him. There's no point in staying here. Captain America rushed over again. Russell looked for a long time but couldn't find out how this guy hit a hammer on his body. And you're secretly practicing combos now, does Thor know? At this time, Natasha Romanoff gritted her teeth and said, Mr. Russell, let's leave here first, the police above will support Steve. She didn't dare to gamble, what if this big shot got into trouble? At this time, with a bang, Captain America was smashed back again. But before he stopped, he was caught by the intestines wrapped around his feet again, and then it was a Hulk-style repeated beating, even the shield flew away. It looked very miserable. Just when Captain America felt that he was about to die, he suddenly heard a sigh from a distance. "Captain, you are such an incompetent bodyguard. I will definitely file a complaint against you when we return to SHIELD 080. Then you may not have this chance." Steve felt that his internal organs had been displaced, and his body, strengthened by super serum, could not withstand such a strong blow. This monster is too powerful. He can't fight back at all, no. You, why, don't leave, Bang 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 bang. Run, don't let me, die in vain, here, Bang 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 bang. At this moment, Captain America's voice was full of tragic and heroic spirit. But with the rhythmic bang 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 and it was full of humor. However, the next second, he heard the other party not far away ask in a strange tone, "Why are you running? Just a small trash fish, if it wasn't for you to protect me, it would be over now." "What the hell? Trash fish? Are you talking about me?" Before Captain America could react, he suddenly felt himself lying peacefully on the ground, no longer being thrown around. He shook his head and looked closely. "I found that the mutant in front of me was hung in the air by an invisible force, and all the intestines were pulled out and scattered around 577. The first one." A faint voice sounded, and a flame appeared on an intestine out of thin air. It burned slowly and steadily. Mutant let out a sharp scream that was very different from before. After more than 10 seconds, the flame disappeared, and the intestine that was obviously very tough before burned into a pile of ashes. "The second one." The calm voice sounded again. The flame burned on an intestine out of thin air again, and Mutant let out a painful scream again. This time, Captain America finally reacted. He stood up with difficulty and looked back. He saw Black Widow, who was stunned and stood there. He also saw Big Shot, who stood there leisurely with his hands behind his back like a spectator. What happened? At this time, the third calm voice sounded again. "The third one." Captain America clearly saw the other party speak this time. He turned around suddenly and saw that Mutant's intestines were burning again, and he screamed in pain. Steve opened his mouth wide and turned around to shout in shock, You did it." Russell glanced at him, "Or did you do it? Okay, if you don't leave, the intestines will fall into your mouth." Captain America's face changed immediately. He was afraid that there was really shit inside. He staggered to pick up the shield, returned to Black Widow, and whispered, "What's going on?" He glanced at Mutant, who was hung in the air by the invisible force and couldn't move at all. The scream made his scalp numb. It's not like he hasn't been burned by fire before, so he shouldn't be in such severe pain. Natasha Romanoff turned pale and whispered back, "I don't know. I wanted to pull him away, but he just looked at me, and I don't know why he stood there." She swallowed her saliva and said with lingering fear, then the mutant suddenly solidified, as if it was sealed in amber. I can clearly see the expression in his eyes, first puzzled and surprised, then panic, and finally turned into fear. He tried hard, but it was useless. Then he was like a gummy, all his intestines were pulled out. Captain America also swallowed his saliva, and the shock in his eyes was more than Black Widow. As the one who was beaten, he knew how powerful the mutant was. The edge of the vibranium shield of that kind of intestine could not be cut. The power carried on it completely crushed himself. And there were many, flexible and fast. If the other party didn't want to abuse himself, I'm afraid he could have strangled his neck directly. But now, this terrifying mutant couldn't even move in front of Russell. What's more terrifying is that this Big Shot didn't even move his hands from beginning to end. He didn't even understand how he did it. And the flames that appeared out of nowhere seemed to burn in the soul of the mutant, and the shrill screams gave him goosebumps all over his body. At this moment, he finally understood what Nick Fury said. If this Big Shot needs to be protected by himself, the enemy he faces may kill him in an instant. Super soldiers are no different from ordinary soldiers, they are all dead in an instant. The ninth one. It was still a casual voice. But Mutant, who was frozen in midair, couldn't shout. Because his vocal cords were broken when the fifth intestine burned. At the moment his face was distorted, full of sweat, his pupils trembled wildly, and he couldn't even move. Well, it should be easier to communicate this time. Russell nodded in satisfaction. With the thought, mutant was brought to him. Captain America and Black Widow were startled, and then saw a white energy enter the other's mouth, and the latter immediately began to scream again. At this time, some unhappy voices sounded. If you scream again, I will continue to burn. Mutant immediately shut up, but beads of sweat continued to fall from his face. Seeing this, Captain America and Black Widow also shut up silently. Russell turned his head and said helplessly, "It's okay, you two can talk." The two stood up immediately, forced a smile on their faces, nodded vigorously, but did not speak. "It's up to you." Russell shook his head and began to ask, "Where does the power in you come from?" He had just tried to read minds and invade minds. But both failed. There is an unknown power protecting this person's brain. Hearing this, the originally frightened mutant's eyes suddenly showed fanaticism, and he opened his mouth and shouted, "It was given to me by the great @yen ***. Russell turned his head to look at Black Widow and the other two and said, "Did you hear what he said?" Natasha Romanoff and Steve shook their heads in confusion. The two didn't understand why they couldn't hear this mutant say his name. Russell raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Interesting, you are not under the magic charm." Natasha Romanoff still couldn't help asking, "Mr. Russell, what is a magic charm?" "A kind of magic." Russell shook his head slightly, "A kind of witchcraft, different from magic." Group There are many types of magic charms, and the one in front of you can automatically cover up the name to prevent leaks. Although Steve didn't understand why magic and witchcraft were different, he was shocked. Russell thought for a while and asked again, "Who are your companions?" The man's face showed a tangled look, and the pain in his soul conflicted with his faith at this moment. He finally looked at Russell fearfully, and said, "Hey!" The dark flame suddenly burst out from the facial features of the person in front of him. Captain America and Black Widow's faces changed wildly. At this moment, they clearly smelled the smell of death. Knowing that as long as they were touched by the flame, their whole body would be ignited. The two wanted to retreat. But the speed of the flame was too fast, and it was getting closer and closer in the reflection of their eyes. Just then, a milky white light burst out. The black flame melted as fast as spring snow encountering the scorching sun, and in a blink of an eye, it crushed and submerged the front. A few seconds later, the vision was restored again. Black Widow and Captain America were shocked to find that the fire-breathing mutant had disappeared, without even a trace of dust left. The two were not stupid, and knew that it was the milky white light that saved them just now. And that power undoubtedly came from the person in front of them. Russell ignored the grateful eyes of the two, and the system sounded in his ears. The Plunder entry is completed. X ability limbs, green. This ability can be spliced with other flesh and blood at will without causing rejection reaction. Note, the energy returned by other parts obtained by this ability is not controlled by the main body. Russell frowned slightly. There is no doubt that the intestines just now were taken out from those corpses by the opponent and spliced on his body. But judging from the strength just now, it is definitely much higher than this ability. And the last black flame, the entry did not have plunder feedback. So there is only one possibility. The power of the existence behind. This is just a one-time bait. If 4.5 is X-Men coming, even if they succeed in defeating in such a small place, they will eventually be submerged by the erupting black flames. Is it Mephisto? Flesh and blood sacrifice, black flames, they are a bit like the opponent's style. Ancient One also reminded himself that this timeline has the attention of this devil. Russell twitched his nose slightly, and a faint white light flashed in his pupils. After thinking for a while, he looked at Black Widow and said, "Go back and ask Nick Fury to make one for me. You dare to come and see." Boom! A terrible breath descended in an instant. Black Widow and Captain America were horrified to see Big Shot, who was halfway through his words, suddenly looked up, and a terrifying purple lightning burst out from each other's eyes. The shocking thunder seemed to sound in the heart. The thunder was growing wildly, instantly piercing through the ground more than 10 meters thick and the church above, hitting the black shadow in the night sky. After more than 10 seconds, the dust fell. Captain America and the other man collapsed on the ground, looking up with a dull look on their faces. I saw that the ground above their heads had been completely torn apart, and the burnt brown soil was emitting green smoke. The original church had been completely destroyed. At this moment, the starry sky above my head could be clearly seen. 081. The windows of the surrounding police cars were all shattered, and the alarms were blaring wildly. More than a dozen policemen were thrown to the ground, and were crushed by the broken wooden debris. At the moment, they were completely frightened. That thunder seemed to shatter their souls. In the underground pit that had completely become open, Captain America and Black Widow finally woke up from the thunder. They turned their heads to look at the figure at the same time, and their chests rose and fell violently. At this moment, the emotions in his eyes changed again, becoming even more shocking. The heart was surging, feeling an unprecedented shock. The whole body was numb. It was so scary. They had seen Storm's lightning in X-Men, and Thor's thunder. But the two were completely incomparable to what had just happened. The thunder just now, with unimaginable power, reflected in the eyes as if it would hit the heart. At that moment, the ability to think had been completely lost. Only the soul was trembling, in instinctive fear. The two had already understood the power of this big shot through the previous mutant. But they never expected that it was not one-sided. The other party could be even more powerful. Even looking at the man who was still standing there motionless, the two had a strong feeling. That was not all the other party's power. At this moment, Black Widow suddenly felt that Nick Fury's attitude was not low enough, let alone confidential information, even more outrageous requests were no problem. Even including himself. The expression on Captain America's face gradually changed from shock to a wry smile. He felt more and more that he was like a joker before, but fortunately he didn't offend the other party. 09 Russell didn't care what the two people were thinking, and the voice of the system was heard in his ears. The plundering entry is completed. Mind Magic Raven Duplication, Purple Gold. You can create a puppet mind and inject it into any life form, and the latter will change into a magic raven with the ability to travel through space. It does not have any combat power, but can share vision, hearing, and speak. Note, the current magic raven cannot travel through dimensions, but can only travel through space, with a certain distance limit, and at most two can exist at the same time. This magic can continue to upgrade and carry power. Russell was a little surprised. He knew that thing was not the original body, but he didn't expect it to explode. It seems that the strange power in the body of the previous mutant may not be consumed completely, but recycled. Moreover, this entry is far more powerful than it appears. Traveling through space, monitoring, sharing 5 senses. It looks like a high-end version of Odin's crow, and there is no need to worry about death, and it can be created infinitely. But this is not the point. Russell is interested in the first sentence. Create a puppet mind and inject it into any living being, and the latter will become a magic raven. This is not just auxiliary magic. It is also a spell similar to the curse forced shape-shifting. It can be used as an attack method. I just don't know how strong it is and whether it can be reversed. I have to go back and experiment later. Russell sighed in his heart. Although the mastermind was not found this time, it was not a good harvest. And asking the Ancient One who knows the magic raven after going back is also a clue. Snap. Russell snapped his fingers at the two people who were stunned again, and then said, "You guys handle the scene, I won't stay here." Natasha Romanoff hurriedly said, "Then I'll take you there, the Quinjet has a long range and can go anywhere in the world." Russell shook his head, "No need to be so troublesome. Remember to go back and tell Nick Fury to find me an identity within 3 days. I'm going to Xavier School for Gifted People. As for the name, use SHIELD. You can say that you will send permanent personnel to assist the Academy." He began to want to pretend to be a wild mutant to join the Academy. After all, he has a lot of X abilities, which is too easy. But there are loopholes in doing so. Professor X is a good person, but not an idiot. X-Men and Brotherhood are on the verge of a war, and he guesses that every mutant who joins the Academy will be secretly invaded and tested. So it's better to be straightforward and enter the Academy as an official. If Professor X wants to invade his mind again at that time, he doesn't need to hide his power, so it won't arouse suspicion. Natasha Romanoff nodded very straightforwardly and agreed on behalf of Nick Fury without any hesitation. Although this request sounds like an invasion of Xavier's school's privacy, it seems very difficult. But it is not that exaggerated. As long as the White House puts a little pressure and compromises some mutant interests, Professor X will definitely agree. Russell was quite satisfied with S.H.I.E.L.D's attitude, and then said, "Don't tell Xavier's school about the battle here, but all the information about the dead mutants must be given to them." After the explanation, the golden door opened out of thin air. Now he can open it without casting gestures, but he can't get rid of the sling ring for the time being. Nodding to the two, Russell turned and left and disappeared in the portal. And this obvious spell once again caused a certain impact on the cognition of the two. A few seconds later, Steve suddenly stood up excitedly. I want to learn, I must learn. After I learn, I won't have to take a plane. Natasha Romanoff sneered and hit him bluntly. It took you 3 months to learn how to use a mobile phone, don't humiliate yourself. And why would this big shot teach you? Steve's smile froze on his face. Shield Nick Fury listened to the two people's reports, and his heart became more and more frightened. He knew that the Sorcerer Supreme who had been designated by the Ancient One would be very strong, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so strong. And this hasn't shown the spell yet. As for the request, there is no problem at all. He hoped that S.H.I.E.L.D. would hold this thigh, even if it was a prosthetic limb. After thinking about it, he called the White House without hesitation. This president has been too comfortable in the past 2 years, and he has to put some pressure on him. 3 days later. Xavier Academy for Gifted Youth. Professor X, Cyclops, Jean, and Storm were waiting at the entrance of the academy. Cyclops said with some depression, S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to monitor the academy now. These people are getting more and more excessive. Storm looked at the end of the road where no vehicles had appeared yet, and shook his head. This may not be a bad thing. With S.H.I.E.L.D., if Stryker wants to harm the academy again, he will have to think about the cost. He dared to attack Mutant, but he is a joker in front of S.H.I.E.L.D., especially Captain America's level 10 agents who are Avengers. Cyclops still couldn't accept this exchange. In his opinion, the privacy of the academy is above all else. I will keep an eye on him. Jean said at this time, it's okay for you to keep an eye on him, but remember not to hurt him, otherwise it will bring trouble to the academy again. Cyclops smiled, I'm not that stupid. Another one agent, don't think too highly of him. I'll just scare him, let him know that he is just a sheep in a group of wolves. Caw Crow called twice on the big tree next to the gate, as if it was laughing at him. Cyclops pretended to turn on the switch of the ruby glasses and deliberately scared it. But the crow stood on the branch without moving, as if it didn't understand, and instead called twice again. Cyclops scratched his head and said, damn, why do I feel like it is really laughing at me? At this time, Professor X said helplessly, X-Men are not wolves, Scott. We just want to protect Mutants' Guardian Sword. Okay, 8:20, the guests are coming. Several people looked to the north at the same time, and a black business car turned at the end of the road. A dozen seconds later, the car stopped at the entrance of the college. A young man in a black suit and sunglasses got out of the car. Storm's eyes lit up. Apart from anything else, this agent sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. looks really good. Jin pushed Professor X over at this time, and Charles smiled and took the initiative to say, hello, Mr. Russell. I won't stand up to welcome you. Russell took off his sunglasses, showing a pair of bright eyes and smiled, I didn't expect Charles to be so humorous. I didn't think you were an old-fashioned academic before. It seems that my mission this time will be much easier. Then he shook hands with several people in turn. When Jean was shaking hands, she looked into Russell's eyes and suddenly said, I haven't seen such bright eyes for a long time. I guess the deep spiritual world is the same. Russell showed surprise and said, really? Ms. Jean Grey is used to seeing other people's hearts. Definitely not. Professor X said gently, Jin is just more sensitive. Mr. Russell, don't think too much. No one will invade your thoughts here. Russell patted his chest, that's good. I was scared just now. Cyclops sneered at this time, you should still be afraid. There are students in the academy who will turn into werewolves in the middle of the night. Russell grinned, it's okay, at worst I will go to Ms. Jean Grey in the middle of the night to talk about the philosophy of Xavier's school or something. I believe that as the vice principal, she will protect me if something unexpected happens. Don't you think so, Mr. Scott? Cyclops' threatening words got stuck in his throat, and he suddenly regretted what he had just said. 082. The entire school, or the entire Zelvi Manor, is much larger than Russell imagined. In addition to the main castle used as a classroom, there are several supporting dormitories, warehouses, and a dozen acres of file size with an artificial lake. It can only be said that Charles's father left him a lot of money. In the principal's office, only Russell, Professor X, and Mystique were left in the room. Russell was not surprised, because he saw this information in the SHIELD file. Mystique Raven left Brotherhood and returned to X-Men 3 years ago, and now assists Charles in managing the school. This is Miss Raven. Russell spoke first. Mystique did not use the original skin, but changed to a good-looking OL skin, hip skirt, black stockings, and a pair of glasses. Professor X looked at Mystique in surprise, not understanding why the other party changed her outfit today. Don't you want a human to see your true form? Mystique looked calm, nodded, and said, just call me Darkholm, I'm arranging your position according to the agreement. Except for a few X-Men elders, other mutants don't know his identity. The appearance of an ordinary human in the main academy is difficult for some students with fragile nerves to accept. This is one of the requests that Professor X agreed to. Russell asked curiously, are you a history teacher? I'm good at history. I also know a little about yoga class. I'm also good at politics, just scold the president. And the psychotherapist in the school hospital is also okay, I'm very good at healing students with emotional injuries. If none of them work, then I'll show my cards, I'm actually a doctor of both physics and mathematics, I can teach them elementary school mathematics. Professor X's mouth twitched. This envoy sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. seems to be a little different from what he thought. Are the people sent by this group too casual? Mystique took a deep breath and said, Wolverine is teaching history. That's too narrow-minded. Oh, I forgot, you Americans have a 200-year history. Mystique slammed the documents in his hand on the table, bent over and approached Russell across the table, only a palm's distance from each other, and shouted, Don't interrupt me again, Mr. Russell. Russell blinked and looked down slightly. What a big thunder. Since the other party was so sincere, he said that he would teach junior high school. Mystique's chest rose and fell violently twice, and she stood up suddenly, put away the documents and said, It's decided, you will be a cleaning staff. If S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't agree, then change someone else. After that, she opened the door angrily and walked out. Bang! I'm telling the truth. Russell shrugged helplessly and looked at Professor X and said, By the way, has her temper always been so bad, or is she on her period? I think Raven is very tolerant, fortunately it's not Logan who came. Professor X smiled and said, Mr. Russell, don't take it too seriously, how can we trouble you to really teach these children? We arranged a free teaching for you, and you can just talk about anything at that time, or play some inspirational movies, or listen to music. Russell said with regret, You are wasting your talent. In fact, I am a double doctor of mathematics and physics. No one in the world knows better than me. Definitely, I believe it. Professor X had a look on his face that said I really believe it, and then he said quickly, the classroom and dormitory are in this building. Raven is still outside the door. She will take you there. Russell did not move his butt and asked a very critical question, Professor, how much is my salary? At this moment, even Professor X, who has a very good temper, was stunned. Aren't you SHIELD here to monitor us? And we have to pay you? The old man took a deep breath, and in order to live a few more days, he chose to compromise, just the same treatment as Logan. Mr. Russell, I'm a little tired, so I won't accompany you for now. After that, he turned the wheelchair and shone Russell with the back of his head. It's really as dazzling as Goo. Russell sighed inwardly and left the office. Mystique, who was leaning against the wall, saw him coming out and led the way without saying a word. What she didn't see was that Russell's expression was no longer as frivolous as before, but he looked at her deeply. After reaching the 4th floor, Mystique said, There are more than a dozen teachers in Xavier's school, all of them are mutants. So your mutant ability is no need to eat. Russell was silent. He suspected that the other party was taking revenge on him, but he had no evidence. But he still tried, actually, I can imitate a body strengthener. I'm really strong. Black Widow and Captain America are not my opponents. They looked at me with admiration yesterday. Humph, I can kill you with just one arm. Mystique sneered inwardly and turned back, this is for your safety. Xavier's school is not a flower in the cultivation room. Usually, it is a training battle. All teachers are X-Men and will accompany students in training. After saying that, he did not give Russell a chance to continue speaking and opened a dark red walnut door. This is your dormitory in the future. And don't walk around in the middle of the night. Sometimes Cass will turn into a werewolf. Although we have people monitoring him, we are afraid of the worst. Russell glanced at the room. The living room was about 20 square meters, and inside was the bedroom, equipped with a single bed, bedside table, bookshelf, and bathroom on the left. It looked much better than the student dormitory in the movie. Russell was quite satisfied, and then saw Mystique pointed to the door opposite and said, "My room is here. According to the contract, you can't wander around in the middle of the night. I will watch you across the street." Russell immediately tightened his clothes. "I am a conservative person with a high moral bottom line. Don't peek at me taking a shower." "Really?" Mystique slightly straightened his chest. The scenery was magnificent. "Definitely, sometimes people need to be more flexible and not too rigid." Russell admired and changed his words. "Humph, man." Mystique shook his head and walked downstairs. A voice came from below, "I'll take you to recognize your classroom and other places. As for the negative first floor, you can't go in there either." After visiting the entire college, it was already evening. Russell returned to the room, and not long after, Mystique pushed the door open, holding a hamburger and a bottle of water. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. "There is no way, the college has already told the students your information. You have to maintain your image, so you can only eat these fast foods from now on." As she said that, she suddenly approached Russell, bent down with a burst of fragrance, and whispered in Russell's ear, "Definitely, you can also choose to leave school at night, isn't it the same to supervise the college during the day? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Russell tilted his head slightly and looked into each other's eyes less than 5 centimeters away. The atmosphere seemed to become a little subtle at this moment. Mystique sneered inwardly, and then saw the other party suddenly said, "Humph. I knew you Xavier's school was hypocritical. I'll go ask Charles what he means. If you don't agree, S.H.I.E.L.D. will change the way." He was about to get up. Mystique's face suddenly changed, and she fell into Russell's arms as if she couldn't stand firmly, pressing him back. She didn't get up, but said a little aggrievedly, "Don't, Mr. Russell. I really don't mean that, but I've been back for 3 years, and it's too boring to stay in the academy all the time. I thought if you go out at night, I'll go out with you to play, and Charles won't blame me." Russell raised his eyebrows. "Is that really the case?" Mystique nodded heavily, and was very sincere. Russell showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and quickly helped the other party up and said, "I misunderstood you. But S.H.I.E.L.D. is stricter. If I leave the academy, I'm afraid I will be replaced directly." Mystique showed a look of pity, sighed and said, "Then, Li Ma Zhao, forget it. In fact, staying in the academy is also good, it can be more relaxed." She said goodbye to Russell, and seemed to have completely forgotten the previous unpleasantness. Returned to the room. Mystique took out a bag from the water tank in the bathroom, and inside was an old-fashioned mobile phone. Soon a text message was sent out. "The plan failed, this S.H.I.E.L.D. agent will not leave the academy halfway. I said this plan was stupid at the beginning." A few seconds later, a text message came back. "Don't worry, even if it didn't work, you at least got close to him, didn't you? Okay, let's prepare to release the wolf next." Received. Mystique put the phone back, took off her clothes and started to wash. In the opposite room that she couldn't see, Russell was lying on the bed, but the scene where Mystique put the phone back was reflected in his eyes. A dozen seconds later, the picture in Russell's eyes disappeared, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the previous sacrifice, the mutant said that the purpose was the X-Men. This is also the reason why he came here. But I didn't expect to catch a big fish as soon as he arrived. This mutant academy is the right place for me. 083. The next day. At 10 a.m., there were knocks on the door. After waiting for a few seconds, a somewhat anxious female voice came from outside the door, "Mr. Russell, are you awake? Your class will start in a few minutes." As the voice sounded, a golden portal lit up in the empty room, and Camartage was opposite. Russell walked out, tossing a crystal ball up and down in his hand. A simple-minded head stretched out from behind, and said with a tangled face, "Ms. Lilia didn't want to borrow this, and she lent it to me after I promised to return it intact in 3 days. Please don't break it." Russell waved his hand, "Don't worry, it won't break. Go back quickly, be careful not to get your head clamped off, Wong." The latter's neck shrank and he retreated. Wong wanted to say something more, but the portal was closed. Russell tidied his clothes and opened the door. Storm looked inside with curiosity. I seem to hear voices, is there anyone in there? Russell pushed the head that stuck out and closed the door. No one, you heard it wrong. And no one told you that it might be embarrassing to peek into a man's room. Storm raised his eyebrows and showed an interested look. Is there a paper ball in it? Then I must come and see next time. She definitely had no interest. This was just the college's caution towards this S.H.I.E.L.D envoy. As for sneaking in, if there is any technological means, it will be more trouble than gain. Russell smiled, you may be disappointed. And if you want to continue chatting, that's fine. I can ask for leave. Storm then remembered what she was doing and hurriedly pulled him downstairs. She was afraid that he would not be able to find the place. In the science classroom on the first floor, teenagers aged 10 to 16 were in the same class. Although the bell had not yet rung, most of the students were sitting in their seats. At the moment a black-haired girl blowing bubble gum burst a bubble and said to the girl with white and red hair on the other side of the aisle, Anna, do you really think that someone's ex-ability does not need to eat? Isn't this too casual? Anna Marie, also known as the Little Rascal, turned the pen in her hand and said indifferently, why do you care so much, Lee? What kind of free class is this? It will be very easy at first glance. Jubilation Lee was a little disappointed. She liked to travel in the ocean of knowledge, so that she would have less mental pressure. At this time, a sneering voice sounded behind her. The fireman said with disdain, if you ask me, the college must have pitied this guy, so it's better to take him to work as a cleaner. Professor X is good in everything, but he is too kind. He pushes all kinds of people into the college. Iceman, who is about the same age as him, showed a disgusted look. Yes, why does Professor X want everyone? This guy who can only control fire should be kicked out of the school. At this time, the class bell rang. A man in a brown casual jacket walked in, and the whispering in the classroom disappeared immediately, and everyone looked over curiously. The next second, Ji Kyunu, who likes to study, suddenly lit up. She suddenly felt that the ocean of knowledge was not so important, and it was also important to rest her eyes occasionally and combine work and rest. Little Naughty also showed a surprised look, turned his head and whispered to his friend, so handsome, so young, the principal finally got it. Can we be energetic with a teacher like this? Iceman's face was not good. He originally hated this teacher who didn't need to eat, and now he is so handsome, the girls in the class are about to pop their eyes out. Russell looked around and saw a dozen familiar faces. For example, Little Naughty with bright hair, Yuexing, Sunspot, Swanyan, Iceman, and Fireman. I don't remember much about the others. But it doesn't matter, as long as Magneto doesn't become a student, that guy is on his list of reserve entries. Then he put the crystal ball on the table and said, I guess you all knew who I am yesterday, so let's skip the boring things like introducing yourself. Storm couldn't help but cover her face outside the door. What do you mean by knowing who you are? She has seen more than a dozen students looking confused. But she couldn't rush in to introduce him at this time. Russell continued to talk. Before I came, the professor told me to just play some movies and listen to some songs. I feel so sad. Is he worthy of the salary the school gives him? What, classmate, are you saying that he opened the school? Oh, Ajk, that's fine. But I can't live up to the salary the school offers me, which is a full $10,000. Even if I can't teach you anything, I have to let you learn more. Outside the door, Storm was stunned again. He remembered that the principal said last night that the salary was the same as Logan's, which was $5,000. When did it become $10,000? And he was only making $6,000. While she was dazed, the students in the classroom became a little excited. Most of them didn't care whether the teacher was good or not, as long as it was interesting. Russell stretched out his hand to suppress the noise in the classroom, then picked up the crystal ball and said, let's have a divination class today. I tell you, I borrowed this crystal ball from a 400-year-old witch, hand minister. So, as long as I inject a little magic power, it can show the future picture. The little rascal raised his hand at this time, and after getting the signal, he said in surprise, Teacher, are you a necromancer? Humph, foolish. The fireman crossed his arms and said with disdain, how can there be necromancers in the world? They are all scams. Anna, you are so naive. This guy is so annoying when he is so young. Russell's eyes suddenly fell on him, and the blue energy in the depths of his pupils flashed. The fireman who wanted to say something suddenly sneezed involuntarily, and his body couldn't stop shaking. He turned back suddenly and said, "Robert, what are you doing?" Iceman was trembling with anger, spread his hands and said speechlessly, "I didn't do anything, why are you crazy?" He is more concerned about the other party now. The fireman was still shaking, his teeth chattering, then. "Why am I so cold?" He sneezed again, and snot flowed from his nose, looking like he had a cold. The people around him could not help but hide in the opposite direction and cover their mouths and noses with their hands. Storm outside the door frowned, not quite understanding why this cold came so quickly. But she didn't feel any power, and only the fireman was sick, and everyone else was fine, so she didn't think much about it. "Go into the house and take the fireman who kept sneezing away." Russell said faintly at this time, "Everyone should not learn from this student who speaks without restraint, maybe he may be cursed by witchcraft. If you look carefully, you can see that there is a black shadow in his eyes just now." The students below were shocked, and some of the younger ones even had fear in their eyes. Russell paused for a few seconds with a serious face, and suddenly laughed, "I lied to you. I think he might be punished by the gods." The students immediately showed an expression that "I will never be fooled by you again." The little rascal still covered his chest and made a sad gesture of being deceived. The atmosphere in the classroom became cheerful again. Russell showed a look of nostalgia, and then snapped his fingers, and the noisy sound disappeared again. "Well, time is running out, let's skip the prelude. Who wants to predict their future?" Many students below raised their hands, looking a little excited. Russell looked at them and said, "Then it's you, Robert." Iceman was speechless, and he obviously didn't raise his hand. But he still didn't refute the teacher and walked up to the podium. "Just put your hand up." Russell pointed at the crystal ball. Iceman shook his head and stretched out his hand helplessly. In fact, he, like the fireman, did not believe in divination. He just thought that this teacher had no ability and was playing these boring games. However, when he put his palm on it, a raging flame burned in the transparent crystal ball. Iceman felt as if his hand was touching a hot iron plate, and his hand was suddenly retracted. He looked down at his palm, and the skin on it was intact and not burned. There were bursts of exclamations from below. Obviously, he was also shocked by the strange picture in the crystal ball. Russell raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the crystal ball would actually make a prediction. And that kind of flame. He took a deep look at Iceman, and suddenly raised his hand and patted the other's shoulder. Then he smiled comfortingly, "Don't be afraid, this means you will be famous in the future. My suggestion is to change your career and make movies, which will definitely be a big hit." Iceman was a little shocked at first, but he felt nothing after hearing this. He felt that there must be a switch in the base of the crystal ball to create a projection. As for the heat he just felt, it must be an illusion. He remembered that Teacher Scott said that the eyes can deceive the brain. It must be an illusion just now. Otherwise, when the teacher patted him, he would also feel a little hot on his shoulder. He went down quickly and let other students come up. At this time, Russell pointed at the little rascal. He felt that if he didn't call this girl, she would have to stand on the table. It would be bad if Professor X saw this thing and deducted his salary. That was the salary he worked hard to raise. The little rascal walked to the front of the stage with an excited look on his face, took off his gloves without Russell saying anything, and put his hands on it. Suddenly a white halo lit up inside. Russell was surprised again. What's going on? Why is it his own divine power that is displayed here? Is the future of this girl related to him? The little rascal was quite disappointed. It was clear that before Iceman's vision was very cool. Then all the students in the class touched it. But they were all water, wind, fire, and other scenes. These were all illusions created by Russell. The only ones who really triggered the crystal ball's prediction were Iceman and the little rascal. Russell originally took the crystal ball from the fortune-telling witch to try his luck, but he didn't expect it to really appear. Soon the bell for lunch break rang. Some little boys rushed out howling, looking like starving ghosts reincarnated. When most of the people had left, Xiaodoki and Jubilation Lee approached Russell. The former asked curiously, "Teacher, can this thing really tell fortunes?" Russell lowered his head and whispered, "It's fake, there is a hidden switch on the base." As he said that, he pressed it casually, and suddenly a scene of fire appeared inside. Xiaodoki immediately showed an expression that "I knew it," and then casually said, "Teacher, you can't even fake X ability. Russell was immediately shocked and looked around quickly. After finding that there was no one else, he breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "Just you two know it, don't come out. I'll tell you secretly, I'm pretending not to need to eat, but my real identity is a blade warrior, specializing in hunting vampires and werewolves." Seeing the two people's unbelieving expressions, he said again, "If you don't believe it, come to my room tonight and I'll let you see my weapons." Midnight. Xiaodoqi and the others didn't come, but the door still rang. Russell looked outside and was a little surprised. It was only the second day and they couldn't help it. Are those people so anxious? But he laughed immediately. It's better to be anxious. The more anxious they are, the less time those mice hiding in the dark will have. Russell opened the door in his pajamas. When he saw the person outside, he showed a proper look of surprise on his face and said, "Ms. Darkholm, is there anything wrong so late?" He noticed that the other party's scenery was more spectacular, and the white stockings were also very conspicuous. Mystique smiled charmingly, "You're so polite, just call me Raven. By the way, I heard that Mr. Russell's class today is very interesting, it's a divination class. In fact, you don't know, I have been curious about that mysterious world since I was a child, but I have never had the opportunity to understand it, so can you tell me about it?" She said with her eyes rolling, revealing a look of expectation. Russell swallowed, then stepped aside and said, "Definitely no problem, do you want to come in and talk?" Mystique sneered inwardly. She knew that this guy was definitely tempting the last time she fell on him. But today is not a gift. She made a difficult expression and said, "Although it's okay to say it in the room, it's a full moon outside today, and I think it will be more mysterious to go to the woods outside. What do you think? Today's opportunity is too good." She was thinking about what excuse to use to lure the other party out before, but she didn't expect to give herself a chance today. This must be God's guidance. Russell didn't agree directly, but suddenly leaned close to Mystique's ear and whispered, "Is there a surprise?" Mystique felt an inexplicable numbness and quickly stepped aside. But she reacted immediately and said shyly, "Definitely there is a surprise, just don't be afraid when the time comes." Russell's smile deepened immediately, "How could that be? I'm already looking forward to it." 084. There are no cameras in the castle. The mutant students who were taken in are more sensitive to such things, and Professor X also said that they don't need such things. However, there are still teachers on night duty, but they are only in the student dormitory. At the moment it was almost midnight. Mystique smelled of perfume and walked side by side with Russell. The woods were beside the artificial lake. Under the moonlight, they looked like a huge amount of shadow beasts lurking, and there was really a mysterious atmosphere. They came to a huge amount of ancient tree and sat on the soft lawn. Russell naturally hugged the soft waist beside him and even pinched it. Raven's body stiffened, but she relaxed immediately, and turned her head to glance at her with a charming and angry look. But she couldn't help cursing this S.H.I.E.L.D envoy in her heart for being so impatient. If she didn't want to seduce the other party here, she, Mystique, would not need to do such a thing. Even in Brotherhood, Magneto would not let her do such a thing. But for a greater goal, she can only sacrifice temporarily. And she won't bother with a dead man. Russell was a little surprised. He thought Mystique would find some excuses, but she didn't expect that she could tolerate it. It seems that she really wants to let herself die here and cause a conflict between Shenyang and X-Men. But since she can accept it. He raised an arc at the corner of his mouth and leaned the other party against him again, and he could already feel the temperature. Mystique forced a smile, but her teeth were clenched tightly. "Don't be angry, don't be angry. In a little while, the other party will die miserably." In order to prevent the other party from continuing to push, she quickly pretended to be curious and asked Russell to talk about the mysterious divination. Russell definitely said yes, but he not only said it, but also assisted meticulously with his hands. Seeing Mystique wanting to explode but having to endure it, he suddenly felt better. He hoped that the werewolf would have the best fun. Student dormitory. This is also a replica of a castle, but it has only 3 floors. The first floor is the cafeteria and various office work, the second floor is for boys, and the third floor is for girls. At the moment in a double dormitory, Jubilation Lee was awakened by Little Naughty, and said sleepily, "Anna, why don't you sleep? You don't really believe that Mr. Russell is a blade warrior and want to see his big guy?" Little Naughty said unhappily, "I definitely know he is joking, I mean that. Then she pointed out the window. Jubilation Lee hummed twice, sat up, and looked outside. Under the moonlight, a bare-chested, shoeless figure walked out in a weird zombie-like posture. She suddenly became alert. Who is this student? How did he leave the dormitory? There was a teacher on duty on the first floor, and students could not go out at night. Little Naughty raised her eyebrows and pointed outside. The name may be wrong, but the nickname is definitely correct. Little Naughty is a nickname, and Rakshasa is a code name. Jubilation Lee was a little entangled and said, if the teacher finds out, I will definitely write a self-criticism. Little Naughty pulled the quilt away directly and said anxiously, it's okay, he can go out, and we can go out to the hospital. Jubilation Lee pouted and put on her clothes reluctantly, I think you want to go to see the handsome teacher. Your eyes are straight during the day. Be careful that the teacher's big baby will make you have a little baby. Snap. Little Naughty put on gloves and slapped her good sister Delay, saying angrily, what are you talking about? I can't touch others, and I can't have a boyfriend in this life. After that, her expression was a little gloomy. After all, she was only 16 years old, and she was still looking forward to love. Jubilation Lee suddenly felt a little apologetic, she had forgotten about it. In order to make up for her good sister, she quickly put on her clothes, and the two of them tiptoed out. When they arrived at the first floor, they did not see any teachers on duty. The two felt a little strange, but did not think too much and chased out. After walking for a few minutes, the Little Naughty saw the back figure in the moonlight from a distance. The scary thing is that the other person's originally smooth back, at the moment, grew dense mane, and the body was almost half a meter taller than before. It's a werewolf! Jubilation Lee screamed. Little Naughty covered her mouth with one hand, and then whispered, this guy might lose control again. Let's go, let's follow him, I think he's going to the woods, don't fall into the lake and drown. Jubilation Lee was a little scared, shouldn't we go back to find the teacher? Little Naughty rolled his eyes, then we will be discovered for coming out in the middle of the night, and we will definitely have to write a self-criticism tomorrow. Let's just follow him, and go back secretly if nothing happens. Jubilation Lee couldn't resist and didn't refute it. But she felt a little uneasy as she looked at the increasingly strong and ferocious back. Can this werewolf guy become so big? Under the big tree by the lake. Mystique's face flushed, and she felt ashamed and angry. Except for the key points, she was attacked everywhere. Damn it! Let the werewolf eat her up. Suddenly, her ears moved slightly, as if she heard something, and her face suddenly brightened. Then she interrupted Russell, who had already talked about burning tortoise shells from crystal ball divination, and said shyly, Mr. Russell, I suddenly feel urgent and want to go to the bathroom. Wait for me here for a while, okay? As she said that, she seemed to be afraid of not agreeing, and blew into Russell's ear again, wait for me to come back, maybe we can get to know each other better. Russell smiled meaningfully, definitely no problem, just don't regret it when the time comes. Mystique smiled even more, definitely not. She stood up. Russell snapped at the back, and the hand felt very good. Mystique gritted her teeth and hurried into the forest. At this time, the micro-communicator in her ear continued to send a voice, the werewolves are almost in place. In 10 minutes, I will arrange for the school to find out what's going on here. You find the right opportunity to enter the brainwave room. Understood. Mystique responded, looked back angrily, and left in a hurry. Under the tree, Russell raised his fingertips, and a beetle wanted to get down from it, but couldn't find a way out. Tisk tisk, it looks like I have to kill it slower. He smiled and injected a trace of magic power into the beetle. The next second, its black shell broke, flesh and blood squeezed out from it, and dark and colorful feathers grew out, and it turned into a raven in the blink of an eye. Gaga! The raven cried a few times, fluttered into the night sky. After more than 10 seconds, there was a sound of heavy footsteps in the distance. As the sound got closer, in the shadow, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared. When walking into the mottled moonlight, a giant werewolf more than 3 meters tall, with brown bristles, sharp teeth and claws, as if walking out of a fairy tale appeared. There was no concealed malice in its eyes, and a strong hunger. And more than 20 meters behind the werewolf. Little Naughty suddenly discovered something, his face suddenly changed, and he whispered in panic, Lee, the teacher is in front. Jubilation Lee was a little puzzled, and replied silently, that's just right, the teachers are all X-Men, what are you afraid of? It's just right that the two of us don't have to be exposed. Little Naughty replied anxiously, stupid. It's the new teacher who doesn't need to eat. Jubilation Lee reacted immediately, his face turned pale, and he said in panic, damn it, isn't the werewolf usually monitored at night? How did it get out tonight? One law, teacher who doesn't need to eat may become the werewolf's meal this time. The little rascal gritted his teeth and said, Lee, you go back to school to find the teacher quickly, I'll see if I can hold it here. Otherwise, Teacher Russell will definitely die. 0, please give flowers. He has such a bad mouth, he insisted on saying that he is a blade warrior after class, I'm afraid he will be scared to death now. At this time, a wolf howled. The little rascal saw that the werewolf had already sat under a tree leisurely in the distance, and it seemed that he didn't notice the abnormal teacher. It was too late. She pushed Jubilation Lee into the bushes on the side, and then yelled, hey, damn big dog, look here. Your master Anna is here, don't turn back. The werewolf stopped suddenly and looked around. Bestiality appeared in his scarlet eyes' rage. However, just when he wanted to move his feet, his body suddenly froze, and the emotions in his eyes disappeared. A second later, the werewolf twitched his nose and turned back again. Little Naughty was confused. I had attracted hatred, why didn't the werewolf come over? Go back and call the teacher. She shouted at Jubilation Lee and rushed over decisively. As long as she could touch any part of the werewolf's body, she might be able to absorb the other's vitality and stop him. However, the werewolf didn't have a chance at all, and ran again at this time. No matter how he shouted behind him, he would not turn back. And that handsome teacher was still there, admiring the moon. Stupid. What's so good about the moon? Can't you hear my voice? Little Naughty's face was pale, and she couldn't bear to watch the bloody scene that followed. Such a beautiful face was afraid to be torn to pieces. But at this moment, she suddenly saw the teacher lowered his head, his eyes swept past the werewolf and looked at herself. Run! Teacher Russell! Don't look at me! Little Naughty got excited and shouted again. But the next moment, she saw the other party blinking at her, and then reaching out to touch the air beside her. No! She suddenly widened her eyes and saw that Teacher Russell's arm was not reaching into the air, but sinking into the space, and the whole arm could no longer be seen. Then, a flash of fire appeared. A fiery red, long sword that seemed to have just been forged was pulled out from it so watery. And at the moment the werewolf had come in front of the other party, and the sharp black claws reached down. Puff! Little Naughty stopped and looked ahead in amazement. Under the moonlight, a string of blood beads reflected the full moon and splashed on the tree, and the thick werewolf arm covered with hard hair broke away from the torso and flew upward. Before the broken limb fell, a foot had already stepped on the werewolf's head. Then the figure flipped nimbly and gracefully and fell backwards. Bang! The werewolf crashed into the tree, his right shoulder was broken, and blood spurted out crazily. It was not until the painful roar of beast woke up the little Naughty girl that she saw the teacher who was sentenced to death by her, standing in front of her casually with a long knife. Teacher, you are... She was shocked, her mouth stuttered, and her mind was completely unable to turn around. The ability is a teacher who doesn't need to eat, and cut off the arm of a werewolf over 3 meters tall with one knife? Isn't this really a dream? Russell snapped his head at the girl's forehead, raised his eyebrows and said, how about it, my knife, is very handsome. The little Naughty screamed and covered his forehead, but the picture just now came to his mind. Don't say it. It's too movie-like, really very handsome. Especially with such a face. Just then, she suddenly remembered what the other party said to her during the day, and immediately widened her eyes and looked at the man in front of her, and shouted in shock, are you really a blade warrior? Russell glanced at Jubilation Lee, who was dazed not far away, and whispered in the girl's ear, I'm lying to you. Tell you a secret, in fact, my real identity is God. As he said this, he raised his eyebrows and smiled at the girl, without even looking at her, he slashed with his knife. Plop! The little rascal tilted his head to look over. He saw that the werewolf's legs had been cut off, and he knelt on the ground in pain for a long time. 085. The werewolf was 3 meters tall and sturdy. At the moment, it was still more than 2 meters tall when it knelt down, like a small mountain. But it was too miserable. Broken arms and legs, blood everywhere, and painful roars from the mouth. Little Doki didn't feel any fear or oppression at this moment. On the contrary. She looked at Russell, who was calm and composed, and was shocked. The werewolf classmate in front of her had obviously mutated to be more powerful, but he had no power to resist in front of this teacher and was abused like a dead dog. And the scene of taking out a hot red long knife from space was even more impactful. She couldn't tell what ability it was at all. Bang! Russell casually slapped the blade, and the werewolf who wanted to bite flew out with a bang, hit a tree as big as an ear, and fell down softly. Little Doki thought of something at this time and quickly explained, "Teacher, he is also a student of the school, but he lost his mind after the transformation. Just knock him out." She didn't mention the problem of broken arms and legs. In her opinion, it was good that he didn't get beheaded directly. But after she finished speaking, she saw Russell shook his head slightly, and said with some regret, "He has been contaminated by the real wolfsbane. If it was earlier, I could still save him, but now his physiological structure and mind have completely changed. In fact, I am helping him to get rid of it. By the way, who is the school doctor? Couldn't you tell it before?" Little Naughty was a little confused. What is wolfsbane? Isn't it his ability for the werewolf to not be too chi? Why is there no hope? Russell looked at the werewolf who wanted to get up again, pointed at his eyes and said, "Look at his eyes carefully, did you find anything?" After careful observation, Little Naughty suddenly noticed that the werewolf's pupils had turned into a dark green. That's not the reflection after exposure. It really turned green. But she remembered that when the other party transformed and made trouble in the academy before, it didn't seem to be like this. Russell raised his hand, and the long knife flew out of his hand, directly nailing the werewolf who climbed up again to the tree. Then he patted the non-existent dust on his hand. Now it is a new source of wolf poison pollution. Those who are bitten or scratched by it will become new werewolves on the next full moon night. The Little Naughty couldn't help but show a fearful expression, not understanding how a mutant could become a terrifying real werewolf. At this time, she suddenly thought of something, turned her head and said suspiciously, "You won't lie to me again." Russell said sadly, "How can the teacher lie? You just don't believe it." He now has a good impression of this little girl who dares to save him. Although it's useless, it's precisely because of this that it seems more precious. After all, before this, the other party always thought that he was a can't-eat ability. Snap! Russell snapped his fingers and said to Ji Kyunu, who was standing not far away and still looked shocked, "That student, go back and ask the teachers to come over. They said that a student is going to die, and if you don't come now, you won't be able to see him for the last time." Jubilation Lee came back to his senses immediately, hummed twice and ran back quickly. In the main castle, Mystique stayed in her room and waited quietly. She had been back for 5 minutes. According to the plan, 10 minutes later, her teammates would panic and find the body fragments under the tree by the lake and the body of the werewolf. An excessive amount of wolf poison would make the mutant stronger and would also kill the other party just right. As for normal people, the process of change is very long and too obvious. Only this werewolf ability user is the most suitable. Originally, this attack was aimed at other students. But the S.H.I.E.L.D envoy is a better candidate. This happened just after being sent, and there will inevitably be conflicts between the two sides afterwards. Even if both sides don't lose, it's good to share the attention. At this time, Mystique suddenly heard a hurried sound coming from the corridor, and soon after, the sound of continuous running sounded. She stood by the window and slightly opened the curtain to look. I saw Cyclops, Jean, Beast, and others hurriedly running towards the artificial lake. A minute later, Professor X was pushed by Storm and went in the same direction. Mystique frowned slightly. This is a little different from the planned time. But no matter what, most of the X-Men in the castle have gone, now is the best time. She hurried to the first floor, looked around, and the blue floating pieces on her body flashed, and in a blink of an eye she turned into Jean. Then she came to the underground floor, and she came to the brainwave room without any obstacles. Only 3 people can come in here. Beast, Professor X, Jean. At this time, the sound of fluttering suddenly sounded, and Mystique turned her head and looked at it with a normal expression. There was no one. She felt a little strange, but time was tight and she couldn't care so much. Fingerprint, iris, voice, all 3 pass through, the alloy door opens to both sides. Seeing this, Mystique walked in quickly and ran straight to the brainwave amplifier placed on the instrument more than 10 meters away. She moved without any hesitation, took out a black object from her pocket and put it into the gap of Cerebro, then carefully put it back in place, and then walked back immediately. But when she turned back, she didn't see that a raven standing at the door suddenly collapsed. Beside the artificial lake, Cyclops and Jean arrived first, and they saw the werewolf nailed to the tree at a glance. A werewolf much bigger than in memory. At this time, Jean raised her hand and controlled the long knife to pull out. Suddenly the werewolf roared, green blood spurted out of his eyes, and he was about to crawl over. Her face changed, and she inserted the knife back, and the latter screamed immediately. Scott saw his eyelids jump. Then he turned to look at Russell and Little Naughty, suppressing his anger, and said, "What the hell is going on? Why is this werewolf here? Why are you here?" Russell pulled the little rascal with a frightened expression behind him, raised his eyebrows and sneered, "What, Scott Summers, are you asking me now?" Cyclops' breathing suddenly became heavier, and the anger in his eyes became stronger. He took a step forward and said angrily, "So what if it is? So what if it is not?" Russell raised his eyelids slightly. "If it is, let Charles Xavier say this to me, you are not worthy. If it is not." He showed 2 rows of white teeth and smiled grimly, "I just don't know if X-Men needs a blind man." Cyclops almost went crazy, raised his hand and was about to put it on the switch of the ruby glasses. Then he heard a faint voice from the opposite side, "Think about it, will you bear the consequences?" Cyclops froze for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and let go of his hand. At this time, a gentle voice came from behind. "Scott is indeed a little excited, but Mr. Russell, you have to tell me what happened." Storm pushed Professor X over. Charles first glanced at the werewolf who was still nailed, and then continued, "And Mr. Russell, I remember there is a stipulation in our contract that you can't check the school at will. I wonder what you are doing here in the middle of the night." The Little Naughty was already confused. The current atmosphere and situation seemed completely different from what she thought. However, she didn't want Russell to take the blame, so she quickly stood up and said, "It wasn't Mr. Russell, no. I mean it wasn't Mr. Russell who took the initiative." Seeing everyone looking over, she explained nervously, "The werewolf student ran out of the dormitory by himself. Li Jianhuan and I followed him after we found out. He came all the way to the artificial lake, and when he saw Mr. Russell, he went crazy and wanted to attack him." Everyone was surprised, but they didn't think that this student would lie. Only Professor X and Jean looked at each other, with something more in their eyes. At this time, Cyclops suddenly seemed to have found a loophole, staring at Xiao Tao and said, "The werewolf is very strong, even ordinary thermal weapons are no threat to him. How did you and Li Qianhuan subdue him? Or, are you hiding something, Miss Anna?" As one of the most powerful people in the X-Men, he knew the strength of Xiaodoqi and Li Qianhuan. The former had no chance to touch the werewolf, and the latter released energy similar to firework. Not to mention causing such damage, it's hard to say whether he can survive. Hearing this, Xiaodoqi was a little confused, and instinctively looked at Russell. She hesitated suddenly, not knowing whether she should say what happened before. Cyclops sneered even more when he saw this, thinking that he had found a loophole. Then he saw Russell looking at him with undisguised contempt and said, "It's just a useless werewolf infected with wolfsbane, why do you think this thing is so powerful? Has the X-Men fallen to this extent?" Mystique, who rushed over at this time, happened to hear this sentence and immediately showed an incredible look. Why is the other party still alive? And what does this mean? She couldn't help but turn her head to look at the tree trunk in the distance, only to see a werewolf with only his left arm and half of the calf of 2 people nailed to the tree. The astonishment in her eyes became even stronger. What happened? Why is the werewolf about to die, but Russell is still fine? She couldn't understand it at all. At this time, Cyclops said coldly, "You mean, you hurt the werewolf to this extent? Just you, an ordinary person?" He didn't believe it. Russell raised his finger and shook it slightly. "First, it's not harm, it's self-defense. Second, it seems that the X-Men are really lame now. No wonder you can't even deal with a striker." Cyclops still didn't believe it. At this time, Professor X suddenly said, "Mr. Russell, let's not talk about this for now. I want to ask what the wolf poison potion you mentioned is." Little Naughty took the initiative to speak, "I know this. It is said that it is a potion that can turn humans into real werewolves. You see that the werewolf's eyes are green, which means that they have completely changed and there is no hope. It is the teacher who said there is no hope." At this time, Jean, who was controlling the werewolf next to him, said, "Professor, the eyes are indeed green. The last time Pollux transformed, it was indeed not like this. 0.4 and the blood is also green at the moment. Professor X's face was slightly gloomy. Cyclops was not really stupid. He thought of a lot in an instant. Behind the crowd, Mystique's pupils trembled. She didn't expect that S.H.I.E.L.D, this lecher, actually knew about wolf poison potion. And most importantly, it really seemed that the other party had hurt the werewolf so badly, and that kid shouldn't have lied. But how could the other party be so strong? He was just an ordinary human. Even if Black Widow came, it would be impossible to defeat the wolf. Soon after, the crowd dispersed. Beast and Sheen took the werewolf back to treat it, but before they could carry it back, the student died on the way, and the body did not turn back into a human. After Mystique returned to the room, she took out the mobile phone in the water tank again and sent a text message. The mission is completed, but the plan against the S.H.I.E.L.D envoy failed. He doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. He not only knows about wolf poison potion, but also killed the werewolf in the strengthening residence. After sending it, she just waited quietly. A few minutes later, the phone lit up. Number 2 continues to lurk. And since you have been to the brainwave room, there is a certain risk of exposure. The S.H.I.E.L.D envoy must die. You must kill him and leave the academy. Since this person has feelings for you, it is an opportunity. Don't worry about small sacrifices, because we have greater pursuits. Mystique fell silent, and after a long time, she replied with one word. Okay. 086. In the principal's office. Professor X, Jean, Storm, Cyclops, Mystique, and other X-Men elders are all here. As the door closed, the surrounding environment instantly turned into a very sci-fi hall. Everyone looked normal. This is the psychic council established by Professor X and Jean, and there is no risk of being monitored. Charles stood up from the wheelchair and asked, Henry, did you find out that there is really a toxin in Porus' body? Beast looked serious and nodded, there is indeed a highly contagious toxin. The S.H.I.E.L.D envoy did not deceive us. Storm was a little surprised. In this case, the werewolf may really be defeated by him. I didn't expect that S.H.I.E.L.D has such a powerful human besides Captain America. It's really hidden. Mystique nodded. She has the deepest experience. Professor X said, Nick Fury definitely won't send a waste here, but this is not the point. Porus was obviously poisoned and attracted to the lake to kill Russell. No matter what the real purpose is, it will definitely cause S.H.I.E.L.D to target us. Cyclops suggested at this time, Professor, why not use Cerebro to directly check the memory of everyone in the academy? The werewolf has been under surveillance, but was inexplicably poisoned, and even Yuexing, who was on duty tonight, fainted. Professor X was silent for a few seconds, but still shook his head, it's not that bad yet, be careful for the time being. Tomorrow I will tell Nick Fury what happened to 09 here and explain the interests. The director is not a fool, so even if there is a problem, it will be minimized. Mystique nodded. On the surface, he seemed to agree very much, but his heart sank. The opportunity is only tonight. The people behind began to discuss the details of the recent alert and see if they could lead out the spy hidden in the academy. Mystique wanted to laugh. This kind of loud conspiracy in front of the spy really looks stupid. The leader's plan is going to succeed again. This time, I will definitely cause a blow to trust after killing someone and leaving, forcing Professor X to use Cerebro to detect whether there are other spies. Then we will really win. Inside the brainwave room, Russell picked up the amplifier and took a look. A black particle hidden in the gap was left inside like a shadow, and it could not be found without careful observation. But he did not take it out. If you know what the enemy will do next, you will be sorry for not setting a trap. Hunters need to be patient, don't they? Russell found Cerebro, turned around and stepped into the portal and returned to the room. Squeak. At the same time, the door was gently pushed open and then closed lightly. The next second, someone whispered in the living room, Mr. Russell, are you asleep? A surprised response immediately sounded in the room. Miss Raven, is that you? Russell walked out of the room and saw Mystique in white silk pajamas. His eyes lit up and he said happily, fortunately, you were not able to leave at that time, otherwise the werewolf might have hurt you. Mystique wanted to explain at the beginning, but she didn't expect that the other party had already imagined it. She showed a scared expression and said apologetically, "If I hadn't wanted to experience the atmosphere, I wouldn't have let you be attacked by the werewolf. Fortunately, you didn't get hurt in the end, otherwise I would not only kill you, but I would also be a sinner in the academy." As she spoke, she took 2 steps closer and took the initiative to hug Russell. Her body trembled slightly, as if she was crying. Russell was a little surprised. He had been through many battles, so he could naturally feel the fatal attack point. It seems that this person can't even wait for one night and wants to kill himself. Russell patted Mystique's back to comfort her, thinking in his heart whether to just stop playing and read her mind. But after thinking for a few seconds, he still didn't plan to do so. The mutant with flaming features before obviously had a fuse mechanism, and he felt that the woman in his arms might not be without such measures. If it triggers Mystique's death, the drama of the past 2 days will be in vain. In short, you can't be impatient. Only by letting it go can you see the big fish behind. Mystique had no idea that the person holding her had changed her fate several times in just a few seconds. She gritted her teeth, took Russell's arm and whispered in his ear, "You haven't finished teaching divination knowledge before, and I want to continue learning." "Learning is good, I like studying the most." Russell did not interrupt Mystique's performance, otherwise how could he escape? He just had to suffer a little loss reluctantly. Russell then listened to Mystique's advice completely and cooperated with her to learn the divination knowledge she wanted. He also wanted to see how far she could learn. After the foundation of elementary level knowledge and the advancement of medium level knowledge, it soon reached the key point. Russell felt that it was time to assassinate him. But it hadn't happened yet. In this case, Russell had no choice but to continue teaching. After all, divination magic was still difficult to learn and required in-depth understanding. Then he was shocked. Mystique actually learned this kind of knowledge for the first time, and she didn't lie to herself before. "Has no one taught you before?" Russell asked in surprise. The demon showed a hint of arrogance on her face, and said without hesitation, "How can those trash be qualified to teach me? Only a strong person like you can." She didn't lie completely. She is a proud person, otherwise she wouldn't have left X-Men. Russell showed surprise, and then showed the joyful expression that should be after being praised, and said, "In this case, I will teach you more divination knowledge. It may be a little more profound." Having said that, Mystique still has a strong learning ability. She changed several people in the middle, and her learning ability was greatly enhanced. "In 2 hours, I taught the other party all the knowledge about divination." At this moment, Russell understood the Supreme Tony Stark a little bit. But if it was an alien race, he still couldn't accept it a little bit. Maybe it was too long, and they all fell asleep after a while. 1 hour, 2 hours. Mystique suddenly opened her eyes, found the right angle, twisted her hands, and directly broke Russell's cervical vertebrae. After sensing that there was no breath, she slowly stood up, looking at the man who taught her knowledge for the first time with complicated eyes. After a few seconds, she sighed and turned away decisively. But Mystique didn't see that when she turned away, Russell raised his finger and lightly tapped, a little white energy flew out, landed on the other's back to form a mark, and then disappeared in an instant. After Mystique left completely, Russell slowly got up from the bed and turned his head 180 degrees. Deaf. Russell touched his neck, the feeling of twisting his own neck was really strange. But there was no way, his physical fitness was extremely terrifying now, even if Mystique was given 10,000 hands, it would be impossible to break it. "I had to cooperate." Russell sat cross-legged on the bed, and at the moment he was still surprised. If Mystique had a boyfriend before, he would not have any feelings, and he would not show mercy when he met the other party later. But now it's different. This woman has no such past, so he has already regarded her as his private property. Never mind whether there is love or not. That will be discussed later, love will grow over time. No need to worry. Just pay attention to the other party's safety. But these have no effect on the plan, and I should take the next step. After a simple shower, Russell changed his clothes, and then pushed the door and left as if nothing had happened. A few minutes later, he stopped at the end of the 5th floor. "This is Charles's room." He casually held the door handle, and a green flashed on the door lock, and then the door was opened. Entering the room, Russell casually took a chair and sat on the bed, and then suddenly said faintly, "Charles, Magneto is here to see you." Professor X opened his eyes suddenly. 457. Turning around, he saw another face. But not only did he not feel relieved, but his face sank and he said, "Mr. Russell, is it a bit impolite to come to my room so late?" Russell did not answer and turned on the desk lamp. Then he shielded his eyes and turned off the desk lamp with a snap. "The reflection is too bright." Professor X's mouth twitched. Is this person sent by SHIELD crazy? Why did he deliberately turn on the light to mock him? He thought for a while and asked, "Is it because of the werewolf thing tonight?" You can rest assured that the Academy will not blame SHIELD for this. But he was disappointed again. Russell still did not answer, and suddenly said, "Why didn't you ask me if I could enter the room, but you didn't notice it at all? Do you think it would be easy for me to chop off your head just now?" Professor X's face finally turned cold. "I don't think about it because I don't want to tear my face apart. I'm giving you a chance. It seems that I was too gentle before, so that some people have forgotten that I am the strongest spiritual master in the world. If you want to feel it, I can fulfill your wish." Russell shook his head slightly. Professor X's face looked a little better, and he said, "In that case, please leave. I will talk to Director Nick Fury tomorrow." Russell shook his head again. "No, that's not what I mean. I mean, you are just the second most powerful spiritual master in the world." Professor X narrowed his eyes slightly, and after 2 seconds of silence, he suddenly asked, "Then who is the first?" Russell pointed at himself and said with a face of certainty, "It is definitely me." 087. Professor X's eyes widened instantly, and Russell's pupils were reflected in his eyes. The world seemed to be constantly reflected between two mirrors at this moment, constantly overlapping, and seemed to become infinite. Until a certain moment, it shattered and collapsed. In the dark world, there were glass-like fragments of the world everywhere, reflecting countless shocked expressions. "This is impossible! This is impossible! X. The floating Professor X shouted out in shock in his heart that he could not contain, and the sound echoed wildly, becoming more and more dense and faster. In the end, it even seemed to ring in the bottom of his heart, layer by layer. Professor X roared, feeling as if he was going crazy by his own voice. In an instant, the powerful mental power swept around, and wherever the transparent ripples passed, the glass-like fragments of the world were shattered. And when everything disappeared, Professor X fell down suddenly. The broken world disappeared, replaced by an endless abyss. He knew that this was the spiritual world, but it was even more unbelievable because of this. Because he was completely unable to resist. Just like the enemies who were once pulled into his mind, this world no longer belonged to them. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the scene when they first met. Flirty, harmless, weak. It turned out that everything was the other party's disguise. This is a spiritual master who completely surpassed himself. Not to mention a werewolf, even hundreds of werewolves could not hurt him. Professor X was not ready to give up. His eyes suddenly brightened, as if he wanted to see through the nothingness and escape from here. But at this moment, endless white light emerged from the darkness. The light was born from the darkness, and Professor X felt unprecedented comfort. The tension, uneasiness, and even the hidden fear in his heart disappeared at this moment. He stood on the ground that appeared at some unknown time, staring at the sky with a dull look. Snap! A crisp snap of fingers suddenly sounded, and all the white light began to flow in an instant, as if time was flowing backwards, gathering in a palm and turning into a feather. Russell raised his hand and blew gently, and the feather flew into the air and dissipated. First, the world. The white light in the depths of Russell's pupils disappeared. He looked down at Professor X, whose eyes were dull, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised an arc, and disappeared on the spot. The next day, a hurried knock on the door sounded outside the room. "Professor Charles? Something happened, get up quickly." Professor X suddenly opened his eyes. He was stunned for a moment, and then instinctively looked to the side. There was nothing there, no difference from usual. He showed a trace of confusion in his eyes, and felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. At this time, anxious shouts sounded again outside the door. Professor X pressed the switch beside the bed, and the door lock opened automatically, and then responded, "Come in." The door opened, and hurried footsteps sounded. Cyclops, Jean, and Storm walked in with panicked expressions. After entering the bedroom, Jean's first words were, "Professor, the person sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. is dead." Professor X's face changed instantly. The werewolf attack failed, and the second attack came so quickly. His face darkened. Where's Raven? She lives across from Russell. I told her to be careful yesterday. Hearing this, the three looked at each other, and finally Cyclops spoke, Professor, Raven. Raven is missing. The S.H.I.E.L.D envoy died, and the hospital responsible for his safety was in charge. This is too easy to guess. Professor X was stunned. Incredible, puzzled, regretful, painful, sad, all kinds of complex emotions flashed across his eyes. This is the mutant he adopted when he was in his 40s. He taught him almost from childhood to adulthood, but he didn't expect that he would betray him in the end. Why is this happening? Hasn't he already left the Brotherhood? Jin seemed to be able to see through what he was thinking, and said faintly, Professor, Raven may not be a traitor to the Brotherhood, and Magneto's real target has never been us. Besides, there may be more than one spy in the Academy, and Raven can't make Xingyu fall asleep. Cyclops said seriously, Professor, we can't go on. You must use Cerebro to check the entire Academy, and you also need to explain to SHIELD. Professor X was silent for a long time, but finally nodded. The school was still in class, and the students didn't know what happened. Speaking out about this would cause panic, and the X-Men thought it would alert the enemy. One floor underground. Jin pushed Professor X to the EEG room. Since the decision had been made, Professor X would not hesitate. He came to the instrument and put on the EEG amplifier. He took a deep breath, and a powerful mental force burst out, and then amplified it through the amplifier. At this moment, the tiny black particles hidden in the gap instantly melted and disappeared. Afternoon. Queens. In an empty church, Mystique has become another woman, sitting quietly in the confessional. Not long after, a priest appeared on the other side of the grid, and Tianfen said with satisfaction, You did a good job, the plan has been perfectly successful. Now you can go to meet the Master's messenger and become a pioneer of this world. Mystique's face rarely showed excitement. Ever since she left Brotherhood in despair, she has been desperate about this world. Mutant can't win. Neither Magneto's radicals nor Professor X's moderate conservatives can succeed. The contradiction between humans and mutants is like a paradox that can never be solved. No one is wrong, but this world is wrong. And that night, she heard the voice of God in this church. This world is wrong. Only God can change this. Only when everyone believes in a true God together can hatred be completely eliminated. And now, it is finally going to succeed. Where should I go to find him? Mystique couldn't help asking excitedly. The priest replied faintly, It's definitely Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Mystique was stunned. She still felt unbelievable until she left the church. She knew there was a teammate in the academy, but she didn't expect that the other party was actually a messenger of God. How did the other party get into the academy? And more importantly, the priest said that she could go back. At this time, a black business car stopped in front of her. There is no doubt that this is to pick her up. Sitting in the car, Mystique was a little dazed all the way. She was guessing who the messenger of God was. Until the car stopped, she realized that she had arrived at the back door of the school without knowing when. The gate opened, and the vehicle entered the warehouse and turned off. Mystique opened the car door and walked towards the sound. After turning around a few shelves, she saw a man with his back to her, sorting something on the ground. Then the man suddenly turned around and showed a face that she was very familiar with. The man looked at her surprised expression and smiled, Are you so surprised, Raven? I thought you could guess it. Mystique's breathing became faster, and she said in disbelief, How could I have guessed it? How could it be you, Scott? Cyclops asked back, Why can't it be me? Is it because I am the professor's best fighter, or is it because I like Jean? Mystique still felt incredible, but since it's you, why do you need my help to put that thing in the ventricle? Cyclops clapped his hands and stood up, It's very simple. I don't have the authority either. When I can go in, I must be with the professor and others. And there is another secret. When the brainwave room is opened, the professor will sense it if he is in the castle. So he must leave at least half a kilometer away. This is why I set the target next to the artificial lake. And it's really hard to find a chance for him to leave and you to stay in the castle and not be discovered when you enter the underground floor. Fortunately, there is this S.H.I.E.L.D envoy. His death plus your betrayal, with just a few words of instigation, the professor really used the amplifier to find the remaining spies. Mystique suddenly remembered all the words Cyclops said before. It seems that he didn't like this S.H.I.E.L.D messenger, targeting him everywhere, even threatening him. But from the perspective now, he was deliberately provoking conflicts and irritating everyone, wanting Professor X to use Cerebro. Even if Professor X didn't agree at the time, this idea would continue to deepen. After reaching the critical point, everything came naturally. There is only one problem. Mystique was very puzzled, but I still don't understand why you betrayed the Academy. Don't tell me you are for the sake of mutant. Hearing this, Cyclops showed a trace of pain in his eyes, and after a long silence, his voice was low. Go Zhao said, everything is for Jean. Her power does not belong to her, and she will eventually go to destruction. Only the great dark god can solve it. Mystique was a little speechless. She didn't expect that as the second most powerful user of psychic power in the Academy, her power didn't belong to her. And it sounded very dangerous. She didn't continue to ask, but said, since you called me back, I guess everything is ready. What do you want me to do? Cyclops shook his head, your mission has been completed. Next, witness the sacrifice and welcome the arrival of life. Mystique frowned slightly, sacrifice? What sacrifice? Cyclops said faintly, it's just a necessary sacrifice. For a greater future, this is necessary. Mystique pursed her lips and fell silent. The warehouse was quiet again. Russell sat casually on the shelf, listening to the conversation between the two and fell into deep thought. The god of darkness. Is this to summon the Lord of Darkness Dormammu, or the god of black magic, Sithon? The dark flames that erupted from the mouth of the previous mutant seemed to be able to fight against the two. But Russell frowned slightly, he always felt that something was missing. But it doesn't matter, we'll be able to confirm it soon. Russell lowered his head and looked at Cyclops with the same eyes as he looked at Dead Man. 088. When the last rays of sunset fell, darkness occupied the world again. At the moment a large number of students entered the auditorium one after another. During the afternoon class, the college teacher had already informed that there would be a dance party in the evening, hoping that everyone could go and have fun. Xiaodoqi and Jubilation Li went together. The two thought that even if they were not punished with confinement today, they would have to write a long paragraph of self-reflection. Unexpectedly, there was nothing and they could still attend the dance party in the evening. The professor is so nice to us, Jubilation Li sighed, and nudged Little Naughty and said, Anna, have you decided who to dance with later? Little Naughty unconsciously recalled the scene of the knife under the moon last night, and blushed, I have thought about it, but I'm afraid the other party will not agree. Jubilation Li tilted her head slightly, is it Mr. Russell? Then you have to work hard. Handsome guys are rare animals in the school. I guess many female classmates will look for him tonight. She pointed at herself, indicating that she was also a contestant. Little Naughty was stunned. Why was she still shy? She had to make the first move later. As she said that, she started running. Jubilation Li looked helpless and shouted from behind, the party starts at 7 o'clock, it's useless for you to go and look for her. Little Naughty said oh and stopped, but immediately saw her good sister rushing out after walking to her side, and laughed, it starts at 7 o'clock, but Mr. Russell may not arrive at that time. I have to make an appointment in advance. Little Naughty was stunned for a moment, then shouted despicable and hurriedly followed. When the two of them arrived at the auditorium panting, they found that many people had already come. It's just that the decoration of the auditorium is a bit weird, and candles are burning in many places, emitting curling green smoke. There are streamers with strange symbols hanging on the walls, and many fake skulls and magic books are placed on the tables for decoration. There is even a huge amount of painted on the ground, like the six-pointed star magic circle in the movie. It looks quite atmospheric, like a theme party. And this time there were not only alcoholic drinks, but also a buffet. Before the dance started, some people had already played music and started playing. The concentration of happiness in the whole auditorium was constantly rising. 7 o'clock. Storm appeared in the auditorium and the dance officially began. As for the other teachers, Storm said that this dance was mainly prepared for the college, and the teachers would not come to ruin the atmosphere. At the same time, more food and drinks were delivered. The crowd cheered, and the students had more fun. The concentration of happiness was still rising. Little Naughty and Jubilation Li, who had been waiting for Russell in 907, looked at the auditorium in front of them, not knowing whether it was because of the candles or someone secretly smoking, and felt that something was wrong. In order to leave a good impression on Russell, the two had not eaten yet. At the moment, I felt that other students seemed a little too cheerful. And at the moment was in a room behind the auditorium. Cyclops looked at Jean, who was lying unconscious on the long table, affectionately, and murmured, "It's almost time, you will soon be able to get rid of the control of that thing and return to your true self. It can no longer affect you." He did not knock her unconscious or control Jean. Instead, he used the most unpretentious method, drugging her. At this time, the door was pushed open, and Storm walked in with lifeless eyes, and then said, "The concentration is reached. You can harvest despair and fear." Cyclops raised his head. At the moment he was no longer wearing ruby glasses, his eyes were dark, there was no pupil in them, and they were rolling like liquid. "Then let's start. For this world, their sacrifice is worth it." He stood up and pushed Professor X, whose eyes were dull and shrouded in darkness, out. Walking through the corridor, Wolverine, Steel, Xingyu, Beast, and others all appeared behind him, following behind him expressionlessly. All these people were controlled by Professor X. And Professor X was controlled by Cyclops. A dozen people walked into the smoke-filled auditorium like oil barrel ghosts, and the mutant students below were immersed in happiness. Since they came to the academy, they haven't been so presumptuous for a long time. Some bold young men and women even hugged each other and kissed each other without paying attention to others. At this time, the color of the candle flame suddenly turned green, and all the diffuse mist reflected a miserable green color, which looked very strange. The eyes of the skulls used as decorations suddenly burned with green flames, and creepy and terrifying laughter came from them. Some students saw this scene and curiously touched it with their hands. The next second, the screams that came one after another suddenly overwhelmed the sound of the music. Dozens of skulls floated up out of thin air and bit the unsuspecting students, and blood splattered immediately. The giant magic circle on the ground seemed to come alive after the blood splattered. Black shadow tentacles burst out, tightly entangled all the students in mid-air. These groups of mutants were completely unable to use their abilities, and could only let the skulls bite them. Blood kept flowing, and screamed in pain and fear. The auditorium, which was beautiful just now, seemed to have turned into hell. In the corner, the two little naughty boys who had just discovered something was wrong were outside the magic circle. The two looked pale at the moment, looking at all this in horror. Why did it suddenly become like this? At this time, the fireman entangled by the tentacles seemed to finally notice something, and shouted desperately to the figure on the stage, "Save me! Teacher Cyclops! Save us!" Hearing him shout like this, more people found the X-Men on the stage. Suddenly, they began to cry for help one after another. At this time, a scarlet laser burst out, instantly burning off the legs of the firemen. The crowd stopped shouting for a short time, as if they were frightened by the scene. But then came a violent explosion. These mutant students who had never experienced blood and fire were terrified. Various cries and screams intertwined. At the moment, the smoke had completely dissipated, and the symbols on the ribbons began to gradually glow after absorbing negative emotions. When they reached a certain level, they fell off from above and condensed into entities. One by one, they hit the magic circle below and became part of it. Cyclops looked at this scene, his expression becoming more and more excited. "Yes. That's it. Cry out in despair and fear, your emotions will become the best nourishment. The negative emotions generated after the climax like happiness are the strongest and of the highest quality. This is what he wants." And when the magic circle is activated, the flesh and souls of these people are sacrificed, and the great dark life will come. Raven also stood on the stage. Looking at the students she had been with for 3 years, she unconsciously clenched her hands into fists as she watched this scene. This seemed to be different from what she thought. And right beside her, Russell, who was in the mirror space, looked down at the magic circle below, frowning slightly. "It's unreasonable. If you just want to use despair as nourishment to activate the magic circle, it doesn't need to be so complicated. You can get this effect unconsciously by just finding a backward town. Why must you use mutant? The souls of these people are nothing special, and the only special flesh and blood are actually useless to those powerful beings. Or is it just because Cyclops is the chosen messenger of God? But maybe it can only go so far." Russell clearly observed that all the runes required for the magic circle have been successfully combined. Next, this magic circle can be activated as long as it devours flesh and soul. In the hall, as Professor X raised his hand, some 6 or 7 students who were not standing in the magic circle just now and hiding at the moment suddenly walked out of the corner uncontrollably. The little naughty's pupils trembled, full of fear, but she couldn't control her body to stop, and could only watch herself walk towards the magic circle step by step. She couldn't understand why the good students became like this, and why the teachers on the stage wanted to kill everyone. Cyclops watched all this excitedly and shouted enthusiastically, "For a greater goal, for the future of mutant. You will die for a good cause." He was about to control Professor X to throw everyone into the magic circle, including the controlled X-Men. But at this moment, Mystique suddenly moved, her nails grew longer, and she stabbed Professor X's temple without hesitation. Bang! Dense black lines appeared on Professor X's skin. The moment Mystique was stabbed, she stirred up transparent energy and bounced back instantly. Cyclops stopped, and looked at Mystique, who fell against the wall with a pair of scarlet eyes. "It's strange, you seem to have gotten rid of the influence of the spell. When you asked me questions during the day, I felt strange." This made Mystique feel a chill, and confusion appeared in her eyes. "What are you talking about? What spell? I just can't bear you killing so many compatriots." Cyclops suddenly laughed. "You are not so naive as to think that you just happened to go to a church and hear the voice of God. Only you can help me enter the brainwave room, and Sheen and the professor are so strong that they are difficult to be affected by the spell, so I spent a lot of effort to force you to leave Brotherhood." The mark on Mystique's back glowed slightly, and she shook her head vigorously. At the moment, looking at the students in fear, it was as if something broke through in her heart. She began to regret. Regret why she had to do what she did before, why she let that God come. She was not disappointed with this world yet. At this time, Cyclops showed a regretful look. "Since you have broken through the distortion of the spell, you will die with them. Since you sacrificed yourself before, it can be regarded as a contribution to the Lord's coming. I will give you a quick death." As he said this, the red in his eyes rolled, and the blazing red laser burst out instantly. At this moment, Raven completely got rid of the influence of the spell of Dark Whisper, and there was extreme regret and self-blame in her eyes. If she hadn't insisted on leaving X-Men and going to Brotherhood, perhaps all this would not have happened. But it's too late to say anything now. Under the control of Professor X, she can't even move now, and the color of death is reflected in her eyes. It's over. Buzz. The red laser suddenly stopped moving 1 meter in front of Mystique, blocked by an invisible force, rippling out 10 circles of transparent ripples. Mystique, who was ready to die, was stunned and didn't understand what happened. Seeing that he couldn't move forward, Cyclops stopped bombarding. He also didn't understand why such an abnormality occurred. Even Colossus didn't dare to take his laser, but at the moment it was blocked by an invisible force. At this time, the sound of glass breaking suddenly sounded. Under the gaze of everyone, the space broke like a mirror, and then rolled back to both sides, and a door that seemed to come from another world appeared out of thin air. The next second, a man walked out from inside. Mystique looked at the back in front of her, with an expression of disbelief in her eyes. She will never forget this back in her life. Not far away, Xiaodoqi shouted with shock and indescribable surprise, "Teacher Russell!" She didn't see Russell on the stage, and thought he had met with an accident. Unexpectedly, the other party was still alive, and appeared in such a shocking way. But she immediately reacted and said in panic, "Run, Mr. Russell. Cyclops has controlled Professor X, you can't beat him." At this time, Cyclops sneered, "Run. How naive." He looked coldly at Russell, who had come back from the dead. "I checked your body, you were clearly dead." When he heard this, the little naughty turned pale. If Mr. Russell was dead, who was this man in front of him? Mystique stared at the man in front of her, wanting to know the truth. At the moment, she had gotten rid of the spell, she felt guilty, and a little angry that the other party had been fooled. In short, her emotions were very complicated. At this moment, she suddenly saw the other party looking back at her. Russell laughed and said, "Miss Raven, you are too confident in your strength. I tried very hard to follow your rhythm and break my neck." Mystique's eyes widened immediately, and she said in disbelief, "You broke your own neck? How could anyone do that?" Russell smiled slightly and said, "Don't you know how strong I am?" Hearing this, Mystique's face turned red. She suddenly realized that the other party knew her purpose at that time, and she was simply a welfare delivered to her door. On the stage, Cyclops couldn't hear the deeper meaning, and sneered at the moment, it seems that you are also a mutant with special ability. Since you pretended to be dead and escaped, you shouldn't come back. The moment you showed up, your fate was doomed. Even if you can break through the space and are not afraid of breaking your cervical vertebrae, so what? He is confident that he can kill the other party. Russell tilted his head and suddenly said, I think the X-Men will not want a blind man this time. Cyclops immediately raged. He remembered that this was what the other party had said before. Although he deliberately wanted to provoke the conflict between X-Men and SHIELD, this sentence still made him very angry at that time. A mere human dared to provoke him. He controlled Professor X to use his mental power to control the other party without hesitation. After seeing that the other party was also unable to move, he suddenly grinned with a hideous smile, and his eyes shot out lasers towards the other party's eyes. But at this moment, in his red vision, he suddenly saw a golden light. And from the perspective of all the mutants present, they clearly saw two golden hot sights bursting out from Russell's eyes. Then he easily crushed the laser beam, one of the strongest attacks among the mutants, and sank into another pair of eyes in the blink of an eye. The whole process was without a pause. Ah! Cyclops screamed, covered his eyes with his hands and howled heartbreakingly. His eyes were gone, leaving only two burnt brown black holes. Mystique looked at this scene in disbelief. She knew clearly how strong Cyclops's rays were, but she didn't expect that she couldn't even resist. What shocked her even more was that the heat ray was so powerful, but the element could accurately destroy only the opponent's eyes. This kind of control was simply too exaggerated. At this time, Cyclops's hateful roar came from a distance, kill him. I want to dig out his eyes with my own hands. Professor X, with a dull look in his eyes, raised his head slightly. The next second, Storm, Wolverine, Colossus, and more than a dozen X-Men on the stage all looked at Russell. Mystique's face turned pale immediately. It's over. No matter how good Russell is, he can't win this time. But at this moment, she heard a calm and relaxed voice in front of her, it's a pity, Cyclops, you don't know what I can do. 089. Kill him. Kill him now. Cyclops roared excitedly, the burning pain and darkness in his eyes almost drove him crazy. Wolverine roared, fell to the ground like a beast, and jumped off the stage. A pair of adamantium steel claws popped out in the air, flashing an amazing cold light, and slashed fiercely in front. The little naughty boy at the moment didn't dare to watch the next scene. Blood splattered, and the skull fell. It seemed to replicate the scene of the werewolf's arm being cut off last night. It was just that this time it was a different person. But Professor X's control made her unable to even close her eyes, and she could only watch the bloody scene that was about to happen. Bang! There was no sound of flesh being cut off. Wolverine's chest was sunken, his spine broke through the skin and exploded from his back, and he flew back like a cannonball, smashing through the wall of the auditorium. If one could be stunned, then the controlled mutants would definitely have the same expression. Everyone was shocked to see that the teacher who didn't need to eat completely ignored Professor X's control and punched Wolverine away. Even the alloy spine broke through the flesh, and the blood splashed out brought a strong visual impact. Mystique couldn't understand why. That was Professor X's control and Wolverine. But before everyone could come back to their senses. At this time, the auditorium suddenly lit up and a crackling sound was heard. It was Storm. She floated up, her eyes turned pure white, and the wind and thunder surrounded her body. The mutant students who were still shocked by the previous scene suddenly felt their scalps tingling. Already losing blood, at the moment, coupled with the instinctive fear of the creatures facing thunder, her face became even paler. Mystique immediately shouted at Russell, "Be careful of Storm's lightning. Find a chance to get close to her, don't let her attack from a distance." She thought that with Russell's ability to break his cervical vertebrae and his physique that almost smashed Wolverine with one punch just now, he should have a chance to rush over and fight in close combat. As for the thermal vision just now, she thought that since Russell didn't use it to attack Wolverine again, there might be some restrictions. However, after the voice fell, she didn't see Russell move at all. Instead, Storm pushed with both hands, and suddenly a fierce lightning streaked across the space and hit the opponent. But the imagined scene did not appear. Not only did the exploding lightning not hurt Russell's body, but it gently wrapped around his body for a few circles, and finally gathered in the palm of his hand like flowing water. It looked like surrender. The scene at this moment was no less shocking than before. A chuckle came at this time, "Using thunder in front of me, are you worthy?" The moment the voice fell, the thunder gathered in the palm suddenly exploded. It betrayed its master, and with a terrifying and more powerful posture, it turned into a real thunder and hit Storm. At this moment, the whole auditorium was shaking in the violent thunder. And in the hearts of all mutant students, even if the thunder did not attack themselves, at this moment it seemed as if there was a feeling that the power of heaven was going to destroy them. At the moment, looking at the teacher who was cheating in the classroom, the expression in his eyes completely turned into shock and fear. Mystique stared blankly at the back in front of him. At this moment, I finally understood one thing. The other party's indifferent attitude was not pretended, but he didn't take these people in front of him seriously at all. That was the confidence of a truly powerful person. He had seen it in Magneto before, but his power was far from comparable to the one before him. Break through space. Ignore Professor X's mind control. Crush Cyclops' laser. Almost smashed Wolverine with powerful force. Now he controls the thunder and easily defeats Storm. At this moment, she was very sure that Russell was not unable to continue using thermal vision, but was unwilling to continue using it. The other party could not be from SHIELD, but when did such a powerful existence appear in this world? Just when everyone was shocked beyond words, they suddenly saw Russell move. He walked forward step by step, leisurely strolling in the garden. He casually slapped the beast away. With a glance, Colossus sank into the solid ground. Yuexing, who had the ability to control energy, was knocked unconscious by the weapon he had built. Nightcrawler, who flashed out of space, was caught by the throat and then thrown out to hit Zhengtu, who had super strength. Both of them fainted. That's it. Until Russell stood on the stage, all the X-Men who were worshipping in front of him had fallen down. Not to mention causing damage, they couldn't even delay for a second. Just like that, in the shocked eyes of everyone, Russell walked in front of the trembling man. Although Cyclops could no longer see any images, he was not deaf. The sound of Wolverine's steel claws popping out, the roar of Beast, the sound of Storm's lightning exploding, nothing was left. There was only the sound of footsteps, step by step, as if stepping on his heart, as if to crush him to death. Professor. Principal. Charles. Charles Xavier. Kill him, control him to kill himself. He kept retreating, waving his arms randomly, and shouting loudly. As if this could add a little false confidence. Until he hit the cold wall behind him, he finally destroyed the last glimmer of hope. Why? Cyclops lost his mind and shouted loudly, I just want to live well, why stop me? This world is so cruel, only. Bang! Before Cyclops finished speaking, his whole head exploded like a watermelon. Noisy. Russell didn't even bother to look through his memory, because this guy doesn't even know who the so-called gods are. The key is the priest. But the old guy Ancient One shouldn't fail. Russell glanced at Professor X who had regained consciousness and said nothing. At this time, the magic circle dimmed, and all the mutant students who were entangled by the tentacles fell to the ground. There were a few X-Men who were not unconscious under the control of Professor X. At the moment, they slowly climbed up from the ground. Colossus even struggled to pull himself out of the ground. At the moment, he slowly climbed up from the ground. At that moment, everyone's faces turned pale, their eyes were full of shock and awe. Although they were under control all the time. But they could see what happened before through their eyes, just like watching TV. Especially the scene where themselves were almost slapped to death like a fly, it was too scary. Except for the fireman who died of excessive blood loss, the others were not in danger of life except for a few pieces of flesh bitten off and a little blood loss. Survived. Everyone looked at the figure on the stage, in addition to gratitude, their eyes were more of admiration and shock for the strong. Too strong. One person singled out, no, it should be one person who easily crushed almost all the war police. This is simply a fantasy. If someone said this an hour ago, everyone would think that the other party must be crazy. But now, this is an ironclad fact. Mystique's eyes were the most complicated. In addition to being shocked by the other party's strength, she didn't know how to face it. She sighed and planned to go to Professor X. The old man seemed to be hit by this incident, and his eyes were still dull. Mystique jumped onto the stage in a few steps. Without looking at Russell, she came to Professor X and wanted to comfort him not to be sad. Now the students below still needed the principal. However, before she opened her mouth, she suddenly saw the other party's eyes turn black. Mystique's heart trembled suddenly, the hair on her body stood up, and a chill rushed from her spine to her scalp. She had never felt such terrible malice. Just one look, her will seemed to collapse. Although she was not controlled by any power, she felt that her soul was being watched by some terrifying existence and could not move at all. Until a hand suddenly grabbed her waist and pulled her back. Mystique felt that she had escaped from that gaze and finally came alive, and could feel the warmth around her waist. It was a comfortable feeling of safety and relaxation that she had never had before. However, she was not addicted to this wonderful feeling. She knew the priorities and quickly said to Russell, "Be careful. The professor is not right." Russell pinched his waist and replied casually, "Relax, it's mine." He? Mystique was frightened by this word. This word usually represents the existence of demons and gods. But the summoning ceremony was obviously interrupted. How could such a terrifying thing appear? Russell did not explain. At the moment, a large amount of muddy black energy gushed out from Professor X's facial features, flowing on the ground with a hissing sound. And it seemed to be alive, moving on its own to form a magic circle. Boom! A very terrifying sense of oppression descended, and the space trembled at this moment. All the mutants present, except Raven who was held in Russell's arms, were crushed and pressed to the ground and unable to get up. The students who had just escaped death showed a horrified look once, not understanding what happened. At this time, the dome of the entire auditorium shattered, a crack appeared in the sky, and the terrifying black light was madly injected into Professor X's body. At the same time, at the connection point between the three schools of Camartage and the Holy Place, the dimensional defense model suddenly lit up. In the northern part of New York, a bit of black energy was madly infiltrating into the golden barrier. Although they knew this scene would happen in advance, Wong and Mordo still felt horrified when they saw it. Dimension Mephisto's power is coming. Are we really just going to watch? Wong swallowed his saliva and asked fearfully. Mordo was not much better. He turned to look at the old man beside him. Ancient One stroked his beard and said calmly, "What are you afraid of? Russell Magician is there to beat the dog, and you are afraid that he will not come in. Don't worry, it's not the real body coming in, it's just the dimensional energy, it's okay." "I'm just afraid of death," Mordo couldn't help asking, "Aren't you going? What if Russell Magician has an accident?" Ancient One rolled his eyes, "I have other things to do. As for accidents, even if you fry the sugar color, he won't have an accident. Don't worry, let's go." He then went straight into a portal, leaving the two of them staring at each other. "Zero, please give me flowers. S.H.I.E.L.D. A shrill alarm sounded. Nick Fury saw the intelligent program in front of him, and messages kept popping up. K34 Starlink detected a high-energy space reaction. Energy burst detected above the critical value. First level abnormal level. Protocol invalid. It is recommended to activate the highest level emergency plan. Nick Fury's face turned pale. This is the early warning system given to him by Captain Marvel, but he didn't expect it to trigger the highest level emergency plan. This means that a disaster that is enough to threaten the entire planet has occurred. But there is no time to call Carol back at this time. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. The real world cannot resist, so what about the mysterious side? If the Earth is finished, they can't survive. He immediately decided to contact the Ancient One. But at this moment, the voice of Black Widow suddenly appeared in the emergency channel of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director. "Mr. Russell just told me not to panic, he is handling it." Nick Fury turned his head to look out the window, and then he suddenly realized that the hole seemed to be at the location of Xavier's school. Thinking about the other party's initiative to go there, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Is all this under the control of the Sorcerer Supreme? Xavier Academy for Gifted Youths. Professor X at the moment, he had stood up from the wheelchair, his face was distorted, and dense black patterns spread on his head. A normal person would feel nauseous and dizzy as long as he took a look, and couldn't look directly at it. "What is this?" Raven hung on Russell tightly, and asked with a pale face. Russell narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Zero. This is the power of the god of black magic, Zisong. I didn't expect it to be him, I thought he was interested in Wanda, forget it. Let's solve it first." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up, emitting a milky white light. Instantly, Professor X's left eye also burst into the same white light. This is Russell's backup plan. The sacred power that was deliberately left in Professor X's body was for this moment. No matter who uses Professor X's power to come, they will only fall into the trap he has set in advance. Definitely, Russell was not completely sure that he would appear at that time. He just felt that these people had gone to great lengths to plant that kind of power into Professor X's spiritual world, and it would definitely not be that simple. This is just a precautionary measure, but now it is just right. The sacred power naturally restrains the power of darkness. In Professor X's mind, it was as if a white sun rose, and suddenly the black chaos ocean began to evaporate rapidly like spring snow encountering the scorching sun. Professor X, who was entangled in a dead tree with black chains, slowly opened his eyes and was getting out of control. In reality, the black magic circle under X's feet began to gradually crack, revealing white light. It will obviously not take long for it to completely break apart. And those mutants who were pressed to the ground by the terrifying aura of power also felt their bodies lighten. Everyone looked at Russell with white light in his eyes in shock. At this moment, their minds were shaken and they were shocked again. Suddenly, Russell turned his head and looked at the void on the left. Others also looked over there. I was just a little confused, there was nothing there. But in the next second, a burning flaming sword suddenly penetrated from another space. Then it slashed downwards. A huge amount of fire line appeared, and a huge amount of wound was cut out of thin air, revealing the scene behind. It was a twisted and hot space. There was no vitality, only the black continuous earth and mountains, and the terrifying magma lake. Then a blonde woman with eyes filled with blue energy, holding a rolling blue blazing sword, and wearing golden armor jumped out of it. Without hesitation, she stabbed at Professor X. Zidhorn. Die. There was no hesitation in the woman's eyes. It seems that she intends to sacrifice Professor X. Bang. The ground was directly blasted by the terrifying power, the magic circle was destroyed, and the energy gap in the sky closed. The woman straightened up at this time, frowned and turned to look over. Mystique saw the other person's face and was shocked. You are, Mystique. Ileana, is it really you? However, Mystique did not look at her, but looked at Russell who rescued the target with a serious face and said, Professor X has been contaminated by Mephistos' dimensional energy, he must be killed. Otherwise, the dark god Sisong can still come through him. Don't be soft-hearted, his sacrifice is necessary. Hearing this, Mystique, Storm and other awakened X-Men suddenly changed their faces. If this is really the case, Mystique's approach is right. We cannot ignore the safety of the whole world and let such a terrifying thing come. Even if Professor X wakes up, I'm afraid he will ask everyone to do so. Mutant present immediately showed a sad look. However, at this moment, Russell looked at Mystique and tilted his head, and suddenly laughed, tisk tisk, the last piece of the puzzle is filled in. 090. Wanda Mountain Range. The peak that was always in the mist was exposed to the real world at some point. A dark temple stood on the peak, emitting a faint dark red halo in the snowstorm, which looked ominous. And inside the temple, the priest in New York was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and in front of him were a lot of candles and a dark book placed in the center of the magic circle. But at the moment the book was burning and soon burned out. The priest's forehead was covered with sweat, and at the moment he let out a long breath. It's really hard to steal some of Zisong's dimensional energy at this time. A voice of agreement came from behind, that's right. My suggestion is to find Dormammu next time. He is stupid and easier to steal. The priest was startled by the sudden voice and shuddered violently. But he reacted quickly, and black smoke mixed with ashes appeared on his body, and he was about to teleport away. Tisk tisk, the smell of rotten eggs in hell, you are Mephisto's lackey. As the voice fell, a series of golden monolines appeared out of thin air in the entire Scarlet Witch Temple. They combined and changed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye formed a cage with huge amounts of hands crossed together. From a distance, it looked like a pair of hands crossed together to imprison a ball of black smoke in the palm. At this time, the smoke turned into a human form again, but there was a red tail behind it, the eyes became goat-like pupils, and the skin was also dark red. But there were 2 fewer horns on the head. This is a half-devil. The Red Devil Azazel was shocked and angry at the moment, and he couldn't help shouting out the fear in his heart, Ancient One. Impossible, the dimension barrier has been invaded, why don't you go to Xavier's school? In this universe, he is not a mutant. Inside the temple door, Ancient One put a knitted wool hat on his bald head. He pulled it down with all his strength, then shrank his neck and said, when people get old, they just don't like to come to this kind of place. Why don't you find a warm place? It's the same. I won't stop you from summoning. Although he didn't answer, the last sentence still made the Red Devil's face change greatly. He said in disbelief, "You knew from the beginning that I wanted to steal Zisong's power." "That's impossible." Ancient One laughed, "That's not the case. I just followed you to see what you were going to do." The Red Devil still felt something was wrong, and said with all his heart, "Since you know that I summoned the power of the god of black magic, why don't you go to Xavier's school to resist? If you don't go, the whole New York will become the domain of the god of Hades." Ancient One raised his eyebrows and said, "You seem to be in a hurry. Why do you want me to go so much? Interesting. Your eyes tell me that I guessed right." The Red Devil's pupils shrank, and black smoke with red sparks continued to spew out of his mouth and nose, and his whole body grew wildly in the black smoke. He no longer looked like a human, but more like a pure devil. A rough and dull voice came out of his mouth, "Since you are not going, then stay here completely." After the voice fell, it waved the dark devil claws, tore the surrounding secret cages apart, then knelt on one knee suddenly, and stabbed the ground with its right hand. Instantly, a violent roar sounded. The peak where the entire temple was located was suddenly grasped by a giant black claw that appeared. Boom! Tisk tisk, the last piece of the puzzle is finally filled in. Russell looked at the woman who was surrounded by surging energy and holding a flaming sword in her hand, and his eyes showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. When the secret guest wanted to kill Professor X, he finally caught the last bit of something wrong. "I don't understand what you are saying." Mysterio raised the sword in his hand and said in a cold voice, "Get out of the way, otherwise I can only think that you are a lackey of Zisong and kill you too." At this time, Storm hurriedly said, "Mr. Russell, this is also an X-Men. She is Ileana Rasputin, the sister of Colossus. She was just captured by the devil and came back once. She is not a bad person." Mysterio glanced at Russell, and after a second of silence, his expression softened a little, and explained, "I killed my demon mentor in the border of hell, and I have been practicing there since then. But I didn't lose contact with the earth. It's just that this time I came back after sensing the power of Zisong." Russell nodded and sighed, "It's reasonable, and even the smell of hell on my body can be perfectly explained." B. He suddenly paused as he spoke, staring at Mysterio's eyes filled with blue magic energy, as if he could see what was hidden underneath. Until a few seconds later, he suddenly said, "But, it's too coincidental. A sacrifice occurred in the academy, and even if the sacrifice was interrupted, Scythene still had a backup plan to descend with power. It seemed that it had to come." Afterwards, Mysterio returned from Limbo and worked with Camartage Sorcerer Supreme to kill the contaminated Professor X, and then naturally he would not be suspected, and he completely returned to the real dimension. Russell looked at Mystique and said with a smile, "What do you think of my script?" Mystique's face did not show any abnormality, and the flame on the long sword in her hand became more and more blazing. She raised her sword and pointed it at Russell and said coldly, "Do you mean you are the current Sorcerer Supreme? Then based on your current behavior, I have reason to suspect that you are colluding with the Dimension Mephisto and want to devour the entire Earth." Russell did not answer, but laughed and said, "Your plan is perfect. If I were not in this world, you might really succeed. But unfortunately I am not the Sorcerer Supreme, and the Guy Ancient One did not come. The power I left in Professor X's body allowed me to clearly perceive that the energy of Scython was sent to Professor X through the space of the real dimension, and its 10th summoning location was not here. At that time, I was very confused about why this happened, until you appeared, everything made sense." Mystique didn't quite understand the principle of summoning. But after Russell's explanation, she knew that the Mystique in front of her was definitely wrong. All this was too coincidental, as if there was a invisible pusher secretly pushed all this forward. But even so, Mysterio's face remained unchanged, and he was not affected. It seemed that he had nothing to do with this matter. Until Russell tilted his ear, as if he heard something. Then he looked at Mysterio and grinned, "Mephisto, your red-skinned baby is exposed." Hearing this, all the mutants present couldn't help but show horror. Mephisto. Satan in hell in the Bible. This legendary big devil is almost a household name. It is much more terrifying than the black magic god that you have never heard of. Some timid mutants have already started to run away. Mysterio didn't look at those cowards. The energy on the long sword in his hand disappeared and was thrown to the ground casually, and the energy on his body was no longer agitated. She sighed deeply and said with regret, "It seems that the Ancient One is with Azazel." What a pity, it was just a little short. I guessed that the sacrifice ceremony would be interrupted. After all, the fate of these mutants is very unique, so I prepared a backup plan. Even if the ceremony is interrupted, I can use other methods to get some of Zisong's dimensional energy. Your Majesty means a deal. I also guessed that the Ancient One might kill the contaminated body directly, so I didn't dare to hesitate and came here. But after all the calculations, I didn't expect that there would be an extra U. As she said this, she stared at Russell and said curiously, "2. Who are you? You shouldn't exist at this point in time." The energy in her eyes disappeared, revealing a pair of orange-yellow demon eyes. The surrounding mutants saw this scene and no longer had any luck. Li Ganhuan pulled Xiao Doqi to escape. In this situation, she felt that she would die just by watching. But at this time, a circle of fire suddenly appeared on the ground out of thin air, encircling half of the mutant academy. Some of the mutants who just escaped to the edge of the fire circle wanted to rush out with their strength. But the moment they were touched by the flames, their flesh and blood turned into ashes, and their souls broke away and were swallowed by the flames. This horrible scene immediately made the people behind them look desperate, as if they had already entered hell. Mystique still stood there. For some reason, she didn't break free, but at the moment she wanted to know Russell's identity. As for the other X-Men, at the moment they were ready to fight. Although it was probably useless. But they were not afraid of death. Mephisto then spoke again, "My time is limited. Azazel can't hold the Ancient One back for long. I have to kill you before he comes. Tell me your origins, and I will leave a place for you in hell." There is a certain chance that a human soul full of sin will fall into hell, but ordinary people will never. But this is not absolute. The souls killed by the devil will 100% continue to fall, eventually leaving the real dimension, being attracted by hell, and finally falling into hell. Comic setting, Russell suddenly laughed very happily. Facing this big devil, he was not afraid, but said meaningfully, "You say, is it possible that I am actually better than that guy?" Mephisto stopped laughing. As a master of playing with souls and emotions, she can easily tell whether a person is lying. And now, he did not see the deception in the other's eyes. If the other party did not even deceive himself, then the other party's words were true. Seeing this expression, Russell's smile became even bigger. Camartage records a Mephisto knowledge. Dimension Lord type Mephisto will be strongly suppressed by the real dimension. They can't enter the real world as their original bodies, they can only come here through indirect ways such as incarnation and power descent. And any incarnation and power have their limits, they can't reach the level of a single universe, and they can't enter if they exceed it. Especially the Earth has a dimensional barrier. Every time Russell said a word, the face of the mysterious guest became heavier. 0. Until the end, he showed 10 grim smiles and said, "Then the great Lord of Hell Mephisto, how much dimensional energy did you bring with this incarnation this time?" Hearing this, Mephisto's face became completely gloomy. What he hates most is losing. And in this game, the opponent's cards are bigger than his. So, he doesn't want to play anymore. In an instant, the surging blue flame appeared again, trying to open a passage to the border of hell. But at this time, the sound of the mirror breaking suddenly sounded. The ring of the expanding flame was suddenly divided into more than a dozen pieces, and then swam in all directions. The scene of the border of hell behind the portal has not appeared yet, and the connection is completely disconnected. Not only the area where Mephisto is, at this moment all the mutants were horrified to find that the entire Xavier's school was going crazy. Shape-shifting, splitting, swimming. In just a short breath, the whole world has completed an exaggerated change. The fountain is hanging upside down in the sky. The front half of the castle seems to have been cut off, revealing the interlaced and overlapping rooms inside, spreading infinitely. The grass is no longer flat, it has turned into waves. The road in the distance passes through the ground, and no one knows where it leads. At this time, a crisp snap of fingers sounded in everyone's ears, and suddenly everyone mutant was in a trance and found that they were assigned to a room. There seemed to be nothing in front of them, but with a wave of the hand, they could feel an invisible barrier. They seemed to have become little people in a toy castle. Mystique and Storm next door looked at each other, and they both saw shock in each other's eyes. They didn't understand what kind of power this was, they just felt it was extremely exaggerated, and they had goosebumps all over their bodies. Mephisto sighed at this time, looking at Russell not far away and said, "This mirror space of shape-shifting level seems to have found the next supreme law. Good luck, Ancient One. But I really hate accidents. The last sentence sounded like thunder, and Mystique's body was growing wildly at this moment, and in a blink of an eye it had become a 100-meter giant. He raised his palm, and the terrifying blue flame swept towards the castle. He is a devil, and likes to attack weaknesses. Sure enough, he saw that human came to the front of the castle in an instant and had to resist the flames. But the next second he was stunned. Because the opponent did not put up any resistance at all, the magic flame from the secret guest ability was absorbed into the opponent's body like flowing water. Russell showed a comfortable expression. If it was just the fireman's entry, it would not be enough to absorb such a powerful magic flame. But there is no way. He has another identity. The God of Fire. Controlling the flame and the fireman entry allowed him to easily absorb the magic flame and continuously transform it into his own power. If it could continue like this, he would even be willing to let go of the great Hell Leader. In the castle, Mutant, who seemed to be facing a sea of fire just now, looked at this scene with a dull look. The flame that made their souls throb was actually absorbed by Russell like this? Even that expression, it seemed like he was enjoying it. It was outrageous. Mo 2.6 Fisto also thought it was outrageous. In order to hide himself, the dimensional power he brought this time was not much. This sea of fire consumed almost 1/10 of the fire. After cursing a very ugly hellish word, he clenched his hands and suddenly a huge sword appeared, slashing at the despicable human who looked comfortable. Are you so angry now? The smile will transfer. Russell became happier and raised his hand forward. In an instant, a magic shield with intricate patterns was formed. The giant sword slashed on it and immediately made a huge amount of roars. The transparent shockwave spread wildly in all directions. Mephisto snorted coldly, not too surprised. His eyes turned pure black, and the whole world fell into darkness for a short time. When it lit up again, the sky had turned dark red, magma flowed on the ground, and volcanoes erupted with billowing black smoke. The strange scene space before completely turned into hell at this moment. And Mephisto has completely transformed into a real body, becoming as if he was taller than the sky. As if he walked out of a myth. The mutant students in the castle were completely stunned, and their pupils couldn't stop trembling. Even the X-Men couldn't control their fear. Mephisto smiled grimly. He felt fear, and his strength began to rise in his body. But at this moment, a voice of undisguised ridicule sounded in everyone's ears. Has it come to this now, Mephisto? If you like playing illusions so much, why not look at mine? 091. Illusion? Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then they saw a dazzling green light rising into the sky. The dark red sky dimmed in an instant, with lead grey clouds floating. Visible snowflakes fell. The volcanoes returned to silence wherever they passed. The magma lakes no longer boiled, but were frozen dimly. The hideous hell creatures turned into statues and solidified in place. The cold wind howled, and the blizzard flew. At this moment, winter has arrived. Even though they just heard that this should be an illusion, at this moment the mutants in the castle inexplicably felt the cold from the bottom of their hearts. Storm, who can temporarily control the celestial phenomena, has no doubt that even if the scene in front of him is fake, his group of people will definitely freeze to death outside. At this time, a shocked voice sounded. Illusion magic. You are a magician of the Aesir clan. Mephisto, who is 10,000 meters high, has returned to normal file size, and a ball of dark red energy condensed between his hands, blocking the flaming holy sword in front of him. That was a real attack in the illusion at the same time. But he reacted quickly enough to resist it. But at this time, Russell tilted his head and grinned. Stupid, I told you about illusions, and you really think they are all illusions? You, the Lord of Hell, usually only deceive fools. 09 As his voice fell. Mephisto's face suddenly changed. He suddenly found that the flying snow on his body not only did not disappear, but accumulated more and more, and an amazing chill continued to penetrate into his body. The flow of power began to slow down, and the whole body began to become stiff. Mephisto suddenly burst out with amazing blue magic flames, but it was sucked away uncontrollably as soon as it appeared. Russell grinned. Thank you, you still want to send me energy at this time. Mephisto was so angry that he was smoking. Well, it was smoking in the physical sense. Billowing black smoke burst out from his facial features, and then formed hideous demon phantoms, biting towards Russell. Russell showed a contemptuous look. Are you so anxious now? Then I'll give it back to you. As he said this, he took a deep breath and spit forward, and suddenly blue flames rolled over violently. Mephisto sneered. How could the magic flame from the magician burn him? What a stupid magician! Then his smile froze on his face. This is not magic flame, but the breath from the Jotunheim frost dragon. It is also the manifestation of blue flame. But the energy contained is completely opposite. The next second, the white light in Russell's eyes surged and sank into the eyes of the magician, and the shield shot the heart. In an instant, it seemed that a scream sounded in the void, as if something terrible died, and all the mutants couldn't help but tremble. Russell dissipated the holy sword of fire in his hand, and with a thought, the ice and snow melted and the illusion disappeared. Everything returned to its previous folded state. At this time, the sound of the mirror breaking sounded, and the world was restored in the shattering. All the mutants felt that their eyes were dazed for a moment, and they returned to the beginning. The world also returned to normal, no longer as magical as before. Everyone looked at the same person unconsciously. Today they saw what real power is, and their worldview were completely shattered. It turned out that mutants were neither special nor powerful. Russell didn't care what these mutants were thinking. He lightly touched the ice with his fingers, and the ice shattered immediately. He casually carried the unconscious Mystique on his shoulder, blinked at Mystique, and took a step forward and disappeared into the portal. Camartage. Russell teleported back to the 3 connection points to the holy place. Mystique's mind was parasitized by Mephisto, although he had just cleared Mephisto's power. But this big devil was very cunning, and it was hard to say that he had no tricks. Let's come back and ask Ancient One for help. This guy has experience Isis. Russell looked at the crying Wong and the groaning Mordo in front of him, and was a little confused. The two also saw him at this time. Wong wiped his nose and cried, Russell, magician, you are finally back. Supreme Sorcerer is dying. Russell was even more confused, and his tone rose, he is going to die. Are you sure? He felt that even if Wong fried the sugar color, the Ancient One would not die. Mordo nodded silently, and then whispered, he is really dying. We haven't dared to tell other magicians yet. Russell, magician, please follow me. Sorcerer Supreme will wait for you to come back and have something to say to you. Then he opened another portal and came to a secret room. After Russell stepped in, he saw Ancient One lying on the ground, his face was pale, and the clothes on his chest were completely stained with blood. You are finally back. Ancient One's eyes lit up slightly, and a rosy color appeared on his pale face, as if he was emitting a last burst of light. When Wong saw this scene, he couldn't help but cover his face and cry. Russell didn't say anything, but walked to Ancient One silently, with a bright divine power that could see through illusions in his eyes. After looking carefully for a few seconds, he almost laughed out of breath. He said speechlessly, do you think I'm that fool strange? Although the other party's body was weak and exhausted, his soul was strong and full of vitality. Ancient One pointed to his chest as if he didn't understand, it's really no good. I'm bleeding internally. I feel like my appendix is broken. Ahem. Let's not talk about this. I don't have much time. None of the secret magicians in Camartage can support this organization, so you can only rely on you next. Russell, magician, after I die, you will be the Sorcerer Supreme, and you will have all the authority of Camartage. As the Sorcerer Supreme, you can read those forbidden magic books and some secret history at will. This is my last words, I'm dead. After saying this, his face quickly lost the last bit of blood, his soul left his body, and disappeared with white smoke. Russell was stunned. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such shameless people. This FG ran away, leaving Camartage to me, and let me be a nanny for free? Wong and Mordo are not stupid. This scene just now is weird no matter how you look at it. To be honest, the Sorcerer Supreme looked quite energetic when he said at the end. Russell looked back at the two people with a gloomy face, thinking that he should not have come back. Wong 080 and Mordo couldn't help but tremble, and quickly lowered their heads and said in unison, Sorcerer Supreme. No matter what, it's better to hug the thigh and show loyalty. Russell rolled his eyes when he heard this title. This time he was really fooled. Not only did he have to complete the riveting of this world, but he also had to work for Camartage for free. I don't know if this old guy foresaw something and prepared in advance, or if he wanted to retire as soon as he kicked his legs. Fortunately, the forbidden magic books in the library can make up for it a little. But no matter which possibility, this old guy can't think of leaving so easily. He stared at Wang Dao, who was also Chinese, with a gloomy face. Hire a funeral band from China, set off some firecrackers, and blow 3 days of good times. Remember, not 1 day less. He looked at Mordo and said, go change the Wi-Fi password of Camartage for me. Change it to HHHHGYSL. If you make a mistake in one letter, I will let you go to Jotunheim to accompany the giants of Jotunheim. After saying that, he turned around and pried the space to the holy place at the highest point of Camartage. The more he thought about it, the more he felt at a loss. He first had to use up the good tea that Ancient One had left. In the secret room, Mordo shrank his neck and asked cautiously, what does HHHHGYSL say? Wang patted Mordo on the shoulder and said, don't ask about Sorcerer Supreme. Just do it and it's done. He understood from Russell's attitude that Ancient One was not dead at all. It was like he was crying at the wrong grave, howling for a long time in vain. Despicable old bald man. 092. In the holy place under the snowy mountain. Russell drank the good tea that Ancient One had treasured for who knows how many years, while his mind sank and he looked at the entries that the system had plundered. This was the only good news today. To be honest, he didn't expect that just killing a duplication with a small amount of power could actually explode the entries. This time Mephisto really lost a lot power of hell, rare, red, very rare energy of the hell dimension, but of extremely high quality. It can be associated with hell, and when it reaches a certain level, it can devour part of the hell dimension. Note, due to its rarity, except for actively exuding the breath of hell, the corresponding ability cannot be used. Dimension transformation, gold, the body can be enlarged, depending on the amount of output dimensional energy as the positive sentence ratio. Note, it can be replaced by divine power, the current limit is 10,000 meters, and this limit can be broken after breaking through the single limit. Hell illusion, elementary level, gold, it can create a real hell scene. After the target believes it, it will suffer corresponding damage. The range of the illusion is based on the user's original weight. Mind invasion, elementary level, purple gold, it is not a mind power, but a parasitic mind with the power of the soul. Energy control, elementary level, purple, it can simply control all forms of energy. Russell's face showed astonishment. Is this the dimensional Mephisto? It is just a duplication that carries a power that even Godfather has not reached, but it actually exploded with so many good things. The most outrageous thing is the red entry. The meaning on it is very simple. As long as you continue to devour the energy of the hell dimension, you are very likely to become a hell lord. Although this condition is more stringent and difficult. But this is called qualification. After all, even the Ancient One has side effects when devouring the energy of the dark dimension. And the golden entry of hell illusion can be fully coordinated with the power of the god of fire and the flame messenger ability of flame giant. True and false, false and true. It can definitely deceive many people. As for dimension transformation, this is also very exaggerated. After loading, it can be regarded as his top 3 attack methods now. In addition, mind invasion and energy control are also rare and powerful entries. To be honest, even if all the mutants of Xavier's school are killed, they are not as high as the quality brought by this duplication. Definitely, except for the Phoenix Force in Jean Grey's body. Russell sighed and loaded all the entries. But this time, there are still some regrets. He thought that this level of event should be able to trigger the anchor point, but it didn't. I don't know if the departure of Ancient One has anything to do with the anchor point. Afternoon. Russell lit the special agar wood left by Ancient One. His spirituality became more sensitive, and his thinking speed became faster. While flipping through the forbidden magic book that was locked with secret techniques before, he ate the Chinese dim sum that Wang Kai bought through the portal. Not to mention, if this Sorcerer Supreme didn't need to defend the dimension and deal with mysterious side events. It's pretty good. At this time, a faint hum sounded. The secret guest opened her eyes and saw a wooden dome with a completely different style from the border of hell, and there was no sulfur smell in the air that would never dissipate. Soon her eyes regained their spirits and remembered everything before. In the border of hell, she killed her demon mentor Belasco, but Mephisto took the opportunity to invade her mind. After that, she was imprisoned in the mind and could only watch everything that happened afterwards helplessly. When Mephisto wanted to kill Professor X, she was extremely desperate. It's not because Professor X will die, but Mephisto definitely has a more terrifying purpose in coming to the world. Fortunately, the Aesir defeated the devil's conspiracy. Awake! A faint voice sounded. Mystic turned his head and looked, and immediately showed surprise. Is it you? Is this Asgard? Russell didn't even raise his head and said, No, this is Camartage. You should know this place. Mystic supported his body and sat up, nodded and said, I know, when I first returned from the border of hell, I communicated with Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. He is a very good person. Well, can I ask where he is? Russell pointed outside with his chin. Hey, do you hear the sound of the band? It's for him. Mystic tilted his head, not quite understanding this sentence. Russell closed the magic book, turned his head and shrugged. He's dead, and the band is celebrating. Now I am Sorcerer Supreme. Ah, Mysterious opened her mouth involuntarily, unable to understand how the words death and celebration could be put together. However, she quickly stood up and said politely, Excuse me, Sorcerer Supreme. Russell waved his hand, not really caring about it, and then said, Because I'm not sure if Mephisto still has any tricks left in your mind. So you can't leave Camartage for the time being, until I finish the inspection. I will let you go back to Xavier's school. No problem. Although it was a question at the end, the tone was not to be refused. Mysterious did not argue about some stupid words like I'd rather die than be free, and accepted this request very calmly. But I'm a little curious about how to check this. Russell thought for a while and said, Since you're awake, let's do it first. Sit down and find a comfortable position for yourself. Well, lying down is also fine. Mysterio didn't feel comfortable lying down anymore, so she chose to sit opposite Juansu. The next second, she saw a pair of eyes glowing white. Instantly, the real world collapsed, and Mysterio found herself in a pure white world. She was not unfamiliar with this place. It was here that she was imprisoned by Mephisto for the first time. This was her spiritual world. At this moment, she suddenly felt as if she was holding something in her hand. She looked down and saw that the Sorcerer Supreme had appeared at some point, or had always been there. At the moment, he was holding her left side. Don't be nervous. Russell looked at the infinite space in front of him and said, I need to inject power into your mind, so that I can search for the remaining power other than myself through you. Similar to your mind turning into light, the hidden shadow will naturally be exposed. Mysterio understood and completely relaxed her mind. The white light lit up on Russell, and then passed through his clasped hands to Mysterio like running water. A warm feeling suddenly appeared. Mysterio felt as if he had taken off the restraints on his body and was soaking in a hot spring. The relaxed and comfortable feeling almost made her hum. The only thing was that she was a little embarrassed. She felt that she had no secrets now, and she felt like she was seen through. The next second, the mysterious guest shone brightly like a human-shaped big light bulb, illuminating this almost infinite spiritual world. After an unknown amount of time, a scream suddenly sounded. A wisp of black smoke appeared somewhere in the originally pure white spiritual world, and was evaporated by the shining white light in an instant. The mysterious guest immediately felt scared. Mephisto was so insidious and cunning that he even left a backup plan in his spiritual world. If it weren't for this Sorcerer Supreme, I don't know when I would become his puppet again. The real world. It was only a second. The mysterious guest lowered her head slightly, her face slightly red. As time went on in the spiritual world, she was constantly washed by the white energy, and the more she felt that her secrets were exposed. Coupled with the comfort of soaking in a hot spring, she even had a strange feeling of being out of control. But she still calmed down and said thank you. Russell shook his head and said, In the next 7 days, you have to repeat this process every day. It's not too late to thank me after it's completely solved. It's still 7 days. Mysterio suddenly lost his mind, the feeling became stronger and stronger, and he didn't know if he could bear it. Don't embarrass yourself when the time comes. Night. Russell left Camartage, walked out of the portal, and lay comfortably on the bed. He didn't think about coming tonight, but the shock from Mysterio was a bit big. After receiving the divine power, the woman's thoughts and feelings in her heart will be fed back to him. So, I won't sleep tonight. Not long after, Raven, who had just finished taking a shower and was wrapped in a bath towel, walked in. She was stunned at first, then seemed to think of something, turned around and ran. Russell sneered, raised his wrist and shot out a magic cobweb, Wang Haozhao, which wrapped the other party, and then pulled him back directly. He lifted Raven's chin and raised his eyebrows. not allowing any refusal, don't struggle, you will never escape from my palm in this life. Accept your fate. The next second, the room went dark. However, Mystique Ming did not accept her fate, but continued to transform into other her people to fight. But unfortunately, she was still not the opponent. But it must be said that this move is really powerful, even more powerful than the previous cooperation between the little wolf girl and Polaris. Russell also once again admitted that what the Supreme Tony said before was absolutely correct. No words all night. In the early morning, Storm looked out the window absent-mindedly. As soon as she closed her eyes last night, the shocking scenes before kept appearing in her mind. The storm lightning ability that she was proud of was as childish as a child in front of the other party. This was a bit of a blow to her. Fortunately, everyone was like this, so she felt a little better. With a long sigh, Storm planned to start working. She felt pain when she thought about the things she had to deal with today. But at this moment she suddenly saw something and rubbed her eyes vigorously. Then she looked carefully and her face suddenly changed. In the sky, a man wearing a helmet was slowly falling. That was Magneto. 093. Magneto. Why would the other party come to the academy? Storm's scalp tingled, and Professor X's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Everyone, don't worry, come out with me. Obviously, Magneto came over in a swagger, and was discovered by Professor X, who was on edge. A few minutes later, on the grass in front of the castle, all the uninjured X-Men were on full alert, looking at the man in front of them with a vigilant look. Magneto spread his arms, shook his head slightly, and sighed with disappointment. Charles, look at you now, like a frightened bird. Mutant's face has been completely lost by you. Wolverine showed an angry expression, suppressed his emotions and growled, you don't know what we are facing. You don't understand. Magneto put down his arms and sneered, I heard that your alloy spine was punched out by someone yesterday, and you almost died. What, do you think I can't do it? As he spoke, the powerful magnetic field pressed Wolverine to the ground, and the latter could not move no matter how he roared. Storm raised his arm to summon lightning, but the memory of yesterday appeared in his mind again. It was like a shadow shrouding his heart, and the arc around his palm suddenly exploded and extinguished. This scene immediately stunned several X-Men next to him. Professor X slowly said at this time, okay, Eric. Call me Marx, you know that's my real name. Magneto interrupted without hesitation. Professor X showed a trace of bleakness on his face, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, I only know that my former friend was called Eric. Magneto said indifferently, you also know that it was only in the past. From the moment you betrayed us, I am no longer Eric. Okay, I didn't come here today to argue with you. I already know what happened in the academy yesterday. This sentence is equivalent to admitting that he has planted Brotherhood spies in the academy. The faces of the X-Men present suddenly became worse. Beast said coldly, since you know what happened, you should understand that there are unimaginable powerful beings in the human world. If your ideas continue to be implemented, one day in the future, all mutants will be smashed to pieces. Magneto did not deny it, but said with certainty, that's why we have to save ourselves. We lack a home of our own and a strong person who can protect all mutants. The mutants present were silent. Magneto did not sound as radical as before, but he seemed to be daydreaming. With these conditions, would mutants fall to this point? At this time, Magneto suddenly showed an unfathomable expression, looked around at everyone, and said meaningfully, I know a name that can change mutants' destiny. As long as we work together, we will definitely find each other. He was very desperate last night. But when he learned the name, he became extremely excited again. Speaking of the fact that he went to Eastern Europe that year, he met that woman that night. It was really destined by fate. At this time, Professor X frowned and said, even if there is such a person in this world, why would he help mutant? Magneto said faintly, it's very simple, because he is the ancestor of mutant. The lawn suddenly fell silent, and the X-Men showed doubtful expressions. Ashbite, isn't mutant a genetic mutation? Why does an ancestor appear? After a moment, Professor X still shook his head and refused. Hope often brings deeper despair, Eric. You may find a devil, I don't agree. The muscles on Magneto's face twitched, and he was obviously very angry. Even at this point, Charles was still fantasizing. Stupid. He was about to scold the other party, but suddenly found something and asked, Where is Jean Grey? Storm and others realized that she was not at the scene. When they thought that it was Cyclops who died yesterday, everyone felt uneasy. Magneto stared at Professor X, who didn't speak, and suddenly laughed after a few seconds. I don't need you bunch of trash anymore. As he said that, his body slowly floated up and was about to leave. However, he didn't notice that a man was looking at him faintly in a window somewhere in the castle. Raven hugged Russell's waist, snuggled in his arms, looked at his back outside the window and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to stop him? That mutant ancestor sounds like a scary monster. After all, how can a mutant live that long?" Russell smiled meaningfully. "No, I'm looking forward to him continuing." Time was touched at that moment, and he knew that the anchor point was about to appear. Raven didn't quite understand why Magneto was let go, but still said, "Do I need to be a spy? Eric will believe me. He is sometimes more naive than Professor X." Russell smiled and patted the jelly behind him, raised his eyebrows and said, "Not bad, you have a high level of ideological awareness and know how to help your boyfriend. I will forgive you for seducing me before." Raven's face suddenly turned red, and she stammered, "Don't touch me. No, don't talk nonsense. I just think Eric will take mutant to hell. He doesn't know that you are the real Asgardian at this time." Russell did not expose the woman in his arms. This guy surrendered completely last night. At the moment is just arrogant. But you can't be stubborn. I have a magic weapon to deal with this. He moved his mind and closed the curtains again. Afternoon. Russell returned to Camartage. After simply dealing with some magic-related matters, lighting a few firecrackers for Ancient One, and washing the mind of the secret agent again, he came to Shield, the top floor of the Trident building. Nick Fury looked into the distance, his face dark and heavy. There was a lot of noise at Xavier's school yesterday, especially the cracked space hole, which was even more frightening than the alien invasion in 2012, just like the end of the world. Congress has made dozens of calls, and although he has temporarily dealt with them, it will not work in the long run. He also wanted to know what happened there, but he didn't dare to go there without receiving the notification from that person. Beep beep. The sudden knocking sound on the table scared Nick Fury. He looked back with a stinky face, and was so scared that he almost jumped up again. "Magician, you are here." Nick Fury quickly stood up and forced a smile on his face. Russell knew the difficulty of the S.H.I.E.L.D. director and said directly, "There is a duplication of the Lord of Hell in the Mutant Academy that has descended into the real world. I have solved it. It is a related incident to the town before. S.H.I.E.L.D. does not need to continue to follow it." Nick Fury's eyelids jumped and his scalp was numb. It was easy to say, but the amount of information was too much. What the hell is the Lord of Hell? Isn't that thing a legend? How come it suddenly became real? Why is the Earth getting more and more dangerous? Carol told me before that the Earth was just a low-level civilization and there would be basically no danger. As a result, not to mention the alien invasions, Thor and Chitauri, every other day, even hell has appeared now. He thinks Captain Marvel needs to come back very much, and the Earth is the one that needs to be saved the most. After barely digesting this news, Nick Fury asked cautiously, "Since there is a Hell Lord, is there a God? Shouldn't he be in charge of this?" Russell replied casually, "There is no God, this is not DC." Nick Fury didn't understand the latter part of the sentence, but he could understand that there was no God in the first part. I felt relieved. He thought that both heaven and hell were equally terrifying to humans. But he didn't think that this great magician came to tell him this on purpose, so he asked tentatively, "Mr. Russell, do you have anything for us to do?" After asking, he prayed in his heart that it must be an inconvenient little thing, it must be an inconvenient little thing. No way. Even the Hell Lord came out. He was really afraid that this big guy would ask S.H.I.E.L.D. to perform some outrageous task. Russell looked directly into Nick Fury's eyes, making him sweat on his forehead, and then he laughed, "Don't worry, it's not a dangerous mission. Call Captain Honey and Black Widow." Nick Fury thought for several times before he realized who Honey was, and quickly contacted the two to come to his office. A few minutes later, the door was banged several times, and then a familiar voice came from outside, "Captain One-Eyed, agent codenamed Farmer is here to report." Nick Fury's face darkened, "Come in, the door is not." Bang! Captain America walked in aggressively, looking like a farmer who really wanted to check if the blacks were working hard to pick cotton. It's just a pity that he had a shield in his hand, not a whip. But after walking through the outer hall, he just pushed open the door of the conference room and he was numb, standing there at a loss. Until the urging voice of Black Widow came from behind, he squeezed out an ugly smile and walked in timidly. Black Widow was a little confused about why Captain America was like this, but she understood immediately after entering the door. It turned out that the one before was here. Then she also timidly entered the door, looking no better than Captain America. After the two greeted each other very politely, they stood aside properly. Russell didn't quite understand, was he that scary? But it would be more reasonable for S.H.I.E.L.D. to do the next thing. After all, Magneto only knew the name, not the exact location, and he had to push his own destiny. 094. Egypt. 2 transport planes and 4 coordinated Quinjets landed at the airport in Cairo. Phil Coulson, Black Widow, Captain America, and more than 20 agents came down from inside in a mighty manner, and also brought a large number of instruments and equipment. Although covered by black cloth, some details can still be found at a glance. Many ground staff and passengers waiting for takeoff at the airport saw this scene. Not long after, in the desert more than 100 kilometers outside Cairo, S.H.I.E.L.D. established a temporary base. Various large excavation equipment is constantly transported here. In the sky, a grey sculpture keeps circling, as if observing prey. Not long after, it flew towards the direction of the city. In a house somewhere, an Arab raised his arm, and the previous grey sculpture fell accurately. And when he looked back, he had a pair of hawk eyes exactly like the grey sculpture. This is a mutant. A small town west of Hudson, New York State. At the moment it was late at night. A ball of flame like a meteor fell from the sky and turned into a woman in front of an old house. She stared blankly for a few seconds, then pushed the door open. A laugh suddenly rang out in the dark room. "I knew you would come back here." Jean Grey said coldly, "I thought it would be Charles." Pop. The dim light came on, and Magneto, who was sitting on the sofa, slowly raised his head, took off his black flat cap and smiled. "He doesn't have time to come. The members of the Brotherhood are harassing the X-Men, and he has to go to the academy. But I think he doesn't want to see you." Jean's expression was still very calm, and she didn't seem to be affected at all. "There's no need to use such a clumsy alienation plan. I've already left the academy." Magneto's smile became even bigger. "You want revenge? I heard that Scott died for you, and his death was very tragic." Hearing this, Jean's expression was finally no longer calm, and her face showed pain. The next second, her eyes appeared with a fiery red light, and she said with hatred, "Definitely. I will kill that magician." Magneto's pupil shrank. This is Charles's mind blockade failed. This breath full of destruction is exactly the same as it was back then. No wonder he left Xavier's school. This is because that power stimulated the darkness that has been suppressed deep in his heart for all these years. But, this is better. Now we have clues about Apocalypse, and we are worried that there is no suitable sacrifice. The power in Jean's body is just right. Maybe we can cooperate. Magneto showed a kind expression and said, "That magician is so powerful, but he never helped the mutant who was living a life no worse than that in hell. There is no doubt that he is on the side of those low-level humans. Poor Charles is still naive to think that he is his savior. But in fact, he is the real enemy of mutant. If we want to be strong on this planet, we must kill him." The flame-like energy in Jean Grey's eyes is getting stronger and stronger, and her voice is cold. "We will go to kill him tomorrow. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. is slaughtered, I don't believe he won't come out." Magneto was afraid that this woman would go crazy, so he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, since we have decided to kill this mutant enemy, we must be safe and pursue a fatal blow. Otherwise, if we fail, there will be no chance again." Jean Grey sneered, "The mutants in Brotherhood are all garbage, it doesn't matter if there are any." "Definitely." Another woman's voice suddenly appeared. On the stairs, a woman wearing a red leather jacket and also with long burgundy hair slowly walked down the stairs. She looked at Jean and smiled. "The next person we are looking for is a woman named Apocalypse. Mutant, he has existed for 5,000 years, and is the ancestor of all mutants. He has unparalleled power, and is now sealed in Cairo." Jin looked up, with a faint fire in her eyes. "Who are you?" The woman smiled slightly. "You can call me Wanda. Wanda Maximoff." 3 days later in the blink of an eye. At the excavation site, Captain America and Hay were more and more shocked. Under the desert, there is such a huge, unprecedented pyramids. Although it has collapsed, there is no record of this pyramids in Egyptian history. The two felt more and more mysterious and awed by Russell. At this time, a roar sounded. Then Phil Coulson's voice came from the intercom, "The passage is cleared, the main tomb door is open." "Strange, this doesn't look like a tomb door, why does it look like the main door of a palace? Are you two ready? According to the plan, only 8 of you will enter." "Yes. According to the plan, only these 8 people will be enchanted with rune armor. Since Russell wants S.H.I.E.L.D's help, he will not let the agent become cannon fodder. This rune armor is usually invisible, but it can withstand a certain degree of attack at a critical moment." All the way was safe. Captain America and Black Widow soon brought the other agents to the bottom of the pyramids. Here they saw a blue-grey mummy hit by a huge bar of stone. After using the equipment to push the stone away, everyone was secretly amazed. Because the body under the stone was intact and not hurt at all. This person was not killed by the stone. But before coming, these agents were asked to look less and ask less, and at the moment no one spoke. The body was soon transported up. The outside of the base was still safe and there was no sign of invasion. A few minutes later, a closed heavy modified truck drove towards the airport in Cairo. Black Widow served as the driver. When the journey was more than halfway over, Captain America, who was sitting aside, breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It seems that Mr. Russell's plan has failed, and no one came to intercept us. Hehe, this time I don't have to fight and I get a magic armor for free, which is a big win." He touched his body as he spoke. Although it looked like there was nothing, there was indeed a golden magic armor dimming on his body before. This thing actively defends against fatal attacks, and there is no restraint. It's simply great. Hawkeye is back, and he will be jealous to death. Suddenly Black Widow said, "Did you hear any sound?" Although the sound of the car engine was loud, the uncoordinated sound was still very obvious. Captain America listened carefully and was surprised. Why does it sound like the screws are loose? And it's getting faster and faster. He was about to open the window and take a look outside. "Zero, please give me flowers, Zero." But at this moment, a person suddenly appeared in the car lights. An old man wearing a hat and with a look of majesty on his face, accompanied by his right hand. Black Widow's face suddenly changed. He stepped on the accelerator hard, as if he wanted to kill the person in front of him. But no matter how the engine roared, the vehicle stayed firmly in place. The next second, the car began to disintegrate, and pieces scattered around. After a few breaths, Captain America and the other 8 agents all fell to the ground, and the heavy truck had been completely disassembled and scattered all over the ground. Magneto completely ignored the few people and slowly walked towards the metal box. Black Widow and his men were about to attack. But at this moment, a meteor fell from the sky, and then he pushed his hands to both sides, and in an instant, all 8 people flew backwards. At this time, a teeth-grinding sound was heard, and the metal shell of the box was torn apart by the invisible magnetic field, revealing the Chaho inside. Jean looked at the corpse with a hint of surprise. "He is really not dead, I can feel that there is still life in his body. But how do we wake him up?" Magneto said meaningfully, "Zero. Try to use your energy to see if you can activate him. According to Wanda, this ancient mutant can absorb everything. The power of mutant. This is also the reason why the other party can or." Jean didn't think much, raised her palm, and suddenly a fiery energy like a flame burst out and rushed towards the corpse. In an instant, the patterns on the mummy began to gradually light up, and the flesh and skin began to become plump. The heart began to beat again, and blood washed over the body. A few seconds later, a pair of black and white eyes opened. Jean wanted to withdraw her palm when she saw this, but at this time she found that she could not control it at all, and was constantly absorbed by the man in front of her. At this time, Magneto said faintly, "Apocalypse, how about the gift I prepared for you when you wake up?" Hearing this, Jean shouted angrily, "You dare to lie to me, Magneto!" As she said this, she was about to burst out with terrifying mental power, wanting to crush the other party. However, Apocalypse just snorted coldly, and the energy was absorbed faster. Jean screamed, and her body floated uncontrollably in the air. Apocalypse looked at it with satisfaction. "Magneto, good. You will receive my gift, become the first angel under my seat, and gain true mutant power." Magneto doesn't care about any gift, all he wants is for mutant to rule the world. Then he wants to talk about mutants' current experience and situation. But before he could say anything, Apocalypse's expression suddenly changed, revealing a look of panic. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the other party's body. The oldest and most powerful mutant looked at Jean in panic and shouted, "No! This is not the power of the mutant. Who are you?" Even if Magneto was slow, he knew something was wrong. Apocalypse's body was cracking like porcelain, and it seemed to explode at any time. But why? Jean Grey is obviously a mutant, there is no mistake. At this time, a woman's voice with a smile sounded, "This is definitely not the power of the mutant." Magneto followed the voice and saw Wanda walking out of the darkness with a weird smile on her face and said, "Stupid Earthling, can you absorb Phoenix Force?" 095. The anger in Apocalypse's pupils was almost overflowing, and he looked at Magneto rage and said, "You betrayed me, mutant." As he said this, he controlled the molecules in his body to grow larger, in order to suppress the energy that was constantly destroying himself. But it was useless. Whether he grew larger or smaller, the cracks on his body were all synchronized, and they were getting brighter and brighter. Magneto felt like he was falling into an ice cave. Looking at Wanda who was walking out, he said fiercely, "Who are you?" If he couldn't tell that this person was not his daughter, then he would have lived in vain. But the DNA confirmation had been done, why was there a mistake? Wanda grinned, "People on the realistic side are stupid. Didn't Mephisto show you how to parasitize the mind before? You forgot it so quickly." After saying this, Captain America, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, suddenly felt his scalp numb. He wanted to run away. But then he thought it was too stupid to run in front of such a terrifying thing, so he buried his head in the idiot even harder. Black Widow and other agents also had a tacit understanding and pretended to be killed by Magneto. No matter whether others believed it or not, they believed it anyway. Magneto looked as if he had been struck by lightning and said in disbelief, "Impossible. That magician clearly defeated you, how could he come back so quickly?" He guessed that there was something wrong with this daughter who took the initiative to recognize her, but he just thought it was nothing more than a dirty thing like interests. "I didn't expect that 070 would be so scary." The tone of the other party calling Mephisto was too scary, that kind of casualness could not be faked. There was no doubt that this was at least an existence of the same level. At this moment, he suddenly regretted not listening to Professor X's advice. But it was too late to say anything now. He raised his hand and the disintegrated car parts around him made a humming sound and stabbed towards Shida. "Naive." A faint voice sounded, and black flames appeared on all the metal parts. In the blink of an eye, they melted into balls of molten iron and sprinkled in the desert. Wanda looked at Magneto with contempt, "It's a pity that you can control metal with such a powerful force as magnetism. Damn it." He raised his hand and a ball of black fire emerged, turning into an arrow and shooting out. However, before it touched Magneto, the latter's head exploded like a watermelon. Wanda was stunned for a moment and turned his head to look at the air. "I saw a man with a faint white light on his body and wearing an apricot yellow magician robe floating in the air, and the corners of his clothes were rustling." Russell glanced at Jean Grey and Apocalypse who were still in a stalemate, snapped his fingers, and the two were thrown into the mirror space. Then he looked at Wanda and said in surprise, "Good guy, I didn't expect there would be an unexpected harvest, and I actually caught a big fish." Wanda showed a puzzled look in her eyes, and the smile just now had completely disappeared. She said unwillingly, "As the new Sorcerer Supreme, why are you here instead of staying in Camartage?" Russell's pupils lit up white for a moment, and he was immediately surprised. "I was wondering why I didn't smell the stench of hell, it turned out to be you. Zidhorn." As he said that, he suddenly laughed, "Interesting, interesting. Mephisto said that he got the black magic dimension energy from you through a transaction, and you followed him here. None of you dimensional Mephistos are honest." Wanda no longer hid, and her eyes turned red. That was the red eyes of Sithon's symbol. He did not show an expression of exasperation after the plan failed, but said regretfully, "It seems that you have been keeping an eye on Apocalypse. What bad luck, I thought that the Ancient One was dead, and my chance had come, but I didn't expect that the Goddess of Fate was not on my side this time." Russell admitted that luck did play a role this time. He really didn't expect that Zisong would be so insidious, "But I'm curious, how did you avoid the detection of the Ancient One?" When the Red Devil summoned the dimensional energy, he was present. Zisong seemed to want to stay in the real world for a while longer. Tianfen said generously, he definitely won't find it. Wanda has been marked with the mark of Hades by me a long time ago. After this strand of my consciousness appears in the world, it can be transferred to her mind immediately without any power or breath fluctuations. Point 11 To be honest, if Mephisto hadn't been so stupid and exposed directly, I would have seized the real world more covertly. After saying that, he raised his hand, and a ball of surging black flames appeared in his palm. The Lord of the Dimension tried, since I failed, I have nothing to say. But I want to make a deal with you. If you let me take this woman back, I will give you this black magic flame source for free. It's just a human being, you've made a fortune. If you are definitely worried, we can also sign a contract. There is absolutely no hidden will and impurities in the flame. Russell showed a look of no surprise, and sighed, why do you think I can't find it? What's more, it's mine if I kill you. As soon as the voice fell, his eyes burst into white light, turning into two rays that hit the void. In an instant, a muffled groan sounded, and Wanda fell from the void. And the original Wanda collapsed into a shadow with a look of disappointment and disappeared in the fire minister. At this time, a thunder sounded. The space seemed to be shaken, and Captain America, who couldn't help looking up after Russell appeared, saw a lightning that was 100 times more exaggerated than the one that appeared in the basement of the church at the beginning, appearing in the night sky. It was like a huge amount of the camphor tree grows backwards in time. Countless branches of lightning fell from the dark clouds, gathered at one point, and turned into a terrifying lightning pillar trunk, drowning the woman in the distance who was parasitized by the terrifying devil. At this moment, the night was completely illuminated, as if it were daytime. The brains of all the people at the scene also went blank, as if they had seen a miracle. It was like the gods sent down divine punishment to punish sin. At this time, Russell seemed to feel something, snorted coldly, and clenched his hands towards the sky. In an instant, hundreds of flaming swords fell from the sky. At the same time, a roar came from the lightning pillar, and shadow claws appeared from it and grabbed Russell. But just as these magics were formed, they were nailed to the ground by flames. At this time, the lightning pillar was annihilated, and Wanda's body had become charred. Russell likes beautiful women, but he doesn't get obsessed with them. At the moment, the consciousness of Sithon's arrival must be killed first, otherwise Wanda would be no different from being dead. But the crimson energy in the night sky suddenly appeared, and after it dissipated again, Wang Tian appeared intact in the original place. Alter reality. Origin magic power changed Wanda's dying reality to a reality that had never been attacked. Russell was not surprised, after all, Sithon came for this thing. Even if Wanda has not yet fully awakened, she can do more things in his hands. This is also the reason why he completely abandoned the black magic dimension energy when sneaking across the border this time. Concealment is only one of the reasons. More importantly, the origin magic power is originally very powerful. You sorcerer supremes are so annoying. Sithon roared, and the red energy in his hands slammed into the ground. In an instant, a huge crimson barrier that kept flashing rose into the sky. Everywhere it passed, all reality was changing. The desert turned into black evil soil, and a sticky river like corpse oil flowed slowly. Captain America and Black Widow were even more horrified to find that they had turned into a rotten corpse, hanging on a hideous dead tree, and several two-headed crows were pecking at the stinking rotten meat. There was no pain, but it was even more terrifying. Black Widow tried to look up at the sky with his bluish-white eyes, wanting to ask that person for help. But she saw the red power wriggling on the other party's body, and the skin turned pale and was also being changed wherever it passed. She immediately showed a desperate look. If even this powerful magician can't be solved, then it's completely over. At the moment, Zisong also laughed triumphantly, looking at Russell who had turned into a ghoul not far away and said, "You are much worse than Ancient One. I was so cautious before, your earth belongs to me." However, the ghoul did not go crazy to eat the rotten meat that became corpses, but said very calmly, "I suddenly doubt whether you are a dimensional Mephisto. Is your eyesight so bad?" Hearing this, Black Widow was stunned. There is a tiny hope taking root in despair. The next second, the dazzling milky white light rippled from Russell's body in circles. A sacred chorus faintly sounded in the space. The red flatness was still there, but wherever the white light passed, all malicious changes were frozen and the world returned to its original state again. The divine power can eliminate all abnormalities, including curses, also including alter reality. On the ground, Black Widow and others stared at the sacred picture in the sky with a dull look. At the moment, the scene was far more shocking than the thunder before. God! An agent murmured, and couldn't help wanting to kneel down. Captain America, as a staunch atheist, was also shaken at this moment. If it wasn't God, what was this scene? He felt that his soul was washed by the holy light, and he no longer wanted to call Nick Fury ANR. Black Widow had tears slipping from the corners of her eyes unconsciously. She didn't know it, but she felt that her heart had never had such a peaceful moment, and she couldn't help wanting to embrace the holy light. But Sithorn was completely the opposite. Wanda's scarlet eyes without pupils showed a trace of white, and a painful sound came out of her mouth, and her reason seemed to be returning. At this time, a crisp voice sounded. Break! Russell raised his finger and lightly pointed forward. In an instant, the red barrier was shattered by the powerful telekinesis ability. Then it turned into countless invisible threads, locking Wanda in the void. The space was pried open in the next second. Russell instantly appeared in front of Wanda. The four looked at each other, and the white light power shone into the depths of their hearts, turning into a raging flood that submerged the shadows in it. Everyone clearly heard a scream. However, the owner of the voice was not angry, but laughed hysterically. Fooled! You finally got fooled, Sorcerer Supreme. Do you really think I don't know that you have been watching Magneto and Jean Grey with Phoenix Force since 4.6? Do you really think I want Phoenix Force and that broken mutant? Do you really think I want Wanda this time? Do you know that I showed up on purpose and let you find me? Do you know that besides Wanda, there is another person in this world who has been polluted by me? Come on, fight with me here, just 1 minute is enough. As Sithene laughed, dark runes lit up on Wanda's body. They were black runes that Sithene prepared in advance at all costs using the original power. Magic! As the black light lit up, the space here was completely blocked. Russell wanted to leave the mind, but black smoke was entangled in his sight. Sithon was extremely excited at this moment. It's done, I did it. This world is mine. However, he suddenly found that the Sorcerer Supreme in front of him was not panicked at all, but his eyes showed the original expression. Disguise? Fraud? It's useless. I can't unlock the magic anyway. I just need to hold on for 1 minute. No, 30 seconds is enough. Except for the Sorcerer Supreme in Camartage, the other secret magicians are a bunch of rubbish. 30 seconds is enough to pollute the real dimension barrier of the Earth. But at this time, Russell suddenly laughed. I finally know why that guy died. You are doomed, Sithon. 096. Camartage. The top of the snowy mountain. As a dark shadow seeped out from the ground, it gradually condensed into a figure. When the black faded, a witch in a black and purple dress was revealed. Agatha Hanakizi. A powerful and evil female netizen who has lived for centuries. But at the moment her hands were dark, and her eyes were occupied by the dark energy, and she had completely lost herself. This world will eventually be mine. Agatha showed a cruel smile, and with her right hand in the air, a magic book with a large number of chilling symbols engraved on the surface appeared. The Dark Book. The more the holder uses this book, the more it will be polluted. The next second, the Dark Book moved without wind, revealing blank pages. It is full of forbidden dark magic knowledge, and everyone sees it differently. But that is for others. At the moment, as Agatha murmured the spell, layers of black magic appeared on each page. She took a step forward with the Dark Book in her hand, and her body was immediately wrapped in a black mist. When she appeared again, she had crossed the magic barrier and entered the core of the dimensional barrier. At this moment, even Zisong was excited. Earth. The central axis of this universe, the birthplace of the ancient Mephistas. It has incredible symbols and energy. This is why all Mephistas want to invade the Earth, not other places in the universe. Otherwise, just find a backward and ignorant civilization, without the protection of Sorcerer Supreme and dimensional barriers, and it would have been swallowed up long ago. Because that doesn't make any sense. So, only the Earth is the key. As long as this place is swallowed, the entire real universe will become part of the dark dimension. And more importantly, Zisong is different from other dimensional Mephistas. He can reversely pollute eternity by swallowing this timeline. This is the real purpose. The smile on Agatha's face became more and more excited, and she pushed the Dark Book in her hand into the core of the dimensional barrier little by little. At this time, waves of water rippled on the core of the barrier. Everything around began to swim and shape-shift rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it became an ancient square. A huge amount of eternal statues stood in the center. And the magic book that Sithon pushed into the core was held by a somewhat illusory hand at the moment. Ancient One looked at the completely stunned Agatha and smiled, "Look, I keep pushing it out, you have to give it to me. You are too polite, Zidhorn, you come to the door and bring gifts, how can you be so embarrassed?" Zidhorn didn't understand what happened. He raised his finger in anger and cursed, "Ancient One, you are screwing me. You were deliberately killed by that demon, just to trick me into taking the bait." "Hey!" Ancient One said unhappily, "Don't say it so harshly, I miss my old friend, don't I? You finally came to the earth and didn't come out, shouldn't I, as the master, look for you?" Zidhorn shouted angrily, "Looking for you, you eternal running dog. All Sorcerer Supremes are a group of despicable, dirty, black-hearted garbage." At this moment, he seemed to be even more unable to accept failure than Mephisto before, and he didn't have the grace of a dimensional Mephisto at all. He looked painful. Ancient One laughed, "The guest brought a gift, so the host can't be stingy. I thought about it, and the best gift is to let you die peacefully. How about that? I'll be considerate." After saying that, he ignored the cursing Sithorn and spread his hands out. In an instant, countless golden magic powers penetrated his body and turned into streams of light that sank into the huge amounts of eternal statues. In an instant, the body of the statue seemed to become illusory and transparent, and countless galaxies could be vaguely seen flowing inside. The next second, these illusory scenes suddenly magnified, and the entire mirror space turned into a sea of universe stars. Incredibly shocking. Agatha roared and her body turned into a shadow and tried to escape. But it was useless. The shadow incarnation was locked by huge amounts of gravity, and was pulled into a yellow fixed star that was shining with dazzling light. Ancient the smile on one's face, which was meant to anger Sitheen, faded, and he snorted and threw out the dark book. The latter also fell into the sun and disappeared completely like its master. Then, the world returned to normal again. In the desert. After hearing Russell's words, the smile on Wanda's face disappeared, and he showed a look of astonishment. Then he seemed to feel something. His eyes first turned into shock, and then turned into rage after just a dozen seconds. "Eternal lackey! You two Sorcerer Supremes teamed up to trick me." On the ground, Captain America and Black Widow didn't quite understand what happened suddenly. But the evil existence's frustrated tone could still be heard. It was obvious that he had suffered a great loss. At this time, Russell mocked, "This is too stupid, Sitheen. If I don't design you, do I still welcome you? Mephisto can afford to lose." As he spoke, his expression changed, revealing 2 rows of white teeth and smiling, "As a guest, isn't it unreasonable for you to come without a gift? Why not leave the origin of the dimension behind?" The moment the voice fell, flames suddenly surged in the entangled white vision, and the black smoke surrounding it dissipated instantly. The premonition in the dark reached its peak at this moment. Russell raised his hand, opened his 5 fingers, and a green gem appeared out of thin air. The next second, an obscure and profound spell appeared. The time gem bloomed with dazzling green mist, and then was outlined into dozens of overlapping composite time arrays. At the same time, in the spiritual world, Wanda, who was locked by black chains, suddenly saw the shadow monster wrapped in a bright red robe in front of her suddenly exploded and turned into dozens of fragments. Then it turned into a black liquid, quickly shape-shifting, and gradually formed a huge amount of magic array. Sitheen wanted to take this trace of consciousness carrying the origin of the black magic dimension back. He was going to escape. Wanda didn't understand what this was doing, but a sneer suddenly echoed in the spiritual world, "If I let you run away, wouldn't I have worked in vain?" As the voice appeared, countless flames rose and instantly submerged the array of dimensional transmission. A milky white light emerged from the flames, and a scream full of pain suddenly sounded. After more than 10 seconds, the flames dissipated, and a dark rune was suspended in the spiritual world. Russell appeared here at some point, and blew gently, and the black magic rune that had been imprinted in Wang's mind turned into a puff of black smoke and dissipated. He turned his head and looked at Wanda, who had a dull face and a little baby fat on her face, and said, "You are safe." In an instant, the chains wrapped around Wanda spread flames, and instantly melted into green smoke and disappeared. Wanda fell to the ground, and her eyes finally cleared. In an instant, the terror and despair of the past few days dissipated, and she finally cried when she saw the man in front of her. Survived. Real world. After the consciousness of Zisong's arrival completely disappeared, the composite time array suddenly lit up. Then it expanded wildly, forming a spectacular vision that enveloped the entire Earth. At this moment, relying on the result of the disappearance of the consciousness of the dimension Mephisto, a unique time anchor point was formed. Beyond time. A whole timeline suddenly glowed with a strong green light, but was immediately suppressed on the surface, as if waiting for another opportunity. Above the desert. The time array has completely disappeared. Russell casually embraced Wanda, who had lost her power, and moved the space with a thought, and came to the front of Black Widow. Take good care of her. After leaving a word, Black Widow and Captain America saw visible wrinkles and cracks in the space. Then they saw the other party take a step out and disappear into it. Do you think there will be heaven inside? Captain America suppressed his excitement and asked curiously at the black woman. The latter smiled slightly and took out a dagger. Thank you, but no need. Captain America replied very politely. Then he looked around and sighed again. Nick Fury will have a hard time this time. Black Widow was surprised. You don't care if he calls him ANR. Captain America pointed to the sky and said, I believe in God now. In the mirror space. Apocalypse's condition is getting worse. He just woke up, and his body was in very bad condition. At the moment, it was very good to be able to survive the infusion of Phoenix Force. Definitely, the more important reason is that this is just a small piece of Phoenix Fragment. As for Jean, at the moment, she had completely fainted. Russell knew why at a glance. This woman was cursed by Sithorn, and the dark side of her heart continued to magnify, completely shattering Professor X's mental maze. At the same time, her soul was also corroded. It was not visible before, but it was immediately revealed after Phoenix Force was absorbed. Apocalypse could not stop Phoenix Force from invading at all, and it was about to explode at the moment. Russell sighed. Kamartaj's record was indeed correct. Phoenix Force fragments cannot be seized, they can only be chosen. Otherwise, explosion is the only result. This is almost the same as the aliens who wanted to seize Phoenix Force in the New Mutant plot before he traveled through time. However, he might have a chance. Success or failure depends on whether the system is strong or Phoenix Force is strong. Russell looked at the two people with cold eyes. One is Apocalypse who wants to rule the world, and the other is Jean Grey who has completely blackened in her heart. He had no burden when he took action. The next second, the north wind howled. Winter is coming. 097. The north wind from winter blew past. Apocalypse's eyes, which were originally filled with despair, were quietly covered with a layer of blue at the moment. He shivered involuntarily. It was not the coldness from the body, but it was as if the soul had lost all its outer clothes and stood naked in the cold wind of winter. It was getting colder and colder, more and more hunched, and I wanted to close my eyes and sleep more and more. At this time, the sound of the wind seemed to penetrate the reality and sounded in my mind. Apocalypse's thinking suddenly began to become obscure and stiff, and his thoughts flowed slower and slower. He wanted to use the power of the mind to resist. But this idea just came to mind, and it began to slow down, and finally completely stagnated. At this moment, he didn't even know what he was going to do. If it was a state of complete victory, it would naturally not be so easily eroded by the power of the picture. But now he is not only weak in strength, but also has to resist the destructive power of Phoenix Force on his body, which is completely irresistible. Soon white frost spread on Apocalypse's body, and his eyes completely lost their luster. But he is not completely dead yet. He is just frozen now. At this time, Russell looked at Jean Grey, whose face was beginning to dry up due to the Phoenix Force leaving her. It's almost done. He can't wait for the Phoenix Force to be completely transferred. If that happens, even if he is frozen, Apocalypse may not be able to bear it. This balance point is the best time. Phoenix Force will not leave because of the death of any party. In an instant, green flames burned in Russell's eyes. This is not phantom magic, but the power of death. He wants to kill both of them at the same time in an instant. The next second, the earth shook violently and then began to split. No black spikes broke out, but only the boiling magma, slowly rising the surging green spear. Russell used the forging power of the god of fire to forge the flame of death into a gun of death. Any soul pierced will be drowned by death. At this time, the space began to shapeshift and twist. Apocalypse and Jean Grey fell down, while Russell continued to rise. When the drop reached 1,000 meters, he held the foot of death hesitation and projection. A green phantom instantly cut through the space, accurately piercing through the two people, and bursting out a dazzling green light. The next second, without any explosion, the bodies of the two people began to rapidly gray, fading all colors and vitality. The souls of the two people died in an instant. Apocalypse's already broken body, at the moment completely shattered, turned into ashes. But Jean Grey was completely different. She was already dead, but suddenly a touch of red appeared on her face, as if she was fighting against death. But only for a second. I don't know what happened, her body suddenly exploded into energy powder. In an instant, a deafening cry sounded, and an unclear flame phoenix condensed from the golden red energy and soared into the sky. The space began to tremble. There were cracks in front of the phoenix. This phoenix fragment wanted to leave by instinct to find the next owner. Russell did not stop it, although he was almost a level god now. Father's apex, but there's really no way this thing can run away. It's too high. He remembered that in its incomplete form, even the god of stories Loki almost killed it. And it's not that it can't be killed, it's just that it didn't. But at this moment, a wail sounded. The energy form transformed from the phoenix fragments suddenly screamed, and then the entire phoenix force suddenly froze in the air as if it was suspended. Then, a terrible scene appeared. Phoenix force began to disappear bit by bit, completely non-existent. It was like a child holding an eraser in the three-dimensional dimension, erasing the picture drawn on paper bit by bit. No trace was left. Until a few seconds later, all the fragments of the entire Phoenix Force disappeared, as if they had never appeared in this world. At the same time, a space full of heat and endless life force trembled, and then returned to calm. In the mirror space, Russell also heard a familiar system voice in his ears. The plunder was successful. The plunder entry has been completed. X ability energy manipulation, gold, energy utilization and energy projection. You can use these metaphysical powers to accomplish many things, such as creating illusions and memory changes, material reconstruction, healing, and physical repair of damaged or destroyed body tissues. At the same time, you also have a strong control over matter. You can control the real matter of sand, rock, etc., and can instantly turn the buildings in the city into powder, and then reshape them into the shape you want. You can energy absorbing. You can release energy. You can transfer energy so that others can use the power you give. X ability super reaction, gold, you can detect high-speed movement objects and make judgments in an instant. X ability immortality, gold, you can have extremely powerful self-healing ability and vitality, and you can transfer consciousness to replace a new body. X ability standpoint, purple gold, create an almost impenetrable force field around the body. The smaller the range of this ability, the stronger it is, and vice versa, the weaker it is. X ability flight, purple, fly at a speed faster than the speed of sound. X ability survival, purple, can survive in any environment that does not exceed its own limits, ignoring radiation, vacuum, and disease. X ability strengthening, gold, can enhance the super abilities of other mutants, making them stronger. X ability power of the mind, gold, possessing powerful telepathy and telekinesis, can invade other people's minds and control their behavior. Note, can be stacked with other mental powers. X ability super physique, gold, possessing strong physical fitness, whether it is defense, agility, or strength, it has obtained a very large increase. Note, can be stacked with other entries. X ability power of the mind, purple, possessing a certain amount of telepathy and telekinesis. When Russell heard this, he immediately understood that Apocalypse's entry had ended, and next was Jean Grey's. Although Apocalypse has less mutant power than expected, and other abilities may have disappeared in hibernation, the opponent's original ability is already strong enough. This is enough. After all, most mutant abilities are garbage. Moreover, he is looking forward to the next one. Phoenix Fragment, red, a small part of the power fragment from the complete Phoenix Force, with a powerful history of destruction and the power of life. Weakness erasure, the power of this fragment will not interfere with the mind. Note, some beings in the white-hot room have noticed the disappearance of the Phoenix Fragment, please be careful. Russell's heart suddenly beat wildly. He finally understood something extremely terrifying. The system's plundering entry ability not only surpasses Phoenix Force in terms of status, but also plunder is real plunder, not copying at all. Whether it is the previous goddess of death Hela or Mephisto. When their entities or duplications, or even consciousness are killed by themselves. Good, their original divine power, or the source power contained in it, all belong to themselves. It will not return to the universe, nor will it completely dissipate. They will lose this ray of power forever, and I will be the new master. He immediately looked at the entries that the system had plundered before. Sure enough. Among them is the dimensional source power from Zisong. Black magic power rare, red, very thin black magic dimensional energy, but extremely high quality. It can be associated with hell, and when it reaches a certain level, it can devour part of the black magic dimensional claws. At this moment, Russell also has the qualifications to become the master of the black magic dimension. 098. Russell took a deep breath. The system status was much higher than he thought, especially the scene of wiping away the Phoenix Force fragments just now, which was very shocking. But this was not the point. Before this, he had never thought about why he awakened the system immediately after crossing. He thought this was the benefit of the crosser. But now, he suddenly didn't dare to be so sure. Because the power of the system was concrete, and there was no longer that virtual feeling. It was called a system, but at the moment it was more like a high-level power that surpassed the Phoenix Force. It was just called a system. But when I crossed, I didn't feel any power entering my body. Suddenly, Russell suddenly remembered the Boshin Kongsu in the void. At that time, he remembered that when he first entered the Golden Door, he was immune to the transaction of 0.1 micrograms of spiritual essence. Now it seems that this has nothing to do with the power of the system. At that time, his thoughts were wrong. In this way, he was special? Is it because of the time travel? And the Marvel world was born because of the creation of the world before he traveled through? Or is it because the Marvel world originally existed that there are screenwriters who can create? The more Russell thought about it, the more confused he became. Suddenly, he felt that everything seemed not as simple as he saw. However, no matter what secrets are hidden, it is too early for him. With a long sigh, Russell stopped struggling and continued to look at the entry he got from Zisong. Black Magic Expertise, Gold, for any black magic, including 920 curses and sacrifices, there are powerful affinity abilities and learning abilities, and they are immune to all side effects. Black Magic Spiritual Brand Symbol, Gold, you can create a magic symbol with your own original power, and then enter the spiritual world of other lives. You can control the other party at any time through consciousness. Black Magic Shadow Blockade, Gold, condense the shadow into a rune. All the space covered by black light will be blocked and cannot be pried. Black Magic Pollution, Gold, you can create black smoke to pollute any energy, including the mind. This magic will ignore enemies and friends, and pollute all life and astral bodies within the range. Note, black magic specialization terms are immune to this pollution. It is worthy of being a dimensional Mephisto. Russell's eyes showed a look of emotion. Whether it is Mephisto's parasitic duplication with a little power, or Zisong's thoughts, the terms brought are extremely powerful. The lowest is purple terms. And the black magic with gold terms is undoubtedly of a very high status. If it were not for the strong suppression of these dimensional Mephistos in the real world and the obstruction of dimensional barriers, he would never be able to defeat them. However, he did not underestimate himself, instead, he felt a surge of pride in his chest. The victory now belonged to him. With a more powerful system, the future was still unknown. And after this harvest, he had already vaguely felt the barrier above level Godfather. Russell had a premonition that day would not be too far away. However, this time, in addition to the Phoenix Force fragments, what Russell wanted most was not the power of Sithoun. It was Magneto. X ability Magnetic Field Control, Gold, you can control any form of magnetic field. This is an extremely simple sentence, but Russell knows how terrible the power of this ability can be. All because of the control of the magnetic field, it is equivalent to obtaining the electromagnetic force, one of the 4 fundamental forces in the universe, and then bring a series of new powers. Controlling metal is just the most insignificant power. Electromagnetic pulses, electromagnetic cannons, and bending photons to create invisibility are also the simplest uses. And using electromagnetic force to control the basic particles in the microscopic world can do extremely terrifying things. Change gravity. Create a black hole. Hand-rub fusion nuclear bomb, sun. Create matter. Infinite acceleration. Distort time and space. It is not impossible to even reach the level of physical God one day. But to do these, in addition to the ultimate control, there is also a prerequisite. That is physics knowledge. The user must know whether to compress atoms, tear apart molecules, or change several charges, whether to break the electron nucleus. Otherwise, if there is a slight mistake, you will die. Magneto is a complete academic failure, and even the fact that he did not learn mathematics in the concentration camp is a problem. So he can only manipulate metals and not think about doing other things. But Russell is different. The entry from Conqueror Kong can perfectly solve this problem. He has mathematical and physical knowledge beyond this era. The only problem is to manipulate the intensity of magnetic force. Russell, perceived it, and electromagnetic guns, bending photons, etc. are all possible. But rubbing black holes with hands and creating fusion are still not possible. But this is not unsolvable. The entry can be stacked. If one Magneto is not enough, then bring more. Anyway, Magneto in most worlds is ambitious and wants to make trouble, and he will not show mercy when facing him. Once successful, this will be one of his most powerful means in the future. It will definitely not be weaker than divine power. With a sigh, Russell casually released the mirror space. In the eyes of Captain America and several mortals in awe, Wong Hao took away. Camartage. Russell walked out of a cloud of green smoke and saw Ancient One looking at his portrait in the holy place. Wanda was a little afraid when she saw the phantom that seemed to be a ghost. At this time, she heard her savior laughing at the ghost. How about it, the photo I chose is okay. Before, many secret magicians cried after seeing it, thinking it was much better than being alive. Goo-Face turned back speechlessly and said, what does it mean that the Wi-Fi secret is changed to HHHHGYSL? Russell said seriously, it means ha 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 Ancient One wins. I knew you were going to do something to Sithine, so I celebrated in advance. As he said that, he suddenly showed a strange expression and said curiously, why do you ask this? Do you think it means something else? Ancient One was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and said unhappily, okay, you are awesome. Then how about changing it to HHHHLSSL today to celebrate your victory in creating a time anchor point? Russell raised his chin and squinted, no way. I am Sorcerer Supreme, I have the final say, this Wi-Fi must commemorate you. He ruthlessly rejected Deadman's request with an expression that he was now the leader of Camartage. Ancient One widened his eyes and said, okay, then what if you invite a morning band to sing a good day? Good guy. On the day of his death, he almost died of anger when the Suana sounded. Russell said as a matter of course, you have lived for thousands of years, isn't it a happy funeral to die at this time? Definitely something festive. At this moment, Ancient One felt that he was just a soul, otherwise he would definitely be angry to death again. You are so cruel. Ancient One said a few words faintly and said, since you are Sorcerer Supreme, then I don't care. Bye, I'm retiring. After saying that, he turned into a blue starlight and disappeared. Russell didn't care. He didn't know that the old guy had been waiting for him to say this. Just now, he just helped him. But he, Lo, is not a fool. Even if he doesn't need to anchor other timelines, he won't stay here forever. In fact, this eternity is just a passing visitor to him. Camartage can't be without Sorcerer Supreme, so he just makes one himself. Russell turned back to look at Wanda with a dull look and said, can you drive a truck? 099. Ah. But Wanda, who was only 18 years old, was shocked. I don't know why this Sorcerer Supreme suddenly asked this question. Is he asking him to be a driver? But why is it a truck again? Russell looked at Wanda with a cute face and shook his head, forget it, I won't ask SHIELD to do it. Although this timeline has been anchored, he is not in a hurry to go to the next world so soon. First, he has gained a lot of entries in the past few days, and he needs to get familiar with the new power. Second, Camartage's magic book is really good. He thinks that except for the mysterious Cagliostro library, the records here may be the most complete. And it's better to settle down first, so that the soul, body, and state of mind will be more stable. Then Russell also followed the process of the secret agent and began to cleanse Wanda's mind. Perhaps Sithorn thought he had won and did not leave a backup in the spiritual world. But after a few days, he felt that Wanda's eyes were looking at him more and more wrong. He was familiar with that look. It was similar to the look the little wolf girl gave him at the beginning. He didn't know whether she was moved by the life-saving and admired him, or was attracted by his beauty. But he adhered to the principle of not taking the initiative and not letting go. Russell decided to wait for the other party to come to him at night. But what he didn't expect was that just when he thought Wanda might not be able to bear it, Mysterio suddenly slept with him after cleansing his soul on the last day. It was very sudden. And this was the most powerful opponent Russell had ever encountered. Mysterio not only had a very strong magical energy, but could also transform into a demon form. Although Russell thought it was more like a succubus. But he had to admit that her physique after the transformation was super abnormal. Although they were not evenly matched, she could barely fight for half a night. Then, the next day, this girl was like a scumbag, leaving reality in a chic manner and returning to the border of hell. It's just not the previous territory. This woman has strong goals and ambitions, and wants to become a Lord of Hell border. Then one day she will take revenge on Mephisto. Russell has no intention of stopping her. He will not force her to stay by his side just because she becomes his woman. It's a good thing to want to become stronger. Especially in a world like Marvel. And it's not like they will never meet again. Mysterio's X ability is quite special, which is to use the spirit prison, that is, the hell border to teleport, so he can come back anytime he wants. And this time Russell left a backup in the other party's spiritual world in advance, and he is not afraid of mental parasitism. Besides, hell is not actually Mephisto's own territory. The other party is just one of the lords of hell. According to Camartage records, there are more than a dozen lords of dimensions such as Lucifer, Hades, and Torch. These lords of hell hate each other and want to be Satan. But no one has ever succeeded. At the same time, these hells are not a whole, but some of them overlap in dimension. As for the hell border, it is even more remote, and with Russell's backup, there is basically no danger. Then, at midnight the next day, Russell was still reading in the library when he saw the space curling around, revealing a portal. The mysterious guest came back and slept with him again. And left a pile of hellish magic obsidian and unique metals the next morning. Russell scratched his head. He suddenly felt like he was being kept. But these magic materials were really good. He had the power of the god of fire and could forge a pair of rune armor. On the third night, the mysterious guest did not come back. Russell muttered that the little girl was really ruthless, which was not surprising. From yesterday's magic materials, he knew that the mysterious guest would not come back in a short time. Then, the accident happened. After Russell teleported back to his room, he saw Wanda lying on his bed with his head covered. After hearing his voice coming back, Wanda said sullenly in the quilt, "You fulfilled Sister Mysterio's wishes before she left. Now I will go to find my brother in a few days. I don't want to leave with regrets." Russell didn't know whether it was because his divine power cleansed the other party's mind, or because of various circumstances that created emotions. Anyway, if one sheep is released, then both sheep are released. He would definitely not let go in this situation, that would be a bit stupid. Besides, when he was helping to cleanse the other party's mind, he always felt a sense of harmony. It's impossible to say that he was not moved. So, tonight is destined to be sleepless. Half a month later, Wanda left Camartage to find her brother. Russell came to Shield. Nick Fury didn't know what he was thinking, looking out the window with a concave shape, with a mysterious and cold image of a superior. Then he saw a golden portal behind him through the reflection of the window. In an instant, the aloof and mysterious feeling disappeared without a trace. Nick Fury showed a simple and honest smile and turned around, bending his body slightly. He didn't look servile, but at the same time showed a certain respect, which would not make people disgusted. "Sorcerer Supreme, you are here." He didn't ask why, but just smiled and welcomed. "Otherwise, how can you be the director?" Russell laughed and sat casually on a chair and said, "You sit down too, don't be so restrained." Nick Fury smiled and nodded and sat down. At the moment it seemed like he was the guest. But there was nothing he could do. Since more than half a month ago, when Steve, that BD, came back and reported to Russell that he might have another identity as God, he was completely numb. At the beginning, he specifically asked if there was a God, but didn't you say there was no? How come he turned around and became God? Definitely, he knew there must be some discrepancies, but Captain America had stopped calling him ANR, so you can imagine how shocking the scene was. Otherwise, that uncultured ice cube would never change his words. Moreover, he asked the other 6 agents, and they also looked like they had seen a miracle. So, there is nothing wrong with being humble, just in case you can really go to heaven in the future. Russell did not hide his intentions as before. He tapped his finger on the table, and the phantom magic projected the appearance of Wanda's brother. S.H.I.E.L.D recorded it and said, "Help me find him 10 times. Nick Fury immediately vowed that he would find him within 3 days. Otherwise, he would kick Captain America back to the Antarctic Penguin. He was even very grateful that the other party let S.H.I.E.L.D help him. This was all a favor. Russell did not intend to let this guy work for nothing, especially since he did a good job in the past few times. Raised his palm, and flames rose immediately. Then, in Nick Fury's straight eyes, 3 gold coins condensed out. The front side was the world tree, and the back side was a flame phantom. Russell put the gold coin on the table and explained, "When you encounter a problem that you can't solve, or a crisis that you can't resist, just hold this gold coin and call my name." After that, he was too lazy to listen to the words of thanks and teleport away directly. Inside the room, Nick Fury's breathing became more and more rapid as he looked at the gold coins. He now had only one thought. S.H.I.E.L.D has become prosperous. This will be the most powerful trump card of S.H.I.E.L.D, nothing else. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of Captain Marvel who left the Earth. That old woman is so unkind, she hasn't come back once in so many years. She just said it well. Look at the Sorcerer Supreme. There's no comparison, no comparison. He collected all the gold coins with a smile, took the elevator and went down to the deepest level of SHIELD 0, "Please give me flowers." Russell didn't return to Camartage. Compared to the quiet foot of the snow-capped mountains, he still prefers a little more lively. He will stay in Holy Place, New York next. At the moment it was already afternoon. On the busy street, Russell stood in front of a hospital in a casual outfit. Presbyterian Hospital. This is where Strange works. Russell walked into the hospital and soon saw Strange on the 3rd floor. That horse face is very easy to recognize. At the moment the other party was performing an operation, and Russell stood in the operating room so no one could see him. After watching for a while, he nodded slightly. It must be said that this guy is indeed a good doctor, with great skills, and precise and accurate micro-operations without a trace of shaking. Then when the other party sutured the wound for the last time, Russell silently put a piece of used hemostatic cloth inside. It's no big deal. In addition to suffering a little, the patient can also sue the hospital to earn millions of points. After finishing, he left with satisfaction. Time soon came to midnight. Russell, floating in front of the world window, woke up from meditation. He wanted to eat. He wasn't hungry, and he could go without food for 1,000 years. The main reason was gluttony. In his opinion, having power and living a hard life was completely torturing himself. There is a well-rated aged steakhouse in Brooklyn that is open until 1 a.m., and he plans to try it. However, Russell did not use space to teleport there, but changed his clothes and slowly planned to walk there, just to take a walk. After all, it is too boring to use force for everything. When he passed the glass cover when he went downstairs, the floating cloak inside saluted in an anthropomorphic way. 20 minutes later, Russell walked to the 13th block. Although this is New York, at the moment there are basically no pedestrians on the road. Especially Brooklyn is still very chaotic. Russell was walking and suddenly stopped. Then there was a sound of glass above, and a man in a red combat uniform and a hood fell 1 meter in front of him with a pile of glass shards. With a bang, it sounded very painful. The man groaned in pain, pulled out the poisoned flying darts on his body, got up and ran. At this time, there were several sounds of broken glass, his face changed, and he wanted to throw the passerby in front of him to the side. However, just as he was about to do this, he saw the other party take a step back very strangely. The next second, there were continuous bangs and bangs on the ground. 6 ninjas wearing black scarves, holding swords, firmly surrounded Daredevil in the middle. "You can't run away this time, Daredevil. Surrender," Mrs. Gao said she would give you a chance. "You only have 10 seconds to think." 10-9-8 Daredevil felt dizzy and was about to lose his grip on the billy stick in his hand. He didn't expect that the gangster he was investigating was actually a bait deliberately lured by the hand. After being attacked, he was hit by several flying darts with poison. At the countdown in my ears was like the devil in hell. "Hey, can you please make way? The steakhouse will be closed in more than an hour." A faint voice sounded, and Daredevil showed a look of astonishment. "This passerby. Am I blind or are you blind? Can't you see what the situation is now? This is not a movie. It's okay if you don't run, but you let these people make way? The 6 ninjas also showed a moment of surprise in their eyes, but soon the ninja who was counting down said, "Kill him. Peel off his skin, the 9 spider bride will like it." 100. Run, young man. Daredevil gritted his teeth and shouted, trying to gather his strength, swinging his short stick and sweeping it towards the ninjas around him. He wanted to give them a chance to escape. However, the anesthetic toxin had already taken effect at the moment, and he swung it softly, and was hit upside down by the nearest ninja, and kicked to the ground. He could only listen to a ninja swinging his sword with a humming sound and slashing at the passerby with a calm breath. This knife was steady and accurate. There was no sound of dodging. At this moment, he had already imagined the scene of the innocent passerby being beheaded. The temperature rose a few degrees briefly, followed by a sound of metal hitting the ground. Daredevil was stunned, trying to raise his head, looking at it with lifeless eyes. What happened? Why was there no sound of flesh and blood being unfolded? Why did it seem like there was a brief sound of burning flames? The most important thing. Why did the breathing sounds of those ninjas disappear, but instead there was the sound of 6 swords hitting the ground? What happened? At this time, footsteps sounded. Daredevil 593 Knight clearly heard a slow and steady footstep approaching him. Then the voice of the passerby who should have died asked faintly, "Do you need me to call an ambulance?" Daredevil was shocked, and his brain was completely unable to react to why the other party was still alive. He just instinctively said, "No, no. It's too expensive. No, I'm fine, my teammates will come to help me." Russell nodded, did not bully the disabled, and walked around to the left. Until more than 10 seconds later, Daredevil suddenly came to his senses. In fact, it is very easy to understand what happened. Since the passerby survived, the other 6 ninjas who wanted to kill people must have died. But he couldn't understand what happened. The 6 ninjas didn't even resist, no. They died instantly without even screaming. And there was not even a trace of blood. This is totally unreasonable. He fell powerlessly on the sidewalk, thinking hard but still couldn't understand what happened. Until 5 or 6 minutes later, with a sharp brake sound, Karen and Erica got out of the car with anxious faces and ran to Daredevil. Matt. We rushed here as soon as we received the distress signal you sent. How are you?" Hearing the voices of the 2 teammates, Daredevil finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the first to arrive were the people of the Hand. "I'm fine. The dead are the ninjas of the Hand." After he said this, he quickly asked, "Did you see their bodies when you came?" Erica helped Daredevil up. Karen looked around and asked in confusion, "Corpse? Where did the corpse come from?" Erica also looked strange and said, "Didn't you say you were anesthetized and surrounded by ninjas? How did you escape?" She knew that Matt's strength was not lower than hers. But she had been undercover in the Hand, and knew that the ninjas there were not weak. After being anesthetized, Matt could never defeat 6 ninjas before the drug took effect. But as soon as she finished speaking, she clearly felt Daredevil's body suddenly stiffen. What did you say?" Daredevil was excited, trying to look at the place where the ninjas stood before, and said in disbelief, "Didn't you see the bodies? They should be there." Hearing him say this, the 2 of them suddenly felt nervous. Although Daredevil couldn't see, his other 5 senses were particularly sensitive, and he could see more clearly. At this time, Karen seemed to have discovered something, walked over, squatted, and pinched something with his hands. Then he looked shocked. "There are ashes, Matt. There are 6 piles in total, and some solidified molten iron." Daredevil's face turned pale and he said, "I know what happened, it's the ashes of those ninjas. They were burned to ashes in an instant just now, but I even felt the high temperature." Erica was puzzled, "Why is this happening? Did Mrs. Gao curse them?" "No." Daredevil shook his head hard, and said with some shock, "Just now a passerby happened to pass by here, and we just stood in front of him, and a ninja wanted to kill him. But, then those ninjas suddenly lost their voices." Erica's scalp suddenly went numb. She could imagine how horrible the scene was at that time. Those ninjas wanted to kill the witnesses, but they were burned to ashes in an instant. Just like ants crawling on the road, they were stepped on to death. But when did such a terrifying person appear in New York? At this time, Karen said in panic, "No matter who this person is, it has nothing to do with us. We are not powerful enough. It is difficult to deal with the hand alone. Let's run first. For the first time, Erica did not refute this rival. She helped Daredevil turn into the car, and then stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Half an hour later. The hand. In the hall, Madame Gao was furious at her subordinates below. Where are the people? 6 elites fought against a Daredevil who had been set up, but none of them came back. They are all useless and deserve to be disemboweled. A woman in red below lowered her head and trembled. The Daredevil has a signal blocker on him, and the communication is interrupted. In order to prevent the other party from noticing Cobweb's traces, the limit of this mission is 6 people. But I didn't expect that there would be an accident even so. At this time, a ninja with a face scar hurried in, knelt on one knee, and bowed his head and said, "Madam, the 6 elites have been confirmed dead. Through the surveillance on the roadside, we can see that a young man saved Daredevil and killed them with the power of fire." Madame Gao's face was gloomy, and she smashed the coffee table beside her with a palm, and said sternly, "He actually has a Superman-like companion. Is it mutant? Are these rats in the gutter starting to be dishonest? Aren't they afraid? Shield deal with them." The people below were silent. Who could have predicted such a thing, and there were some wild mutants. But the ninja who came in at this time said, "Madam, that person left directly after killing our people." Daredevil was taken away by Erica. Ma. Madame Gao glared and shouted, "Ist." The ninja trembled and said quickly, "That person looks like a pure passerby, just passing by somewhere and was blocked by our people." Then. He didn't finish his words, but everyone present could understand. If this is really the case, then this operation is too unlucky. But Mrs. Gao can't bear it. Daredevil ruined so many things for the hand, and they paid so much to catch him, but they failed because of such an accident. She said sinisterly, "Find out this person's background for me. I want to know his name, organization, and family." She wants revenge. Even if it can kill her elite ninja, so what? As long as you know what this person looks like, you can find out the other party's information and then design various sinister plans. Want to be a hero without a mask? Naive. Damn it. The members of the hand in the hall took the order. With the complete video, it is still easy to investigate the information. S.H.I.E.L.D. The smart program in Nick Fury's office suddenly lit up, and then projected a picture. That was the scene where Russell killed 6 ninjas. At the same time, the voice of the artificial intelligence sounded, triggered a special alarm. Someone has been detected invading the New York traffic server, retrieve this video. 5.2 The source has been traced, and the Trojan has been implanted in reverse. Implantation is complete, extracting data. In less than 3 seconds, dense data began to be projected on the screen. All of it was encrypted data stored by the hand, including numerous criminal records and various human trafficking. At this time, the artificial intelligence spoke again, "Boss, it's the ninja of the hand, and they have begun to retrieve Mr. Russell's entire route again. The data determines that the probability of the hand attacking Mr. Russell is 99.9999%. It is recommended to wipe out the organization." Nick Fury looked gloomy, confirmed. "Initiate the first-level disaster response program. I don't want the entire hand to survive tonight." He definitely knew that the hand was just a bug on the roadside to Russell, and there was no threat. But there was no threat. But he couldn't let this bug disgust Russell. Although the hand's business was related to the big shot in the White House, it would not work today even if the president begged for mercy. On Earth, the Sorcerer Supreme who protects the real world is above all else. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.